Hold Me. A Chapel Cove Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2019 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2023 by Alexa Verde. This book is dedicated to Paula Marie. Thank you for your friendship, support, and generous heart. Chapter 1. Aileen McKenzie might not make it. The water level was rising faster than she expected. With horror, Aileen stared out her sedan window at Chapel Cove's flooding streets in the gathering dusk. Rain pelted the glass. She was wrong to return to her hometown from Portland, to start a new life at 40 after her divorce. She was wrong to make sure to lock her store, Aileen's Pastries, before rushing home to collect her son and their pets, then taking off in her little sedan. She'd had enough time to make it to her tiny cottage before the heavy rain started. But Mrs. McPherson, her last customer at the store, had looked so confused and disoriented that Aileen didn't have the heart to leave her. She'd taken the old lady to her son, whose house was well elevated from the ground and had a second floor. What if Mrs. McPherson had gotten lost on the way home? And yes, Aileen was absolutely wrong to drive through the standing water in the pouring rain. She'd hoped she'd make it through. She didn't. The water level seemed low, but she'd forgotten that important rule: turn around, don't drown. Stupid, stupid, stupid. What was she thinking? Worst of all, she'd known about the flood warning, worried about it for days, prepared supplies, and borrowed a truck from her cousin to go to the shelter. But the truck didn't start. "Mom, it's going to be all right." Her son, Jonah, sounded brave, but his voice trembled a little. Her poor son. All her fault. She'd always done her best to play it safe. How did she end up in this predicament? Their dog barked. Probably dog was frightened, too. At least, Speedy kept quiet. A nervous chuckle escaped her lips. Turtles never talk to start with. Her stomach tightening, she glanced back to send Jonah a reassuring glance, reassurance she didn't feel. "I'll come up with something." But what? As she turned away from her teenage son, her insides shook. He didn't need to see the desperation on her face. If there was a time to pray, this was it. But she hadn't prayed since the beginning of her marriage. The marriage that was thankfully, finally, over. Would God even hear her now? Her mind whirled. She needed a vehicle big enough to go through the floodwaters. A souped-up truck, maybe? But since returning to her hometown, she'd kept mostly to herself. She'd lost touch with most of the people she'd once known and didn't revive those connections, except for interactions via her pastry store. Her heart squeezed painfully. Because all those people knew her as part of a couple, expected her and Roman to marry as soon as they got out of high school. Instead, she'd left town when her parents had moved before her graduation. She was going to return to Roman by summer when he'd saved up funds from his job, and then they'd marry. Oh, their naive, naive dreams. Circumstances led to her marry someone else. Well, she'd made that choice out of love for her father and a different kind of love for Roman. The image of her high school sweetheart and her first love, her only love so far, appeared in front of her eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. She'd never explained to Roman why she'd made the decision she'd paid for dearly. Her marriage ended in divorce after 2 torturous decades. But her father was still alive. It didn't matter at what price. She pulled her shoulders back as she pushed Roman's image from her mind. Right now, she needed to get her, Jonah, and their pets out of the predicament she'd gotten them in. Guilt knifed her insides. Her mother used to say that, when other people were getting common sense, Aileen was busy making her chocolate cake. She needed to call 911. But it would be too risky for the rescuers to go out in such weather. "Mom, we can muddle through the water to the nearest elevated ground. Right? Right. Maybe. I think so." Trying to mirror his hope, she peered around as the rain pounded windows. "See that house to our right?" "Yes. I was thinking that one. It has a second floor and lights on." Jonah's voice perked up. She'd taken along several sticks to feel how deep the water was and a backpack with food, water, and other essentials. But while Jonah was tall for 14, even taller than she was by now, would he make it through okay? And they'd have to carry their pets, too. Dog barked as if giving her a friendly reminder. A truck, her son screamed. A souped-up black truck appeared down the road as the answer to a prayer she hadn't even spoken. Air whooshed out of her lungs. Then an alarm sounded in her head. Would the truck driver stop to help her? Yes, her hometown had a caring community, one of many things she'd missed in a big city, but who wanted to get soaking wet? He's slowing down. Lightning-like zigzags of hope sizzled through her at her son's words. Please, please, please let him, or her, help us. This was as close as she could come to a prayer. The truck stopped. Yes. Thank you. A man in a dark hooded raincoat appeared from the truck and rushed toward her sedan, not bothering with an umbrella. Her stomach squeezed. What if he intended not to help them but to hurt them? The raincoat hood was drawn so low that only when he knocked on the door did she recognize him. Her breath caught in her throat. Granted, Chapel Cove was a small town. But it wasn't so small that of all the residents to come to her rescue it had to be the man she'd managed to avoid since her return, the man who could still make her heart beat faster. Mom? Her son's squeak in the back seat jolted her out of her stupor. Oh yes. She rolled the window down a fraction. Thankfully, the water didn't reach anywhere near the windows. But most likely, it was already at the bottom of the door. Hello. Uncomfortable warmth from an explosion of embarrassment and guilt heated her. What was she supposed to say? Sorry for breaking your heart years ago and never speaking to you again? Oh, never mind, just get us someplace dry? Hello, Roman. She infused her voice with confidence she didn't feel. Please get inside. Roman didn't turn around and leave once he saw it was she, Aileen. The grapevine said she'd done a number on him. She shivered thinking of the whispers behind her back. Roman was well liked in high school, even more so now, and people didn't forget she'd broken his heart. I'll give you a choice. The rain hit the face she'd touched with her fingertips so many times and had ached so often to touch again. Then he opened the door and slipped inside fast. Even so, water lapped over the door sill. I can try to pull your car, which will be dangerous, with the water still rising. Or you can run to my truck. You'll get soaked, but... We'll take it, she said quickly. Her gut clenched. Right now, how much it hurt to see him again wasn't important. What mattered was her boy's safety. The second choice. Thank you. But I also have Jonah, plus dog, and Speedy. When Roman lifted an eyebrow, she hurried to explain. My son, our dog, and turtle. Ridiculous, under the circumstances, to notice how much the boy she'd once known had changed. How hard-earned wisdom shadowed his brown eyes. How strength broadened his shoulders. How the rain slicked his much shorter black hair, and how the light stubble on his face highlighted contours more defined and handsome than ever. Her pulse spiked. Yes, he still could make her heart beat faster. Great time to notice. Not. He turned back and shook hands with her son. I'm Roman. Nice to meet you, Jonah. Then he shook their dog's paw. Nice to meet you, dog. Thankfully, he skipped Speedy, probably because the turtle was hiding under its cover in the glass tank. Nice to meet you, Mr. Roman. Her son was politeness itself. Though I'd rather do it on a sunny day. Well, you know my mom already? Jonah, yes, but there's no time for explanations. We need to get out of here. She threw the words back. Your mother and I used to date in high school. Roman shrugged. She nearly gasped. Date? Just date? They were madly in love, couldn't wait to get married. She didn't have time to dwell on it because Roman gestured toward his truck. Your mom does have a point. Let's go then, before the water rises further. Hold on. Curiosity lit her son's eyes. You dated. What went wrong then? I left for Portland and married your father, Aileen muttered. That sums it up. Hurt coated Roman's voice before it turned back to neutral. How about I take the dog and the bag and you carry the turtle and your backpack? What will I carry? What about your leg? She stumbled through the question. If he re-injured the broken leg that took so long to heal earlier in the year, she'd never forgive herself. My leg is fine. Trust me, Aileen. He gritted out the words. She did trust him. It was herself she couldn't trust. Jonah rolled his eyes. Women, he whispered in Roman's direction, and then turned to her as he scooped up the turtle tank. Just your purse and make sure you get to that truck fast. Do your best not to slip and fall. I love you, Mom, but I don't think I can carry you, too. That would be my job, Roman said under his breath, his voice so low Aileen wasn't sure she heard right. Despite the dire present and past circumstances, Roman's lips tugged up a tiny bit. Her son was getting bossy, but she sent him a grateful glance. Her marriage might have been a dull pain for the most part, but it had given her the best thing in her life, her son. Even when things had gotten bad, it was difficult to be gloomy in his presence. Throughout the years, Jonah had been a much bigger support to her than her husband ever was. Are you okay? Roman's eyes were difficult to read, but she glimpsed compassion and hurt in them. Guilt sucker punched her. Even after what she'd done, he seemed concerned about her. I will be now that you're here. Words left her mouth before she could stop them. They both had grown up in dysfunctional families in the poorest part of town, and Roman had coped by trying to fix everything in sight, be it a fence or her struggles with math. She'd coped by worrying about bad things that might happen and trying to prevent them the best she could. Breathing became a little easier, like always in his presence. She threw her shoulders back. She was an independent woman now, a business owner and a single mother. Thank you for helping us, but you don't need to fix things for me anymore. I can take care of myself, my son, and my pets. A muscle in his jaw moved. Right after I get you back to safety. She deflated a little. Right. I almost made it to that house over there before you showed up. Liar. She cringed. An ungrateful liar. One who kept digging her own hole. Since you're here, let's go before this car becomes a floating device. Her heart squeezed again. This was her only vehicle. If it got damaged beyond repair, like her heart at 18, what would she drive to work? Well, Jonah's safety was what mattered right now. She'd need to make sure he didn't slip and fall once he left the vehicle. Or that she didn't slip and fall herself. Falling on her face in the muddy water would feel almost as painful as giving up on her first love. Chapter 2. What MOM means to say is we all appreciate you stopping. Jonah's voice was diplomatic. Yes, that's correct. We do. Aileen leaned toward Roman but jerked back. Being so close to him wasn't a good idea. I'm glad to help. I'll go first. Step where I step after me. Roman opened the car door. This time, even more water flooded in. Her heart pounded faster and she took a deep breath. Roman opened the rear door, picked up the large backpack she'd hurriedly packed, and slung it over his shoulder. Then, somehow, he managed to scoop up the dog. The soaking wet dog, from getting him into the car in the first place. It was no small feat because dog was a mixture of a Mastiff, a Rottweiler, and some other breed Aileen had no clue of except that it was very, very big. Surprisingly, dog didn't even bark a protest, as if understanding the man was just trying to help him. Rain hit her face when she stepped out of her sedan. She turned to help Jonah, but he waved her away. I can manage, Mom. No surprise, as he was already taller than her. But in her heart, he'd always be her little boy. Her jeans were squishy wet right up to her knees by the time she reached his truck. But the tight band around her stomach let go a bit when she saw the water didn't reach his truck's bottom. Yes. Maybe God had sent her Roman now so she could make amends. The thought appeared unexpectedly and disappeared just as quickly. Roman clicked on his fob, and she tried to climb inside, but the vehicle was too high. Good thing she was wearing jeans instead of a dress as she often liked to. She swallowed hard. Climbing inside a souped-up truck in a dress would have been even more embarrassing. As if noticing her dilemma, Roman circled his hands around her waist, lifted her, and placed her inside. A warm wave flushed through her as she settled in the front passenger seat, but for a totally different reason. She remembered those strong hands, maybe not as strong at that time, holding her when they'd been dancing, when he'd first kissed her. All the times she'd felt alone and wanted so desperately for him to hold her again, just to be close to him, feel his breath on her cheek, and believe the future held only bright things for them. He had a different vehicle now, but it still had the same new car air freshener she remembered from her teen years, when he drove a beat-up rusty truck his uncle had given him. Roman wore the same spicy cologne, too, and it still made her head spin. Snap out of it. Jonah, are you all right? She glanced back. Though her son wore boots and a black raincoat with its hood covering his chocolate brown hair, he didn't inherit her red hair. Worry twisted her heart. She shook her head to chase memories away, and tiny droplets of water went in all directions. Dog decided to follow her example, sending even more water their way. Muddier water, from when they'd run through puddles to get into the car. Dog. Sorry. Guilty tightened Jonah's voice. I'm fine. The pets are fine, too. Roman turned the key in the ignition, and the motor revved to life. I have clean towels and several pairs of socks in the backpack in the back. Please help yourself. Jonah handed her a soft towel from the back seat, and she swiped at her face. Her knee-high boots held on, so her feet felt dry. Thanks to the raincoat, most of her clothes were dry, too. Okay, so her jeans were soaked up to her knees. She hadn't had time to change to slim-leg jeans tucked inside her boots. But she could definitely live with wet jeans. I don't know what to say. Wasn't that the truth? She swallowed hard. I mean, thank you. Thank you so much. A muscle moved in Roman's jaw as he drove the truck slowly. He didn't say she was welcome. Because, surely, she wasn't. She wasn't welcome in his truck. She wasn't welcome back in his life. The house I own is in the flood zone. It's an old home, so I don't think it's elevated the way it's required. She looked out the window. I don't think it's wise to be there at a time like this. Can you drive us to the shelter? Well, I think your son and pets would be more comfortable in my townhouse. Roman's voice was carefully neutral again as he navigated in the pouring rain. The vacant part is fully furnished, and the pantry and refrigerator are well stocked. I keep it vacant for my cousins from around the world. One of them just canceled his upcoming vacation here. That's nice of you, but, she searched for correct words to refuse his offer politely. We should really go to the shelter. She definitely wasn't welcome in his house. It was shocking he'd even offered. It showed once again what a caring man he was, but didn't she know that already? Roman was either a born fixer, or he'd become one because of his dilapidated childhood home where everything was literally falling apart, and his parents dedicated more time to their arguments than to their home or children. If she'd told him the truth about what was happening to her father that horrifying day over 20 years ago, Roman would have tried to fix that situation, too. To the point, it could have ruined his life. She couldn't allow that to happen. Mom. Yes? Alarm squeezing her chest, she winced at the unsure quaver in Jonah's voice. What happened? Are you feeling unwell? Mom. Jonah rolled his eyes again. He'd been doing that a lot since he'd become a teen. Where was the sweet boy who'd hung on to her every word? I told you I was fine. But Dog, and Speedy took a vote. Jonah, really? Seeing where this was going, she tried to stop him with the stare that worked once upon a time. Apparently, that wasn't the case any longer. We're all in favor of going to Mr. Roman's house. Right, dog? The dog barked something in response that Jonah interpreted as yes, no doubt. Turtles don't talk, and dogs only bark, she mumbled as she turned back and looked out the window. At least, the rain had eased off. What was she going to do with that kid? For starters, she couldn't call him kid any longer. But then, he'd grown up so much faster than she'd wanted him to. Where had 14 years gone since she'd held that tiny bundle in her arms? I asked Dog if he wanted to go to Mr. Roman's place, and he lifted his paw. That means yes. Jonah's voice reached her from the back seat. That's 3 votes against 1. A hint of mockery twitched the side of Roman's mouth. Counting mine, 4. Listen, I have a lot of space, a big screen TV. Fine. She resisted the urge to hide her face in her hands. Did he have to be this nice to her? It only made the mountain of guilt on her shoulders press harder on her. Why are you even helping me? His jaw set in a tight line. Because you needed help. So when Mrs. McPherson called me saying she felt bad you had to drive her home and worried about you, I promised her I'd find you and get you to safety. Oh, so he did this for Mrs. McPherson. There was no reason for disappointment, and still, a sting made her wince. Mrs. McPherson was the mother of one of Roman's cousins, and Roman and Aileen had found a safe haven in her house while growing up. Aileen made her first cookies under Mrs. McPherson's supervision and learned to bake most of her pastries. Something shifted inside her. Her mother hadn't allowed Aileen to bake. According to her, just the scent of cookies could make her gain weight. Gaining weight for a woman who'd nearly become a famous actress, if not for getting pregnant, was a no-no. Never mind how all those alcohol cocktails she'd swigged on a regular basis weren't exactly calorie-free. After all, her mother had needed to drown her sorrows in something, right? Aileen pushed painful memories away. She'd come a long way from a scared, lonely, constantly worried child, thanks to God sending her Roman, Mrs. McPherson, and Jonah. Roman, you did great. You fulfilled your promise. So now you can just drop me off at the shelter. Mom. Jonah's protest was followed by a bark. If turtles could talk, Speedy would probably join in as well. Too late now. Just a note of teasing in his voice. A note she knew so well. We're close to my house. And she did know him well. How he used to spike his black hair with too much gel until she'd asked him to stop because she'd like to run her fingers through it. How the dots in his brown eyes glowed and how pain darkened them when he talked about his mother, who just like hers, had mastered the art of making an argument out of anything and blamed her husband and kids for everything under the sun. How all the hard lines of his face only hardened now and the tiny, barely noticeable birthmark winked in golden skin above his right eyebrow. How one of his teeth was slightly chipped. Everything about him was sweetly and painfully familiar, as if she finally found a part of herself. A part she couldn't claim. How his lips had tasted when he'd kissed her and held so close she felt she could touch his heart. Uh-oh. Heat rose inside her as she looked out the window. She needed to pay attention to here and now, to taking care of her son and pets. There would be no romance, no kisses in her here and now. She'd made it clear to several men who'd asked her out. There could be no romance with Roman either, because she'd betrayed him. Best intentions or not, she'd betrayed him. Huh. This was a nice neighborhood. Way more affluent and so different from the one they grew up in. His mother had always berated Roman's dad for not providing well enough for them until he finally left. Eileen's parents had constantly bickered, too. She didn't want her own family to be like that. One of the reasons. Best not to think about it. She clicked the seatbelt open. Though it was now dark, lanterns bathed a soft glow over a large, sand-colored wooden-framed building, connecting 2 houses with arched windows and a spacious white porch boasting a chocolate-hued swing. Exactly the house she'd wanted him to build, or renovate, when they dream of their home. Simple and unpretentious, but cozy and welcoming at the same time. The white picket fence looked as if brand new, and the grass and trees appeared freshly trimmed. Apparently, she'd taken too long gawking because all of a sudden Roman opened the passenger door and lifted her in his arms. Her breath caught in her throat as a delicious wave went through her. He smelled of that spicy cologne, mixed with the earthy humidity now hanging in the air, and soothing safety. Being held in his arms again felt amazing. No, no, no. No thinking like that. All too soon, he placed her on the ground. Well, in a puddle, but she barely noticed through her mental fog. Arg. She wasn't a love-struck teenager. She had a son to think about, and she'd ruined any chance of being with Roman many years ago. I'm going to carry you. I wouldn't want you to get dirty by the time you make it to the porch, Roman said somewhere to the side after grabbing their bag from the back seat. Her head snapped up. I can make it to the porch on my own, thank you very much. Okay, shy by nature, and then from being married to a highly respected and as highly belittling man, she tried so hard to learn to be independent last year that maybe she was overcompensating. Mom, he was talking to dog. Jonah climbed out of the back seat, then put his small backpack over his shoulder and picked up the turtle tank. Heat flamed up her cheeks. Oh. Okay. Great. Thank you. She took Speedy's tank from Jonah's hands. Be careful where you step, please. Mom, I know. Jonah closed the truck door. As they followed Roman, the same question as before, but for a different reason, appeared in her head. Her thoughts seemed as muddy as the water beneath her feet. She'd done her best to avoid Roman since her return to their hometown, and she'd seemed to succeed so far. Then how did she get herself in this predicament? Minutes later, Aileen placed Speedy and his tank on the coffee table nestled on a plush mocha-hued carpet between chocolate leather sofas, beautifully carved rich mahogany furniture, including built-in bookshelves with wooden figurines. His work. She recognized the style. Her eyes widened at the figurines' exquisite quality. Even from here, they appeared amazing enough to be considered pieces of art. She shouldn't be surprised. Even before she'd left for Portland, he'd already exhibited skills good enough to keep his works flying off the shelves in the local tourist store. With time, those skills had clearly improved and sharpened. All in all, this place was such a contrast to the tiny cottage she'd barely been able to afford after putting the down payment on Eileen's pastries, and even that only due to generous help from her father who by some miracle had managed to come up with funds. She'd painted the cottage inside and outside in bright colors, furnished it with thrift store finds and Mrs. McPherson's gifts. But she was happier there than in the mansion she'd left behind, and Jonah told her he liked it way better here, too. With Roman's skills in carpentry, flooring, roofing, electricity, and pretty much everything home-related, she'd imagined his house, townhouse in this case, would be amazing, so she shouldn't be surprised. They'd once dreamed of their house together. He'd laughed then and promised he'd let her choose the colors and decorate it the way she wanted. Oh, how much she'd missed his laughter. Later, she'd caused this man to suffer. Tears burned behind her eyes, but she couldn't let them spill, couldn't let Jonah see her distress. He'd gone through too much already. She placed her hands on her son's shoulders, as much to comfort him as to remind herself what was important in her life. It's wonderful here and very kind of you to offer, but I don't know if we should stay. She should have known better than to buy a house in a flood zone. Should have. It had been a risk, and she'd bought it anyway despite trying so hard to avoid risks all her life. Risks never paid off. Ask her how she knew. From watching her mother take risks with money. Or leaving her father for another man and coming back. Or driving to Hollywood to become an actress and failing at it when Aileen had turned 13. Risks only made life so much more difficult. Her mother had never worried about putting food on the table or cleaning the house. Since an early age, Aileen took on that responsibility. Somebody had to worry about making dinner and washing dishes. Roman frowned. I know there's some bad blood between us. But I want you to know. Mom, look, a PlayStation. His eyes crinkling up, Roman chuckled. My cousin's son loves to play video games, and he comes to Chapel Cove from time to time. So I keep this for him. Of course, Jonah, you're welcome to it. I'll be happy to play a few games with you. Could we stay? Please? Jonah lifted pleading eyes at her. A smile softened the tight edges of her lips as she looked at her biggest treasure. How can I say no? Yay! Her son did a fist pump. Winning Jonah's heart was so easy. but erasing the damage she'd done to Romans? Was that possible? Probably not. How many times had she wanted to call, visit, and say how sorry she was, explain, ask for forgiveness? But if she'd seen Roman again, she wouldn't have been able to come back to her husband. When she returned to her hometown after the divorce, letting things be seemed easier than opening old wounds. Besides, words wouldn't be enough, would they? The torment in his brown eyes tore at her. Sacrificing her happiness to help her father once seemed like the right thing to do. A month into her marriage to a man she didn't love, it didn't seem like a good decision anymore, but it was too late to change. Wasn't it? She leaned toward him. Roman, I'm sore. He lifted his hand to stop her apology. No need for that. He turned to her son. Jonah, let me show you to your room. I hope you'll like it. Oh, I bought a bunch of clothes for my younger cousin, and he's about your size. And a tablet. You're welcome to all of that, if you'd like. Oh, man. Thanks. Jonah's voice perked up. Thank you, Roman. She tried to smile again, though every kind gesture of Roman struck a dagger in her heart. Jonah. The kid sighed. I know, Mom. He mimicked her tone. Don't even turn on the tablet. Brush my teeth and go to bed as soon as you tell me. Roman's lips tugged up a little. Hey, that was pretty good. No offense to your mom. Aileen, please take a seat, and I'll show you your room in a moment. Oh, unless you two would like to have dinner first? I can't claim I'm as good of a cook as you, but I can whip up something. I'm not hungry, but I'll take a snack. And a piece of lettuce for Speedy. Mom packed turtle food, but I'd like to give him some fresh veggies. Jonah grabbed the tank too swiftly, jostling the turtle. Thank you for asking. No dinner for me either. She'd love to sink onto the sofa because her legs didn't want to hold her any longer. Working long hours on her feet after starting every day at 4 in the morning was taking its toll. Besides, after all the excitement of the day, her adrenaline ebbed away, and fatigue took over. But I'd like to feed Dog first. Dog ran to her, giving his approval to her decision. She unzipped the bag she'd packed, handed Jonah pajamas and a plastic bag with his toiletries, then found a can of dog food and a bowl. Thankfully, she'd packed a lot of dog food cans, because that mutt could really eat. She lifted her eyes to Roman. Really, I'm sore. The past is in the past. Roman threw the words over his shoulder as he led Jonah to his room. But as something strong stirred inside her, she rubbed the shivers from her arms. No, not all things were in the past. At least, not for her. Chapter 3. The next morning, Roman disconnected a call, stretched his aching leg, and lay back against his pillows. Yesterday, he'd called all his relatives, including his twin, Christina, and Mrs. McPherson. Everyone was okay, though a few were stuck inside their houses because water came up their driveways. Since they had enough food and TV shows to keep them going for a while, they didn't seem too upset by it. Before even getting out of bed today, he'd called everyone again, and the situation was the same, except one of his friends had his garage and part of the living room flooded. Air whooshed out of Roman's lungs, and he sent up a prayer of gratitude. According to Mrs. McPherson, who talked to Violet, a human substitute for a news station in their town, there were no casualties from the flood. He said another prayer for the people whose properties had been damaged. While he'd welcome extra work, he wouldn't want it to come at such cost. Nobody knew yet that Aileen, her son, and their pets were in his townhouse, or he'd get an earful from Christina and teasing from the rest. Thankfully, he didn't have any customers scheduled for this morning. Still, time to get up. He needed to get the equipment and drive by his friend's house to help with cleanup. As Roman swung his feet from the bed and they sank into the soft carpet, the previous day's events came flooding back. He winced. Okay, maybe flooding wasn't the best word to use. He tried to keep his mind off Aileen and concentrate on the flood's consequences. Cleaning dirty water out of a house seemed much easier than dealing with his feelings. The doorbell chime made him wince. He pulled on his jeans, raked his fingers through his hair to smooth it somewhat, and rushed to open the door. Eileen's return created conflicting emotions inside him: longing, wistfulness, regret, anger, and so many he didn't even want to identify. How had he ended up with her under the same roof? Well, he couldn't just refuse somebody in need. Besides, he'd had little resistance to those blue eyes when he was 18, and he had as little resistance at 40, 22 years after she'd crushed his heart. He looked at the peephole, and his heart shifted. Jonah. The teenager wore a white sweater and blue jeans Roman had bought for his cousin, and his chocolate brown hair was slightly ruffled as if he hadn't combed it after sleep. The boy didn't inherit Eileen's bright red hair or her blue eyes. His eyes were brown, like Roman's, but there was an unmistakable similarity in features. Roman's heart shifted as he flung the door open. How many times had he and Aileen talked about having kids, a boy and a girl? They'd been so naive then, wanted to get married and start a family as soon as they could, and would have married at 17 if their parents had given them permission, or at least, he'd been naive. When Aileen moved to the big city with her parents at 18, saying she'd return as soon as she'd trained as a pastry chef, she'd apparently moved on from their relationship and their dreams. He pushed the sad thoughts out of his mind. Hello, Jonah. I hope you slept well. Would you like to come in? Thanks, but, Jonah waved behind him. Hey, Mom made breakfast. We wondered if you'd like to join us. Why didn't she come over herself? Did she feel guilty over what she'd done at 18? Well, he was over it. His stomach twisted. Liar. He was mostly over it. Roman quirked an eyebrow. Did your mother ask you to invite me? Nah. I came up with the idea. The boy smiled sheepishly. I kinda hoped we could play some of those video games after breakfast. And saying I'd invite you helped talk her into making unhealthy breakfast. The boy winked. Unhealthy breakfast? Okay, this was interesting. Despite yesterday's scary events and the possibility of losing a roof above his head, the child preserved his cheerfulness and even bore a mischievous smile. Compassion stirred inside Roman. Whatever happened between Aileen and her husband, no child should stay without a father. Ask Roman how he knew. Her yummy cupcakes and scones. You're going to like them. Healthy breakfast would be just oatmeal. A quick sour expression showed what Jonah thought about oatmeal. Sure. Give me a few minutes, and I'll be right over. A grin lit up the boy's face. Great. At least one good thing out of this disaster was that school was cancelled. Looked as if he liked school even less than oatmeal. Well, a poor boy from the wrong side of town, Roman hadn't particularly enjoyed school either, until he'd won a fight with the boy who'd seemed to rule the school and suddenly become popular. That had also been the day Aileen tended to his bruises and stopped shying away from him. After that, school had been fun. We'll see you then. Jonah turned on his heels and hurried back, stepping carefully on the puddled-up sidewalk. In the bright sun now shining on muddy water, a hint of red glinted in his hair. If he and Aileen had a son, what would their boy look like? Roman winced beneath a stab of regret. Well, he needed to put on a fresh t-shirt, comb his hair, and brush his teeth. Brushing his teeth was only for hygiene purposes and not to have a fresh breath in case he and Aileen happened to stand too close. His heart skipped a beat as he hurried back inside and furiously brushed his teeth, welcoming the mint-flavored toothpaste. Okay, maybe his silly heart didn't want to listen to reason and Aileen still caused some of the old feelings. Just a tad. He shaved, combed his hair, then rushed to the closet and pulled on one of his dressier polo t-shirts. Dark brown, the color of her incredible chocolate cake. Not that he'd ever entered her store, but his sister was a regular customer. He had black slacks and a few white, crispy, ironed shirts for an occasional lunch with important clients. No, it would be ridiculous to dress up for a simple breakfast. He threw on a sand-hued jacket only because it was cool outside. His eyes narrowed as he walked out of the closet. Why would he care about Aileen now? She preferred a prominent Portland doctor to him. He could try to understand that. While Aileen had never been a gold digger, growing up in a household like hers, when they never knew whether they'd be able to pay the mortgage the next month, when her drunken mother could make a scene in the middle of town, she'd craved stability. The stability he, Roman, couldn't initially give her. But he could give her love, and with time, he'd become successful in his profession. His rib cage squeezed as if fisting over his lungs. Wasn't he at least worth a phone call, even a letter, instead of the wedding invitation sent to his mother to rip his heart apart? Lord, you've taken the resentment out of my heart once. Please do it again. I don't want to remember this pain or experience it again, amen. Roman strode to the door, slipped his feet into shiny leather shoes, they were the closest to the exit, after all, and walked to the part of the townhouse Aileen now occupied. Conflicting emotions stirred his insides again. Before he even pressed on the doorbell, the door flung open. Aileen looked up at him, the same sadness and regret in her blue eyes as yesterday, but at least less tiredness weighed down her lovely features today. And she was lovely, he begrudged having to admit. Her azure blue sweater brightened her eyes. Her red hair, pulled up in a bun the way she always had when she'd cooked, displayed her high cheeks. Her posture revealed a woman who'd grown comfortable in her own skin. Thank you for coming. She waved for him to enter. So he did. And thank you for making breakfast. Wow, this townhouse had never smelled so good. As the mouth-watering aroma of freshly baked desserts drifted to him, his stomach woke up. She'd started baking when she'd been 8, and by 15, she'd become an outstanding baker. As a teen, she'd been fun and pretty, and he believed her to be kind and caring, too, and loved all those things about her. But frankly, the delicious pastries and cakes she'd fed him every time she'd had a chance had solidified their relationship. Just like in their teens, the glow and softness around her drew him to her, though they'd been friends for a long time before becoming more. Just like her hair, she'd been the one bright thing in his life, the person who'd always known what to say to make him feel better. He'd imagined the house he built for her would be filled with children and joy and smell like her signature chocolate cake. Now his nose and his stomach led him right back where he'd started. His heart constricted as he followed her to the dining room. He needed to remember how it all ended, too. Dog met him with a joyful bark. Sit. Jonah made a strict face, and the massive dark brown dog plopped to the carpet. Roman couldn't see any knot on furniture, so the canine behaved himself. The turtle in the aquarium chewed on something, probably tiny pieces of lettuce. Aileen claimed a seat and peered up at him. Growing up at a place where kind words had been scarce, another thing they'd had in common, she'd always been hungry for praise, and he'd loved to shower her with compliments. More confidence shone in her gaze now, but he distinguished just a trace of the familiar eagerness to make people happy. His eyes widened as he saw the table he'd made and she'd set for breakfast. She'd put the groceries to the good use. Besides Asmore's cupcakes, she'd even seemed to torch the marshmallows on top of chocolate cupcakes. There was double chocolate zucchini bread. His mouth watered at the scents and the memories. Some memories of tasting these delicious treats were more recent than over 2 decades ago. Christina loved all things chocolate, frequented Eileen's pastries, and often brought desserts to him. According to his sister, he shouldn't be deprived of such deliciousness only because he didn't want to set foot in Eileen's store. 3 steaming cups of coffee teased his nostrils with a wonderful aroma. He guessed the cup with black coffee was for him. Aileen remembered the way he drank his coffee, and for a moment, warmth, as if he'd downed the whole cup in one gulp, sluiced through him. He stepped forward. This is awesome. I like this kind of breakfast. A smile bloomed on her face. Jonah, already sitting at the table, winked. I told ya. I talked Mom into making double chocolate zucchini bread because really, zucchini is a vegetable. He'd love to have a son like Jonah. The thought slapped him in the face. During 22 years without Aileen, he'd dated a lot. Probably too much. But in all that time, nobody touched his heart to the degree that he'd want everything, marriage and children, with that woman like Aileen had. Which was probably for the best, because it meant nobody had destroyed him like she had either. Please join us. She gestured for him to sit. He claimed a seat and bowed his head. Let's say grace. Silence was the response. He looked up. Okay. If you tell me how. Confusion settled in Jonah's dark eyes. Sure. His glance shifted to Aileen as he said grace. What had happened to her faith? When they'd been teens, they'd gone to church together, the same church they dreamed to be married in. She was a Christian then. In fact, they both accepted Jesus after long evenings at Mrs. McPherson's place. Had Aileen shifted away from the Lord? Roman sent up a prayer for her. He'd prayed a lot for himself and for her during the first years after she'd married Dr. Krasinski. Praying for Aileen wasn't easy, but it had helped him survive. He took a sip of hot, flavorful coffee and tried one of the Esmores cupcakes. His taste buds did a happy dance as flavors of rich chocolate, inside the cupcakes, mixed with the tenderness of marshmallows on top and the sweet crunchiness of crumbs on the bottom, erupting on his tongue. This is delicious. He remembered that taste well. And he remembered her scent well, too. He'd bought her that expensive perfume for graduation after driving to Portland, because the mixed scents of flowers, warm vanilla, and orange spice seemed to be so much her. She loved flowers, and a vanilla scent had seemed to cling to her because she'd put vanilla in many of her desserts. As for orange spice, he'd often told her that her bright hair reminded him of oranges. He'd never eaten his once favorite fruit after that wedding invitation. That so much time later she wore the same perfume as the one he'd given her shouldn't matter. Still, it made his heart shift.
Yeah.
Jonah bit into his cupcake, then flushed it down with orange juice. My mom is the best. Aileen sent her son a loving glance. Thank you. Roman sipped his coffee again. The grapevine pulsed with her divorce years ago. He hadn't asked about her, Violet had told him the news. Raising a child on her own and running a business and taking care of pets, too, must be difficult. Despite painful memories, empathy touched his heart. You did a great job with Eileen's pastries. The previous store was about to close down, and you made it the best pastry store our town ever had. She blinked fast as if surprised. What, did she expect him to be bitter and angry? He'd been that way, all right, for some time, but he'd done his best to surrender it to the Lord. You're really too good to be true. She ducked her head and scooped a spoonful of oatmeal as if she needed to busy herself with something. I just give credit where credit is due. He gave a one-shoulder shrug. Jonah looked from his mother to Roman. He polished off a small bowl of oatmeal fast and then did the same with 2 Esmores cupcakes with much more eagerness. Roman helped himself to a thin slice of zucchini bread, then drained his coffee. If you'd like me to, I can call our automotive shop. They can take your car and check it for water damage. Thank you, but I already did that. I hope the sedan is still drivable. She grimaced. Right. He didn't need to take care of her issues, was ridiculous even to try. We should wait until it dries up outside. Then I need to help out a few people, and after that, we can go by your house and see what needs to be done there. Those blue eyes went big. You'd do that for me? In this town, we help each other. Remember? He tried to keep acid out of his voice and failed as he thumped the cup on the table. I remember, she whispered. I remember too many things. He did, too. How her long, red hair was smooth to touch when he ran his fingertips through it. How her lips tasted when he kissed her. How fast his heart beat when she'd said, I love you for the first time. He brushed memories away. He'd surrendered his resentment to the Lord and thought he'd healed, at least somewhat. But now he was taking that resentment back. Of course, he could have driven them to the shelter yesterday. He could do so today. His heart skipped a beat. No, he couldn't. He wouldn't be a good Christian then. And let's face it, despite her betrayal, her return awakened some of the old feelings. Feelings he'd kept deeply hidden inside. Bottom line, he couldn't leave her when cleaning flood damage was something he could easily do. He'd do it for other people in town. Like Jonah, for example. Jonah finished his orange juice and jumped to his feet. I'll help clean up the table. Your mother raised you right. Roman gave him an approving nod. Aileen sent her son a loving glance. Thanks. But I think Jonah's being so helpful from eagerness to play video games with you. Jonah shrugged nonchalantly as he carried cups to the dishwasher, neither confirming nor denying that statement. I'll help, too. Roman shot to his feet and carried a few more dishes and placed them in the dishwasher while Aileen took care of the rest. Working together brought back memories. To escape scandals at his place, he'd often ended up at Mrs. McPherson's house, telling his parents he and Aileen were going to study together. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. I'll cook something for lunch then and make some batches of pumpkin spice cookies. She placed the last dishes in the dishwasher. A twinge told him it was selfish to make her work while he'd be slacking off playing video games. You don't have to. I want to. I love doing it. And maybe you could take some cookies to the people you're going to help. If it'll make a rough day a little sweeter for someone, what else can I ask for? The smile brightening her face was just as sweet as her words and her cupcakes. That was his Aileen. The thought knifed him. She hadn't been his Aileen for a long time. But for a moment, he could see again the good-humored, kind-hearted girl who'd baked cupcakes for her neighbors and organized baked goods fundraisers for the local animal shelter, where she'd donated most of the items. She'd been pretty then, with large blue eyes and long red hair, tall and slim despite all her desserts. But he'd fallen in love with the beauty of her heart more than her external beauty and even more than her delicious baking. He stared at her for several moments. What had happened to that gentle soul? What had made Aileen forget everything they'd shared? If at least she'd cared enough to come back and explain things. But no, she hadn't bothered. He swallowed a bitter taste. Yes, he was taking that resentment right back. He'd need to pray a lot tonight. Chapter 4. Roman studied Aileen as if he needed to commit her image to memory in case she left again. Thank you. I hope you have enough products to make all you need. Jonah and I can help you cook. Jonah's grimace said what he thought about that idea. It's okay. Please go have fun. Her smile widened. Just like years ago, that luminous smile touched something deep, something he'd thought dead after her betrayal. Jonah didn't have to be asked twice and marched to the living room, clearly expecting him to follow. Well, the less time Roman spent with Aileen, especially working in the kitchen's close confinement, the better off he was going to be. As they started the video game, Jonah winked. Don't worry about not helping Mom cook. Since I dropped a few bowls, Mom doesn't like having other people in the kitchen while she's cooking. That kid really was something. Roman sent him a sidelong glance while keeping his attention on the video game. You didn't do it on purpose, did you?
Nah.
Thankfully, I can be that clumsy, sadly. And Mom loves cooking and especially baking. It makes her happy. Glad it does. With the way my dad was, she needed it. Something moved inside Roman. He shouldn't be having this kind of conversation with Aileen's teenage son. He shouldn't succumb to the painful curiosity about the man who'd won her heart. But keeping his concentration on the game was difficult now. All marriages have issues. Jonah sighed as he steered his on-screen car past a few more obstacles.
Yeah.
And I know he's my dad and I should love him. I just hope he'll treat his new wife better than he treated Mom. Apparently, things went way beyond issues. His chest constricted, making breathing difficult. Once local folks had found out about Aileen's divorce, a few talked about poetic justice and how she'd gotten what she deserved. Roman hadn't been one of them. No matter how heartbroken he'd been, he hadn't wished for her marriage to end in disaster. He managed to hold on so far, but clearly, Jonah was going to win this game. The teen's skills surpassed his. I'm sorry about your parents' divorce. I'm not. A struggle reflected on the teen's face. He probably remembered that he was supposed to love his father. He gave me expensive presents and such, but he was never there for me and Mom. And when he was, he'd treat her badly. The tightness around Roman's lungs increased. It was unfair to be treated like that. Dog ran inside the room, giving Roman the chance to change the conversation. He patted the large dog.
Hmm.
When your mom and I talked about having a dog, she was thinking more in terms of, well, a chihuahua. Dad didn't want me to have a dog, even a little one. He barely agreed to Speedy. But when I was leaving Portland after my parents' divorce, one of my friends asked me about taking his pet. His new stepdad wasn't fond of the puppy, so he wanted to get rid of dog. Sorry to hear that. Roman could see where this was going. My friend said the puppy shouldn't grow too big and should stop chewing the furniture soon enough. I knew better, but then Dog looked at me with his sad eyes. What could I do? I took Dog to Mom and we both looked at my mother with sad eyes, and Roman chuckled. The rest is history. I see. I won. Jonah nearly jumped on the sofa as the game ended. Okay, I'll see if Mom needs any help. If she does, I'll be more careful with the dishes. Good idea. Roman smiled. Besides, judging by the smell, a batch of cookies should be just about ready. Jonah grinned. If he and Aileen had gotten married, they might have a son Jonah's age or, most likely, several children. The longing intensified. Until yesterday, he was fine with his bachelor lifestyle. It allowed him to take a lot of extra repair work, polish his woodworking skills, go out with the guys on weekends, spend time with his twin and her family, and do what he wanted when he wanted. Many of his married friends, thankfully except Christina's husband, said they envied him. But now an emptiness told him how much he missed all the things he'd once wanted. The aromas of roasted potatoes, meatloaf, and freshly baked pumpkin spice cookies drifted to his nostrils. This morning, he'd thought this place never could smell better. He was wrong. It smelled even better now. It also brought back the longing and dreams of family dinners. He walked to the kitchen. Aileen straightened out after checking the cookies in the oven. The delicious scent intensified. They're ready. But don't even think of grabbing one, Jonah. They are way too hot. The boy deflated, his shoulders curving in over his chest. Oh. Okay. Do you need my help with anything? Aileen eyed bowls on the counter. No, I'm good. Just go watch Dog. Sure. The teen scooted off, making himself scarce. Let me assist you. Roman snatched a mitten, put it on, and took out the tray from the oven. Then he placed it on the stove. Their gazes met and collided, and his temperature seemed to increase. She looked cute in his gray apron, which, of course, was too big for her slim frame. That slimness bothered him more than it should, as well as the dark circles under her eyes. Did she have enough time to eat and to sleep? Townspeople were impressed by how hard she'd worked to turn the pastry store around. A small wisp of red hair escaped her bun, and he barely resisted the urge to tuck it behind her ear. He removed the mitten and placed it on the counter, and his fingertips accidentally brushed against her forearm. Something akin to an electric current, a pleasant one, rushed through him. Her eyes widened, and she eased toward him. As if drawn by a magnet, he leaned toward her, too. Looking into her beautiful blue eyes, they're 22 years apart, and the reason for it seemed to disappear, and he was again a love-struck teenager whose heart beat wildly just at the sight of the prettiest girl in school. He'd been desperate to kiss her then, and the subtle scent of her strawberry lip gloss had driven him crazy. After he'd tasted her lips once, he couldn't wait to kiss her again and again. His gaze drifted to her mouth, and his pulse skyrocketed. So? Not a good idea. Jonah cleared his throat, making Roman jerk back. When had the teenager gotten back in the kitchen? Well, I'll just go and clean Speedy's tank while you're here. Taking care of the cookies. He turned on his heels and rushed out of the kitchen. Jonah, it's not what you think, Aileen called out after him. The teen glanced back, and a teasing smile quirked his lips. I'm 14, not 5. I know a thing or two about, he waved in the air and disappeared without finishing the sentence. Roman shifted from one foot to the other. So many questions he ached to ask her, so many things to say. And now was his chance. How many times had he wanted to drive to Portland and find out what went wrong? How many times had he started on that road and then turned back? But bringing up the past meant causing himself new pain. The past was best left where it belonged. He needed neutral ground. He stepped aside, breaking the connection, putting much-needed distance between them. I know you've done all the work making lunch. But if you think there's enough for 2 extra people, I'd like to invite my cousin and Mrs. McPherson. My cousin is not fond of cooking, and I want Mrs. McPherson to have a good lunch. Mrs. McPherson was another person, besides Aileen, who'd brightened his childhood. At the time, her husband was still alive and had given Roman lessons in carpentry, tiling, and roofing. And while Mrs. McPherson's baking skills, you're right. Roman lifted the large dog and carried him inside. I'll take him straight to the bathroom. Jonah followed him inside. I don't think you should use that word. Dog squirmed in Roman's arms, and before he knew it, the dog was on the floor. In his presence, Jonah finished as he caught the leash. For some reason, he doesn't like to be washed. Roman took the leash from the boy's hands, the carpet was already dirty anyway, and tried to drag the canine toward the bathroom. Dog dug in with all fours. I see your point. Roman picked up the heavy dog again. This time, he held onto the pet when the critter squirmed in his arms. While Roman was used to carrying heavy materials, he was glad the distance to the bathroom wasn't far, especially as dog squirmed and barked, clearly expressing his protest. I'll go get the dog shampoo. Jonah scooted past him, grabbed the bottle with shampoo from the bag, and then opened the bathroom door for Roman. Well, we're almost there. Air whooshed out of Roman's lungs. How did Aileen do this on her own? I wouldn't be so sure. Jonah drug out the words as he placed the bottle with shampoo on the counter. Dog stretched, and Roman wished his house had wider doors. It's for your own good. The boy did his best to move the dog's paws. The pet didn't budge. Okay, I've dealt with folding chairs, tables, and ladders, but how does one fold a dog? Roman made another attempt with the same result. Nothing. He could see now the advantages of a chihuahua. Aileen rushed out of the kitchen. What's all the commotion? Mom, you know how dog dislikes water, and we're just trying to get him inside the you-know-what room. He broke off to incline his head toward the bathroom. Mr. Roman, maybe we can move him, well, vertically. You'll hold the top part, and I'll hold the bottom part. Or vice versa. Interesting idea. Roman pondered it. One good thing about dog stretching this much was that he wasn't squirming in his arms. I mean, how difficult could it be to wash a dog? We didn't get to the washing part yet. Jonah stepped forward.
Yeah.
No kidding. Hold on. I'll be right back. Aileen hurried to her bag on the floor, grabbed something, then marched to the bathroom and ducked under dog. The canine sniffed the air. Then his entire body shifted toward her, and he stopped stretching, letting Roman carry him inside. What did you do? Roman's eyebrows shot up. He loves these biscuits more than he dislikes water. She fed the dog a biscuit. Oh, I forgot about that. Jonah smiled sheepishly. Washing the dog after that wasn't too difficult. After they were done, they all headed outside the bathroom. Is it okay if I use the tablet? Jonah ruffled dog's freshly washed fur. Sure. If it's okay with your mother, of course. Roman picked up his car keys from the counter. Maybe once the rest of Chapel Cove dried out enough, he, dog, and Jonah could go to the park. Would Aileen want to join them? Whoa. He was getting too far ahead of himself. By then, this little family would most likely be gone to their own place. He'd return to his bachelor life without the woman who'd crushed his heart, causing turmoil in his soul. He strode to his truck, slipped inside, and turned the key in the ignition. He drove off. Was it his imagination, or did his truck still hold a subtle scent of Eileen's perfume, as delicious and irresistible as her baking? About an hour later, after cleanup at his cousin's place and lunch at the townhouse, he returned Mrs. McPherson and his cousin to their place. Roman walked them to the door, holding up the old lady's elbow. While his cousin disappeared inside, Mrs. McPherson lingered. Today, she paired a sand-colored pantsuit with cowboy boots, so much unlike her regular outfits of long dreary skirts. Her new haircut, a bob in place of a bun, made her look younger. She'd started wearing subtle makeup and a different expression lingered in her blue eyes, surprised expectation, not resigned sadness. Townsfolk speculated there might be a new man in Mrs. McPherson's life. Somebody out of town. Curiosity begged him to speak, but he didn't ask. She patted his hand. I know what happened with Aileen 22 years ago. Roman suppressed a grimace.
Yeah.
Nearly the entire town does. She seems sweet, and I like her. Just, try not to get hurt again. With that, the lady wobbled inside the house. Easier said than done. As he drove to his place, memories appeared in front of his eyes. How he and Aileen had studied together and he'd accidentally, most of the times not accidentally, touch her hand. How he hugged her often to comfort her when her parents' bickering got too unbearable and they teetered on the edge of divorce. Comfort or not, she'd fit so well in his arms, and as he stroked her fragile shoulders, love grew stronger and stronger inside him. That first time when, at 13, he'd seen her in a new light as she dabbed at his broken lip and cleaned the cut on his cheek with an antiseptic solution. She couldn't do anything about his partially chipped-off tooth, but she'd taken care of the rest. She'd touched him then, so gently. The sunlight filtered through the window until the red in her hair shone brighter. You're like sunshine, he'd whispered then. What? Her eyes had widened. Then she'd muttered, he must have hit you harder than I thought. Oh, you mean my hair? I mean you. It's like you, glow. They'd been friends for years already, but this was the first time he'd seen her like this. Despite the burn from the cuts and the noise in his head, he'd sensed then something was about to change between them. Something was about to change inside him. He shook his head free of the memories as he slowed around a curve. He didn't want to remember those things. Neither did he want to forget about them. After he got back, Aileen and Jonah helped him carry cupcake and cookie trays to the truck. Aileen sent worried glances her son's way, and Roman remembered about a few broken bowls, but everything made it inside the vehicle. As he went about his day, he wasn't sure if his friends and family were happier to see him or the baked goodies. Probably him, but by not a big margin. He worked fast, speeding through the cleanup. Not because he wanted to get back to Aileen as soon as possible. He just liked working fast, that was all. Hours later, near his townhouse, he stopped his truck, turned off the ignition, and rushed toward the front door. He forced himself to slow down. There was no reason to hope they could patch up their relationship. He was only there to help, that was it. Still, his heartbeat increased. He had the keys, of course, but intruding on Eileen's privacy didn't feel right. So he lifted his hand to press on the doorbell. Her voice inside and especially the gentle, loving tone made him pause. Well, great. He wouldn't stoop to eavesdropping, would he? Of course, I wouldn't stop loving you. I will always love you. Her voice was tender and sweet. Something froze every bit of him. Was she talking to her ex-husband on the phone? Or was there a new guy in her life? Everyone said she'd refused all the guys who'd asked her out in town, but maybe she'd managed to keep her private life private. Jealousy sucker punched him. Ridiculous. He drew a sharp breath and pressed the doorbell. He didn't have her back in his life. He didn't want to have her back in his life. No reason for jealousy. It didn't matter if she went back to her ex in Portland or met someone new, or reconnected with an old acquaintance in Chapel Cove. Or that she was in love with that person and promised to love him forever, like she'd once promised to him. Shouldn't matter. She opened the door, and the loving expression on her face, not because she saw him, but because of the traces of her conversation, made his rib cage constrict. It did matter. He did his best not to let jealousy reflect on his face. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. It's okay. She moved aside to let him pass. It's your house, anyway. As he entered the house, he caught the whiff of her flower's vanilla orange spice perfume. Why oh why, did the sweet fragrance still make his head spin? And why did he want her to say those words not to some other guy but to him? Chapter 5. Aileen closed the door behind Roman. I'm sorry, Jonah broke a plate. Excuse me while I help him clean up. I'll pay for the damage, of course. She marched toward the kitchen. Roman followed her. No need to pay. Can you imagine? He can be such a kid sometimes. He thinks I might stop loving him just because he keeps breaking things. She threw the words over her shoulder as her heart warmed. Oh. You were talking to your son? The relief in Roman's voice had her glancing back. Did you overhear our conversation? By accident. His neck pinked. He got the broom and the dustpan from the closet. I'll take care of it. I don't want you to cut your hands on the shards. Thank you. She sent a grateful glance his way. Huh. If she didn't know better, she'd think he was jealous, thinking she professed her love to somebody else. But she did know better. He scooped up the broken pieces and emptied the dustpan in a trash can. Jonah sighed. I can be so clumsy sometimes. She gave her son a quick hug. Look at the bright side. This time it was just a plate with a cookie, not a bowl with batter. And I love you just the way you are, Jonah. We don't stop loving someone just because they do something we might not like. Why did you stop loving me? The silent question gleamed in Roman's deep brown eyes. Should she tell him the truth? Something shifted inside her. No, it wasn't the time or the place. Probably was too late, anyway. He shoved his hands in his pockets. She knew the gesture. He was uncomfortable. Should she leave? Are the streets drivable? I can rent a car. We'll go in my truck. I'll help you with the cleanup. Now those brown eyes were guarded. She sensed the pain behind that curtain. He obviously didn't want to be around her. She reminded him how much she'd hurt him. Still, not only had he given her and her son a place to stay, but he was also going to help with her house and pastry store. Guilt and admiration mixed like egg whites and vanilla inside her. You don't have to. She shrugged into a jacket and snatched her purse. I want to. He paused. I mean, I want to help.
Yeah.
Not to be around her, but to help. I'll go, too. Jonah grabbed a blazer. She thought about it for a moment, then shook her head. No, it's best if you stay here. Watch dog, and make sure you feed him and give him fresh water. You're welcome to use the tablet if you'd like, too. She pointed at the dog with her gaze, then at the beautifully carved desk and chairs. It had taken some time before Jonah had admitted why his friend's stepfather had decided to get rid of poor dog. Hopefully, dog wouldn't try using Roman's furniture for a chew toy while they stayed here. Jonah placed the blazer aside, leaned to the pet, and hugged him. Okay, if you're sure you don't need my help. Thanks. I'm sure. She ruffled his hair, then followed Roman outside to his truck. We'll check the store, and if everything is okay, we'll pick you up before going to check on our house. If that's okay with you, Roman? He nodded. Sure. A cold wind whipped in unfriendly gusts, slapping at her in cruel reminders of her relationship with Roman now, and she wrapped her jacket tighter. Roman clicked on the fob and opened the door for her when they made it to the vehicle. While those gentlemanly gestures had fascinated her when they dated, now they made her feel even worse about how she'd treated him. She slipped inside, the new car scent of his air freshener bringing memories again. Things she shouldn't remember. Things she shouldn't feel. He'd taken her to so many dates in his old truck, kissed her so many times. Somehow, they'd managed to stop at kissing and never gone further, though it had taken all her willpower. Plus Mrs. McPherson's knocks on the window when they'd lingered in her driveway too long. She clicked her seatbelt closed, and they took off. Worry squeezed her heart as she stared out the window at the sad scenery they passed. While the roads had dried, the lower sides of the streets covered in muddy water looked scary. A tree lay on its side. A few trash cans were overturned. He navigated around one abandoned car, then another. At the first traffic stop, the traffic light didn't work, so it was self-regulated. They passed a field, and had gained a pond. Businesses were still closed, but there was no looting that she could see. Would her pastry store be okay? The fist around her heart tightened. You're worried about your store, aren't you? His hand moved in her direction but stopped midair. He returned it to the steering wheel. You guessed right. As he turned to the street leading to Eileen's pastries, she leaned as far forward as the seatbelt allowed. Then she shrank back. I don't know if I can see this. How about you close your eyes and I tell you how it is when we drive up? She took a deep breath. Okay. She closed her eyes. That seems easier. They'd done it as kids when she'd been reluctant to see the grade on her reports, especially on her math reports. Torturous moments passed. Well? She stretched the word. Do you want to hear the bad news or the good news first? Apprehension tightened his voice. The truck moved and stopped as if he just parked. Let's start with the good news. Her rib cage squeezed. I don't think any water got inside the store. It's elevated well enough that most likely the water didn't reach the entrance. Air whooshed out of her lungs as relief loosened her shoulders. Great. But, what's the bad news then? He turned off the engine, and a pause stretched like her strung-up nerves. A tree fell on the roof, he said at last.
What?
She flung her eyes open. Her heart sank. Roman was right. No. This couldn't be happening. I can fix this. His voice was low. Or if you don't want my help, the insurance company will take care of it. The building is insured, correct? Yes. I mean, yes, it's insured. Tears prickled the backs of her eyes. He didn't need to know the deductible was so high she doubted she could afford it. After paying 4 loans monthly, for the store, the house, the car, and the kitchen equipment, she'd made ends meet so far, even saved a little for Jonah's college fund. But what she saved wasn't enough to cover the deductible. Did it break the roof? Roman's hand flew to her side, then dropped back on the steering wheel again. I don't think it did. I can check. I have a ladder. Be careful. It might be slippery. Her gut tightened. Don't go inside without me. Wait, okay? He stepped out of the truck. How much damage could there be inside if the roof leaked badly? She suppressed a shudder. Her imagination did her a disservice, painting a picture of furniture floating in dirty water, expensive equipment damaged beyond repair, dark streaks on the walls, and photos. Her heart plummeted further. Shouldn't she have known better than to open her own business? Hadn't she seen how the beauty parlor her mother had insisted on opening had failed miserably, plunking them in a deeper hole of debt? Hadn't Eileen's ex told her many times she'd never succeed with a pastry store? Her hard-earned confidence took a hit as heavy as the store's roof had. She clicked the belt open, wrapped her arms around her middle, and rocked back and forth. She hadn't just put her own future on the line and her father's retirement savings, as shocking as it was that he had any savings at all. She'd put Jonah's future on the line, too. She'd never scrimp to have a college fund for him now. Tears threatened to spill. For once in her life, she'd truly followed her heart, her desire to give people her delicious desserts, to make their lives sweeter, and yes, maybe to be closer to her first love again, for the crazy chance if. She swallowed hard. This was the result. She should have avoided the risk like she'd always done. For a person who'd worried about everything all the time, opening her own business wasn't the wisest decision. Time stretched again until he walked back to the truck, carrying the ladder. Air leaving her lungs fast, she climbed out of the vehicle and met him halfway. How? How is it? It's okay. Only outside damage, it seems. He walked past her and thumped the ladder on the roof of the truck. She felt lighter. Thank you. Yes. 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 Let's go inside, please. New dread coiled in the pit of her stomach at what she might find, but she needed to know. He gave her a long look as they walked to the store. Whatever it is, you know you're not in this alone. The longing inside her intensified while she turned the key in the lock. She'd found some stability in her marriage that had lacked in her parents' matrimonial union, but none of the compassion, understanding, and togetherness she'd longed for so badly. Things she'd hoped to have with Roman. I can't ask you to drop everything for me. I'm sure you have many paying jobs lined up already. I meant, God is with you. Now and always. And sure, I'll help. Other people might pitch in. We have a caring community here. I already received a call from Mrs. McPherson, asking about you. Oh, of course. It's very kind of her. No reason for a stab of disappointment. Christina had called, too, as well as her neighbors, and many customers. She flung the door open and braced herself as she stepped inside. Huh. She was afraid to believe her eyes. The tile floor was dry, and the walls were dry, too, with no streaks of water. Despite the tree landing on it, the roof didn't leak. Everything held up, exactly the way she'd left it. Thank you. The prayer of gratitude didn't appear in her mind. It rose from the depth of her heart. This place had looked like a blank slate before Roman's twin had done remodeling. Together with Aileen and Jonah, Christina had painted the walls a brighter color of butter yellow and decorated them with white-framed photos showing colorful cookies, cupcakes, scones, brioches, macaroons, apple fritters, and the best of Aileen's cakes. Christina had also retiled chipped-off gray tile to sparkling cappuccino and replaced old scratched-up tables and chairs of graying brown to oak furniture painted crisp white. All pro bono, as much as Aileen had tried to make her take payment. Something pleasant spread inside Aileen. She'd have to deal with repairing the roof, but it could be much worse. She'd barely had time to pay attention to the interior during the day, but seeing cheery colors and photos after the disaster had struck made her realize how much she loved this place. This was her kind of place. She was truly happy here, especially when it was filled with people and the delicious sense of desserts. She stole a glance at Roman as he did a quick walkthrough. He'd been her anchor in adolescence, but did she have the right to hold on to him now? The answer was no. The answer her heart didn't want to accept. She sent a quick text to Jonah, letting him know the good news while waiting for Roman to check wires and the rest of the store. It all seems to be good. Praise God. He walked up to her, more easiness in his step now than when he'd marched to check the roof with a ladder. Whoever built this place did it well. She touched the smooth surface of the butter-colored walls. As a warm wave of gratitude spread inside, she'd even kiss the walls, but that would be weird. Speaking of kisses. Her gaze drew to Roman's lips. Snap out of it. That would be Mr. McPherson. He built this place. He was my mentor and inspiration. I wanted to be like him when I was growing up, to leave a legacy people would treasure for years to come. Sadness, admiration, and respect brimmed in Roman's brown eyes. I have seen the pictures of the work you've done on your business website. I think you already accomplished that. Words slipped from her tongue. He stepped toward her, and his eyes warmed a fraction. You looked at my business website? The scent of his spicy cologne, the gaze of his eyes, okay, everything about him, affected her until breathing became difficult. Yes, she whispered as she leaned toward him. She ached to touch him, to feel his arms around her again, even if for only one more time. She could give him a hug to express her thanks for all he was doing for her, couldn't she? He was so close and so far away. As she reminded herself of her obligations and everything separating her from Roman, she found her voice. Let's get going. Jonah is waiting, and I'd still like to look at my house, if it's okay. His dark eyes became guarded. Of course. Let's go. Minutes later, they picked up Jonah and were on the way to her tiny cottage. The first place she'd ever owned because her ex had taken care to make her sign an ironclad prenup, clearly stating the mansion would stay with him in case of divorce. Her insides shook as Roman turned to the street leading to her little cottage. Again, she expected the worst, and her mind painted a vivid picture of debris instead of a house. Did you call your insurance company? Roman slowed in her neighborhood to obey speed limits. It wasn't the best neighborhood in Chapel Cove, and she had pangs over putting Jonah here. But it seemed safe enough, and it was all she could afford. No. She avoided looking at him. Well, she might as well say it. I have a big deductible, both on my private residence and the business building. I'd rather not call the insurance if I can avoid it. Unless the damage is huge. Then I'll have to. Worry wormed inside her as he drove up to her house. What was she going to find? Between repairs on her pastry store and the house, how was she going to afford it? Opening her store had built up her confidence, but now, doubt was corroding it. Maybe I shouldn't have come back here, she muttered under her breath. It's going to be okay, Mom. You'll see, Jonah's comforting words reached her from the back. Her marriage might have left a lot to be desired, but it had given her a wonderful son. Why did you return? Roman's voice was quiet as he pulled up to the cottage. Why did she? To have a fresh start, I guess. I wanted to raise Jonah in a caring community, to let him know his extended family. His second cousins were happy to welcome him. Frankly, I didn't think about reasons. She grimaced. I was reeling after my divorce. That must have been difficult for you. Tension tightened his voice as he stopped at the curb and turned off the engine. She lingered in her seat, reluctant to know what damage might have been done to the house. A relative called to comfort me and told me her pastry store was failing and she wanted to give up. I love baking. Mrs. McPherson, who owned the building, offered to sell it to me at a bargain price. My father insisted on giving his retirement savings to help me follow my dream. But was it fair to uproot Jonah's life? So I discussed it with him. I talked her into it. Jonah unlatched the door. Let's go see our house. Let's do it. Roman clicked his seatbelt open. She got out of the truck without waiting for Roman to open the door. I have an amazing son, don't I? His expression unreadable, Roman fell into step beside her. You do. Why had a great guy like him never married and had children? Judging by the way he was with Jonah, he'd make a fantastic father. He'd already spent more time with her son than her ex had spent in years. Her cousins said Roman dated a lot. Their stories sent daggers into her heart. Probably he couldn't trust anyone after she'd betrayed him. She was about to say something, to explain what had really happened. But then he stepped aside for her to open the front door. Not the right time to talk about the past. The roof and the exterior seemed okay, but was she going to find everything floating inside? Roman handed her and Jonah masks and gloves. This is a precaution, to be on the safe side. She pulled on the mask and gloves and helped Jonah do the same. Her hands shook, so she missed the keyhole the first time. Roman placed his hands around hers as if to steady them. Would you like me to do it? His gesture steadied her hands all right, but it made her heart race. She shook her head. It's okay. I'm okay. Maybe if she repeated it enough times, she'd believe it. Mom, we'll figure it out. Whatever it is inside, we'll survive. I second your son. Please don't worry. He told her those words, don't worry, or, more often, God will take care of this, so many times when she'd been a teen and something had gone wrong or she'd expected it to go wrong soon. Just like then, those words, spoken in his quiet strength, lifted something heavy from her shoulders. Chapter 6. Breathing in deeply, Aileen turned the key, pressed on the handle, and stepped inside. Then her heart plummeted. There was standing water. Dirty, muddy water. The floodwaters outside had receded, so she'd hoped. Oh well. Did you turn off the electricity before you left? Roman's question brought her out of her sad thoughts. I did. Her shoulders slumped forward. Good. Let's take lots of pictures of the damage in case you do decide to call your insurance. He pulled out his cell phone from his jeans back pocket. Oh yes. I'll take pictures, too. Jonah followed suit. I'll forward them to your phone, Mom. Stand back, though. Floodwater can often be contaminated. Roman placed his hand on her son's shoulder as if to stop him from moving forward. She winced. The last thing she needed was for Jonah to get sick. Please, Jonah. While Roman and Jonah snapped photos, she looked up her policy information, in case she did have to file a claim. Okay, done. Roman put the phone back in his pocket. Now, Jonah, you might want to go back to the truck and wait for us. I'm going to pump out the water, and the mud left by floodwater might contain toxins.
Yeah.
Great, while you have all the fun, Jonah grumbled. She bit her lip. She wouldn't call pumping out dirty water fun exactly. The word toxins made her close her eyes, then open them. She shouldn't have brought her son here. You can play on your phone. Jonah perked up. Oh, good idea. Okay. Sometimes she felt that, if she didn't interrupt her son for meals, he could spend days on that thing. Months, probably. I'll walk you to the truck. Roman threw her the keys, and she caught them as they rattled in the air. After she opened the truck for Jonah and made sure it wouldn't be too cold inside, she used the opportunity to check on her backyard. As she entered the small gate, her heart sank lower. While thankfully the water had receded, it had brought debris and left trash in its wake. She pulled her shoulders back. She'd have to deal with it later. Somehow. First, she needed to take care of the house. By the time she came back, Roman was already pumping water, wearing a mask, goggles, and heavy gloves. She couldn't do much more than to hang back and watch him work. His muscles strained beneath his long-sleeved t-shirt as he concentrated on the job. And just like in her teen years, she couldn't look away from him. Even after what she'd done, without knowing the reason for it, he still had her back. She'd always been able to rely on him. When they'd been teens, she'd considered Roman a godsend. They'd been friends long before they'd admitted feelings for each other, and a shy, socially awkward girl from the bad part of town had needed a friend badly. Her cousins being older, she'd sat at lunch by herself many times before Roman joined her. Interestingly enough, soon after Roman befriended her, several girls from her classes befriended her, too. Some of his popularity rubbed off on her. Remember how you often took me to Mrs. McPherson's after school to study or to the movies, even if you had zero interest in the new movie? The words escaped before she could stop them. Neither she nor Roman had a friendly home atmosphere, but Mrs. McPherson always welcomed them. Her house smelled of cookies and houseplants and had been filled with love and affection. Somehow, he heard her over the pump as he continued expelling the water from the floors. I loved your company. So did my cousin's mother. Behind the mask, she couldn't see his lips, but based on his warm tone she hoped a smile touched them. The fact that you could whip up delicious pastries in her kitchen was a bonus. Warmth spread inside her. You did so much for me. When something in my parents' house went wrong, you did your best to repair it. That helped keep the peace in the family at least for some time. Otherwise, her mother would expect her father to repair things because they couldn't afford a real repairman, and her father didn't have either the time or know-how to do it. And then the scandals would start. Then they'd be arguing about debts, and dinner would get burned because, of course, the stove didn't work right. Aileen could still smell the burned food, could hear the drop of water during sleepless nights that seemed to hit her on her head because the faucet was dripping. But once Roman appeared in her life, he'd come after school and fixed what he could, and she'd had peace and quiet for some time. Thank you for doing all those repairs. You told me I could pay you in cookies, but you knew I'd bake them for you, anyway. He'd helped her when she'd been failing math, too. When older guys had bullied her at school. He'd always been there for her. Maybe that was why she'd fallen so hard for him, though his good looks didn't hurt either. He was the most handsome boy to her, and after taking up wrestling and physical labor at a young age, he developed nice muscles before other boys had. But his brown eyes appealed to her the most. Their openness invited in, and his optimism, a welcome contrast to her pessimism and sense of humor, asked to stay. Then the price went up. Twinkles appeared in his eyes. I asked you to pay me in kisses. But for a long time, you continued paying in cookies. Warmth intensified at the memory of him brushing his lips against hers for the first time, and her heart beating wildly, as if trying to jump out of her chest. A shadow passed over his face as if he remembered things were different between them now, and he concentrated on the pump again. Had she done the right thing that painful day 22 years ago? The conversation she'd overheard once rang in her ears. She'd been 9 at the time and had gone to the kitchen to get a glass of water when she'd woken up and felt thirsty. Her parents were still up and arguing, as always. She'd covered her ears and turned around as her little heart squeezed, but hearing her name rooted her to the floor. A slight scent of alcohol spread through the air as she listened to the shouts. Her mother had yelled that he should have allowed her to have the abortion, and then she would have become an actress like she'd always wanted. Instead, the pregnancy made her fat and she'd never been able to lose it, and the medical bills for delivering a sickly preemie mounted on the credit card she'd had for plastic surgeries that were useless now. Having a child destroyed her dream. Ruined her life. Aileen hadn't waited to hear what her father replied as she ran back to her room. She'd cried through the rest of the night, her sobs muffled by the pillow. Since then, guilt tasted like salty tears and smelled like alcohol. She'd been responsible for ruining her parents' life because surely her father couldn't be happy with his wife constantly berating him. She'd been the reason for their huge credit card debt, too. It was all her fault. By morning, as she'd hiccuped and hugged the wet, cold pillow, she'd known 2 things. She'd start working as soon as she could to stop being a burden to her parents, and she'd never, ever go into debt like her mother. Eventually, her mind understood that she couldn't be blamed for being born, but the guilt stayed, reinforced by her mother every time Aileen did something wrong. Aileen recoiled, realizing that, even if her mother had wanted a daughter, which she hadn't, Aileen wasn't it. Since that conversation, she'd distanced herself from her mom, who didn't seem to mind it one bit, and became even more a daddy's girl than before. He'd been the one to read her bedtime stories or make her waffles for breakfast. She'd started baking because she'd wanted to surprise him. Her mother rarely cooked, and having baked goods only irritated her because it would be bad for her figure. But her father loved her desserts and encouraged her. That was how Aileen knew the third thing. She'd die for her father. What was marrying the man she didn't love compared to that? If only it hadn't come at the price of hurting the man she did love. Once the water was gone, she stepped forward. I'll clean the mud. Let's throw away the rugs first, if you don't mind. Sorry, but they might become moldy, and you don't want that in your house. He gestured to the upholstered sofa. Up to you what you want to do with the sofa. She cringed. Rugs she didn't mind much. But her sofa? Okay. She could do this. She took a deep breath of humid air with a hint of mud and hiked up her chin. Her son's health was more important than her sofa, and she'd rather be safe than sorry. He sent her a compassionate gaze. You can take one of my sofas, if you like it, and a few accent rugs. His soft sofas did look cozy and comfortable, but she shook her head. You're helping me enough already. I won't take your sofa or rugs. The offer is standing. I'll take care of the rugs. I don't want you to touch them. He carefully rolled the rugs. I hope throwing them away is okay with you. She sighed. Rugs were small and inexpensive, and though she rather got accustomed to their cheerful flowery pattern, she could part with them easily. Now more than ever she was glad she'd bought a house with tile and wood flooring instead of a carpeted one. At the time, she just thought how pretty oak hardwood looked and how much more pet-friendly than carpet it was. Dog, who'd been a puppy then, had proved her right the very first night by making a puddle. But you're not moving the sofa out by yourself. She placed her hands on her hips. Are you sure you want to throw it away? It might be fine. I'm sure. She knew herself. She'd worry it was growing mold even if it didn't. Besides, she'd gotten the sofa and love seat at a thrift store for an unbelievably low price. He lifted one end of the charcoal gray sofa and she the other one, and they finagled the sofa through the door and outside to the curb. A matching love seat followed. She gave them one long gaze and turned around. She'd left much more expensive material possessions in Portland and hadn't looked back. I'll pick it up later and take it to the designated dumpster, he said after they entered the house. Thanks. She made a quick walkthrough of the house, giving everything a critical eye. Then, with Roman's help, she wiped down the bottom of furniture that had been in the water with a chemical solution he'd brought. Thankfully, the water didn't reach her bedding or mattresses. Mrs. McPherson had gifted the beds and the dresser. Aileen bought mismatched dining room furniture and a coffee table and sofa for the living room in the thrift store. But the mattresses, Aileen had bought new. Thankfully, the tiny house already had built-in bookshelves, so she didn't need to buy those. Yesterday, she placed their books on the top shelves, thankfully fitting them all, so no books needed to be thrown out. Her collection only held volumes she'd read many times, her favorites, and she'd hate to let them go. However, mud left by floodwater covered the tile floors. She grimaced, then straightened her spine. She'd changed her pessimistic outlook on life, well, mostly. It could have been much worse. There could have been way more damage, plus another tree decorating the roof of her house, and she could have been doing the cleanup all on her own. How would she have removed muddy water without the equipment? She was fine with hard work, proved it by getting up at 4 in the morning every day since moving back to her hometown. But she also knew when she needed help. Time for cleanup. Okay, maybe her voice didn't sound as cheerful as she wanted to, but it wasn't as gloomy as the mud under her feet either. Be careful. There might be nails and other small sharp objects amongst the debris. He lifted his hand as if to stop her. You know, I'll just do it myself.
Yeah.
Right. She nearly snorted. Enough is enough. I'm not going to stand there and watch you do all the work. Though she had to admit, that was a pleasant sight to see. Those muscles bulging. She suppressed a wave that went through her body. I can do the cleanup. You should have seen that store's condition when I bought it. She didn't say it to anyone, but she was surprised the place hadn't been closed down. The small cottage had needed a lot of scrubbing, too. He chuckled. I recognize my Aileen. When I did the repairs on your parents' place, you always insisted on grabbing a hammer or a saw and helping. Warmth coated his voice like hot chocolate coated the top of her cupcakes until he seemed to realize his slip of the tongue. Not that you're mine. Roman, so many things she wanted to tell him. A lump formed in her throat, so unwelcome after the pleasant feeling she'd just had. Should she tell him why she married Dr. Krasinski? No, they had a job to do. Better not to unearth the past. He gave her a long look. Better not. You obviously moved on, and I moved on, too. The lump grew bigger. He moved on. He'd stopped loving her. What else could she expect? With her newfound cheerful outlook sucked out of her like the muddy water from the floor, she got mops and buckets from the closet, and they went from room to room. Thank you. Now what? Her arms hurt and it was getting dark, but she was eager to finish here. Lock the house and let everything, especially the appliances, dry. You can't risk switching on the power till I check it. So tomorrow, I need to examine the wiring, and then we'll clean the walls. Anything porous will need to be wiped with a bleach solution to prevent mold and mildew. I'll give it all a quick spray tonight, and then we can finish the job tomorrow. She hiked her chin. Surely, he already had clients scheduled for tomorrow. A different man wouldn't even speak to her in this situation. I'll do it myself. Why are you even doing all this? Something in her wanted to hear it was because he still had feelings for her. He frowned as he continued spraying the wall. I believe we should help our neighbor. In a way, you're my neighbor now. And when I look at you, sometimes I can still see the wonderful girl you used to be. Anne. I feel bad for Jonah. I know what it means to have a rough childhood. To see your father walk away. The third reason made a knife turn in her heart. When she dreamed of her wedding to Roman, she was so certain their children would have different childhoods from what either one of them had. Their children would have caring parents and lots of love growing up. She didn't give that kind of childhood to Jonah. Not even close. To ease her sense of guilt, she called her son on his cell phone to check on him. Stop worrying. I'm fine with video games, which you interrupted, by the way. Oh, would you like me to come in and help you? Jonah's voice perked up. Nope. Sit tight. She disconnected and turned to Roman. I can take care of the rest of the cleanup myself. To be on the safe side, please don't try. I have enough knowledge and skills to work as an electrician. She sighed, recognizing her defeat. And I don't. What if you get electrocuted? His voice dipped lower. Who'll take care of Jonah? I know. She lifted her hands in surrender. She hated depending on Roman so much. She was an independent woman now. In a way, she'd learned to be independent while being married, especially when Jonah had come along, because she'd had to do nearly everything by herself. But having Roman insist on helping her touched her deeply, even if turning into a fixer had become his second nature early on. She couldn't exactly depend on her cousins here and ask for their help. She'd been shocked when one loaned her a truck. But then the old vehicle obviously didn't work well, so it might not have been as huge a favor as she'd thought. While her relatives had welcomed Jonah into their midst, they weren't nearly as welcoming to her. Most were friends with Roman and weren't happy with her when she'd broken his heart. Maybe if she'd explained her reasons, made them see it from her point of view, they would have treated her differently. But going through it again felt too painful, and she'd postponed it until she'd just let it be. If only she could scrub away her memories of all the bad things that happened these last 22 years, as clean as they'd scrubbed the floors. Everything from her marriage, except for Jonah. She'd never regret Jonah. Once Roman was done with spraying the walls, they removed their masks. A tight band around her lungs loosened up as she surveyed the house again. Without standing water, with clean beige tiled floors, it looked like far more her home again, even though mud still stained the lower walls. What would she have done without Roman? Professional cleaning wasn't exactly in the budget, and no way could she do all this by herself, without the equipment and knowledge he had. Sadly, she couldn't pay him in kisses any longer, and all the cookies in the world wouldn't sweeten the bitterness she'd caused him. Well, she needed to worry about things on hand. She called one of her neighbors whose house was better elevated and escaped the flooding and asked her to keep an eye on her place for one more night. Thank you. I owe you my signature chocolate cake. She disconnected and glanced at Roman. Time to leave. He opened the front door for her. Time to leave. She stepped outside, into the gathering dusk. The wind threw her hair around her, and she flipped it back with an impatient gesture, then locked the house. She walked with Roman in silence to his truck. It was time to leave her house for the night. It was time to leave her past behind. She had barely minutes left before they'd reach his souped-up truck. She didn't want Jonah to overhear this. He already had to work hard to love his father, and after knowing the truth, that fragile love could be shattered. She reached for Roman's hand, then jerked her arm back. Touching him would only make this more difficult. I don't regret the choice I made. She swallowed hard. At the time, that had seemed the only way, the only hope to keep her father alive. A muscle moved in Roman's jaw. You don't have to explain. I do. I should have done this over 2 decades ago. I'm sorry I hurt you. Tears burned behind her eyes. She stopped. The wind picked up, but she didn't care. Why didn't you tell me? His eyes searched hers. Why did I have to find out from a wedding invitation, of all things? Didn't what we once had deserve more? I thought you cared about me the way I cared about you. I understand if you fell out of love with me, met someone new, and fell in love. Roman. I'd even understand if you didn't want to drive from Portland here and have an unpleasant conversation. Anger flashed in his dark eyes. But couldn't you at least have called? I wasn't worth a 5-minute call. You were worth so much more. That's why I didn't contact you. I was afraid you'd talk me out of my decision. Even worse, she knew him enough to guess Roman would have tried to find ways to solve the situation, and none of those ways would have been good. It would have ruined his life. She'd married a different guy not because she didn't love Roman. She'd done it because she loved him too much. Oh. The anger in his eyes subsided somewhat. You had doubts about marrying that guy. She blinked fast not to let tears spill. And yet they did. I didn't want to marry him at all. His jaw dropped. What? You don't get it, do you? I never loved him. You're the only guy I ever loved. And by the looks of it, the only one she ever would. She climbed inside the truck, wiping her tears as fast as she could before Jonah saw them. Chapter 7. Roman tossed and turned the entire night, Eileen's words running through his mind with the repetitive sputter of a drill battling with brickwork. Finally, he gave up on sleep and tried to watch an action movie on his phone using headphones so the sound wouldn't wake Aileen and Jonah. But he had difficulty concentrating. She'd refused to explain yesterday. She'd made a delicious dinner but, during the meal, had avoided looking at him. He placed the phone beside him on the pillow. With his mind in turmoil, he couldn't follow the plot. Then he simply stared into the darkness. If she didn't want to marry Dr. Krasinski, why had she? To have a rich life he couldn't give her? Or, was she blackmailed into marriage? But didn't she know she could come to him for help? He'd have given up everything he had for her then. Or was she trying to justify herself? Maybe even appease her guilty conscience? No, he knew her better. At least, he'd thought he had, until he'd received that wedding invitation. Finally, he fell into a restless slumber. What seemed like minutes later, his alarm threw him out of his sleep. He flung his gritty eyelids open. Okay, he needed to do something important today. The client? No, he rescheduled his customers for later. Oh yes, he'd volunteered to drop off Jonah at school. With the roads now dry, school resumed as usual, much to Jonah's dismay, and the school bus didn't have a regular stop near Roman's townhouse. He leaped out of bed and hurried to the bathroom, looking forward to spending time with Jonah. The kid was fun to talk to, and while he tried to put a tough front, Roman sensed the same guarded vulnerability he'd once sensed in Aileen. Being a teenager was difficult, especially if Jonah was still relatively new in school and had to prove himself. Roman brushed his teeth fast, welcoming the refreshing toothpaste flavor, and took extra time shaving. He'd taken his shower late last night, so he just put on his favorite cologne. The same brand he'd used in high school. The same brand Aileen had given him for their first anniversary of dating. His hand stilled as he brushed his hair. Why did he use that same brand all these years? As if she'd find her way back from Portland to him by the scent. Ridiculous. Speaking of scents. As he pulled on jeans and a thin black sweater, he breathed in the wonderful aroma of freshly baked cookies and cinnamon, mixed with the savory scents of frying vegetables. The way he'd imagined his house would smell. This was his house, all right, only the scent was temporary. Aileen, her son, and their pet staying here was temporary. His heart squeezed as he marched to the kitchen. No matter. Bachelor life suited him just fine. Then why did something shift inside him as he looked at Aileen and Jonah taking out plates from the kitchen cabinets as if they belonged in this place? No, he hadn't bought such a big house because he hoped Aileen might one day return to Chapel Cove. He just liked to have a lot of space, and his many relatives scattered around the country and the world often came to visit and spend a few days at the beach. A familiar longing appeared inside him as Aileen looked up at him. Those beautiful blue eyes. Good morning. Breakfast is ready. I made eggs with peppers and onions for Jonah and mushrooms for you. She stumbled, and her cheeks pinked. I hope you still like scrambled eggs with mushrooms. She remembered his favorite breakfast and troubled herself to make it. A pleasant wave washed through him. Good morning. And I do. She beamed. Please serve yourself and eat it up. You know I don't like leftovers. He took a plate and piled high with eggs and mushrooms from the skillet. Jonah did the same with eggs, sautéed peppers, and onions. Mom, with your cooking, leftovers are never an issue. Aileen rested a hand on her son's shoulder. Thank you. Mugs with coffee, a bowl with a garden salad, and a large plate stacked with cinnamon swirl French toast and regular buttered toast was already on the table. Okay, so that wasn't cookies he'd smelled earlier, but he wasn't complaining. For some time, he could forget about all that happened in the past and Eileen's mysterious words and just enjoy breakfast. He reached for their hands and said grace. Amen, Jonah said when Roman was done. Maybe he could talk to Jonah about God on the drive to school. There were many things he'd like to talk to this kid about. Roman scooped up his eggs with mushrooms, and his taste buds danced in delight. Thank you. It's just as yummy as I remember. No, I'm wrong. Eileen's lips turned downward. No, not as yummy. I meant, no, it's even better now. He couldn't help smiling as her face lit up at his praise. He'd think later about everything that passed between them. Right now, he just wanted to drink in the tender gaze of her beautiful blue eyes like he drank his coffee. Even his coffee tasted so much better when she made it. Jonah added salad to his plate and was putting a dent in his food fast. I told my friends we're staying in your house, and they asked me, to see if you could give us some tips. He waved in the air with a toast. From your expertise. Sure. Roman hurried to finish his food, too. He wouldn't want Jonah to be late on his behalf. Your friends need house repairs after the flood?
Nah.
I mean,
Yeah.
but their parents will take care of it. Your expertise in dating. They told me you dated the most beautiful women in town. How'd you do it? Aileen nearly spilled her coffee. Oh, look how time flies. School starts soon. I already put the lunchbox in your backpack, but make sure you have everything else you need there. Okay, this was not one of the things Roman wanted to talk to Eileen's son about. Jonah glanced at the wall clock.
Nah.
There's still time. Well, I told them, no offense, Mr. Roman, but considering you let my mom get away, I don't know if you're qualified to give us dating advice. Hello? I'm here. Aileen raised her voice as if to make sure they heard her. Roman winked at Jonah. After your mother got married, I dated a lot. A lot. So I think I'm highly qualified. Aileen groaned. I'm still here. Okay, she did have a point. He shouldn't talk about dating other women in her presence, though none of them ever caused the feelings in him she had. He drained his coffee. Okay. I'll tell you while driving you to school. She married a different guy and didn't even bother to tell you why. He hushed the little voice in his head. Minutes later, Roman and Jonah were on the way to school. Roman threw a glance at the boy. Why do you want to know about dating? It's not just because of your friends, is it? A barely audible sigh reached him. Well, that, too. But there's a girl in school I like. Roman suppressed a smile as he turned his attention to the road. Kids really grew up too fast these days. But then, he'd started paying attention to Aileen at roughly the same age, okay, even before then, so he didn't have a say in the matter. What's her name? Shannon. Does your mom know you like her? Roman stopped at the traffic light, thankfully now working. The streets already looked cleaner and brighter with most of the debris gone, and many businesses opened again. Shannon doesn't even know I like her, Jonah grunted. She's so pretty. Long blonde hair with pink streaks, large blue eyes. Sweet smile. And there's just something so sad about her eyes when she thinks nobody is looking. I don't want her to be sad. Her parents are rich, so everybody thinks she's got everything. Jonah wiggled in his seat. I mean, I had a rich dad once, but he barely even noticed me. What use was that? It's like, she doesn't have everything, but she can't let anybody see it. Compassion mingled with curiosity to twist Roman up. Did you talk to her? No. Lots of guys in school like her. Older guys, too. Richer guys. The linebacker of our football team asked her out last year. She actually used to be a captain of a cheerleading squad. She turned them all down. The kid's voice dipped. What chance do I have? How was he going to teach this kid the right thing? Roman searched for the words as he slowed in the school zone. This parental stuff was not easy by any means. I'm going to disappoint you. There are really no tricks in dating, or in this case, making somebody like you. Just be yourself and show her you care about her. How? A more optimistic note perked up the end of that word. Good. What things does she like? What classes might she need help with? What movies does she prefer? Maybe she has a pet, even a dog. You could share stories about your pets. Oh, I get it. Thanks, man. Roman's heart expanded as he followed the drop-off line of cars. The parental stuff wasn't only tough. It brought a lot of joy, too. Do something nice for her. Ask your mom for the recipe and teach Shannon how to cook some of Eileen's famous pastries. Roman looked at the boy. Huh. Cooking isn't manly. Jonah's face scrunched up. I cooked with your mom. Roman sent up a prayer for help to reach Jonah. I'd also pray for guidance if I were you. Pray? How do you do that? Jonah paused. I mean, Mom talked about God when I was little, but I barely remember it. From what I understand, Dad got upset when he found out. He was an atheist. Just talk to the Lord like you talk to me. Speak from your heart. Roman pulled up to the curb, wishing he had more time with Jonah. Could they maybe do something in the evening? Like a father and a son? His throat constricted. Not that he'd ever be a father to Jonah. I'll try. Roman let the engine idle as he kept his foot on the brake. With a row of cars behind him, he needed to move fast. What time do I pick you up? Oh, I have wrestling practice today. Not that. Jonah stumbled as he climbed out of the truck. Not that I got into wrestling to impress Shannon. Cool. I used to do wrestling in high school, too. I'll come to your practice, as soon as I'm done with finishing the cleanup at your house. Jonah's eyes widened as he stood on the curb. You'd do that? Dad never. Well, never mind. See you in the afternoon. See you later. Roman nearly added a kid, but Jonah might get offended. A warm wave spread inside Roman as he drove away from the curb. He drove home much faster than he had to school and hurried to his door. Lost in thought this time, he automatically opened the door instead of ringing the doorbell. Aileen looked up from the sofa where she'd been clutching her cell phone as if it were a lifeline. Judging by the puffiness of her eyes, she'd been crying, though her eyes were dry now. His heart plummeted. What happened? I got the call back from the insurance. Apparently, the deductible is even higher than I realized. I already owe so much for the pastry store, my house, and my car. Nobody is going to give me another loan. I can max out my credit cards, but how am I going to pay them back? Her shoulders slumped forward. I'm sorry. I know it doesn't concern you. Air whooshed out of his lungs as he sat near her. That's all? That's all you're so upset about? Her jaw dropped. You consider it little? That store is my livelihood. I need to provide for Jonah and myself. Well, and the pets. So the rich doctor ex-husband didn't even pay child support? How could that be? He held the question back and forced himself not to reach out to her. She seemed to read his mind. My ex decided to retire after the divorce. He lives somewhere in Latin America now, and I don't have his contact information. He conveniently forgot about mine and Jonah's existence. Anger surged through him. Whatever had happened between two people in marriage, children shouldn't suffer because of it. Okay. It can still be easily resolved. I'll repair your roof. I'll donate the cost of materials, too. Her eyes went big. You'd do that for me? But. For you and Jonah. I'd do it for any other neighbor who needed help. And remember, you're my neighbor now. He still couldn't figure out whether having her back was hurting him more by ripping old wounds open or beginning his healing. But. I live on the other side of town. You're still my neighbor. My cousin, Mateo, repaired the roof for Nye. I mean, it was for her aunt, but. I heard about it. They were childhood friends who wanted to become more but never admitted it to each other. 22 years later, they had a second chance. But they didn't have the sad history we had. Do you want a second chance? Thankfully, he'd managed to stop the question before it rolled off his tongue. He'd be crazy to want a second chance himself. He shook his head in response to his own thoughts. There was some misunderstanding in their past, too. And I'm sure even if they had the sad history we did, Mateo would still want to help out Nye. A soft smile touched her pink lips. I heard about Nye from Christina, one of her besties. Nye seems like an amazing woman with a caring heart. I'm so glad she finally found happiness. And I'm thrilled for my cousin. I've never seen him this happy. He rose to his feet. That smile affected him too much, making him want to forget everything and take Aileen into his arms like he'd done so many times over 2 decades ago. Oh, to feel her close to him again. I don't know what to say. Just thank you so much. You can have any pastries in my store on the house for the rest of your life. Sounds great. Though he'd prefer kisses, like before.
Grr.
What was he thinking? He stepped back to put some much-needed distance between them. First, I'll measure up at the store so I can order the materials. Then I have to take care of a customer whose patio flooded. It shouldn't take me more than 2 or 3 hours. Then we'll get back to your house and do what's needed there. Should he admit he'd left her house till last because he didn't want them to leave his townhouse? After just a few days, she and Jonah belonged here. She perked up. That's a busy day. If you tell me what's needed, I can go do the rest of the cleanup at the house. Okay. The word was dragged from him. Promise me you won't touch the power till I tell you it's safe. I won't touch the power till you tell me it's safe. After parroting his words, she smiled again, lighting up her face from within. And maybe I can help you with the roof. I can hold nails or something. So much for putting distance between them and avoiding her company. We'll see. Like he was going to let her climb on the roof. He'd be terrified every second that she might fall and hurt herself. Once my house is done, I could go open the store for a few hours. So many people have called saying they missed my cookies and cupcakes. It's nice to be appreciated. Her lips widened. The lips he'd kissed so many times. Blood rushed faster inside him. Not helping. He couldn't let her be left to her own devices, so he'd fix the roof. But no matter what feelings she stirred inside him again, he couldn't let himself fall for her. Couldn't let her crush his heart for the second time. Chapter 8. Later that afternoon, roofing materials loaded in the truck, Roman pulled up to Eileen's Pastries. With the open sign on the door, a few cars were there already. True to her word, she didn't waste any time opening her business again. Well, that sounded like the Aileen he'd once known. She'd always worked hard. Besides selling her cupcakes and pastries from door to door since she'd been a teen, she'd helped out in her father's flailing hardware store, and then she'd started serving pancakes at the pancake shop as soon as she was legally old enough to do it. But all her efforts had done nothing to cover holes left by her mother's overspending or to stop the bickering at her parents' place. Roman strode to the store. He needed to tell her he was here, or she might worry when he started walking on the roof. As he entered the pastry store, she looked up from the counter, then walked around it and stepped to him. Hey, hermano. Christina always used the Spanish word for brother. She waved to him from the table where she shared chocolate cupcakes with her husband, Greg, who'd become Roman's good friend, and his daughter Christina had adopted, Chelsea. A happy smile on his twin's face gave him a pleasant feeling. After being mistreated by her husband and then a disastrous divorce, Christina deserved a wonderful new man in her life, an adorable little girl, and a happily ever after. Love for his sister swelled through his heart as he waved back. Then his attention snapped to Aileen, who stepped from behind the counter to greet Mrs. McPherson, the only customer at the counter. The older lady was deep in thought, as if choosing what to buy was her most important mission of the day. Aileen's white jeans, worn with black boots that nearly reached her knees, made her shapely legs look even slimmer. He moved his attention back to her eyes, appearing especially large with her red hair pulled back and hidden under a net. He nearly got lost in her azure blue irises, like he could lose himself in the ocean when he'd gone swimming as a kid. Unlike those fun times, this time he could drown if he wasn't careful. Getting air into his lungs became more difficult. Not good. Not good at all. Well, looks like I'll be repairing the roof, and you'll be taking care of customers. He stepped back because the delicious pastry aromas now mixed with a trace of that oh-so-familiar perfume. Nye burst into the store. I'm so glad you're open. Ivy's on Spruce opened up, too. But there are no pastries in the coffee shop. I don't want to disappoint customers. Apparently, a lot of them think nothing helps cheer the mood after a natural disaster like a good book, a yummy pastry, and fresh gossip from Violet. What about prayer? Roman gave Nye a quick hug. His cousin couldn't have brought a better person into the family. Prayer is first and foremost, always. Nye glanced past him and squealed at the sight of her bestie. Do you have time to sit and share some cupcakes with us? Christina pointed to the empty chair. When his twin had asked him to donate some of the furniture he'd made to Aileen's pastries, he'd been shocked. Christina had always been sensitive, and though he hadn't talked about how much pain Aileen's actions had caused him, he was sure she'd guessed. He surprised himself by agreeing, as he'd surprised himself when. Well, better not to think, or even talk, about it. He'd chosen to keep it a secret. Pretty please? Chelsea lifted her baby blues at Christina's bestie. Nye laughed. How can I refuse that? Then his sister gestured to Aileen and Mrs. McPherson. Would you like to join us, too, please? Hermano, you, too. His twin was such a kind soul. She'd even befriended Aileen again, much to the shock of many people in town, probably because she'd realized how much Aileen needed a friend. Greg nodded energetically, probably not wanting to be the only guy in the mix, discounting Chelsea's toy elephant, Taco. Of course. Thank you for the invitation, but I have to man the counter. Aileen shook her head. I'll do it. Roman marched to the counter. I changed after cleaning up mud, so all my clothes are clean. And I can wear an apron, if needed. Besides, selling pastries and waiting tables were some of my high school jobs, remember? What was it about Aileen that always made him want to help her, even now? Was he just a fool who didn't know what was good for him? Lord, please guide me. I want to help Aileen, but I don't want to get hurt for the second time. Aileen blinked. You're helping me too much already. It's okay. Mrs. McPherson pointed at cherry turnovers. I'll take 2 of those with a cup of coffee. Come on, dear, sit down and join us. I need to talk to you, too. And when ladies see this fine man serving them pastries, they might buy more. Warmth crept up his neck at this fine man. Christina chuckled. Aileen, we took a vote here, and we all vote for you to take a break and have a cup of coffee with us.
Yeah.
Taco voted yes, too. Chelsea lifted her purple toy elephant. Outnumbered again. Aileen sighed, but a smile tugged at her lovely lips, covered in strawberry-colored lip gloss. Did it still taste like strawberries, too, the way it used to? I'll go wash my hands. He strode in the restroom's direction. He was drawn to Aileen. He couldn't deny it. But there was still hurt inside him. And if he fell for her, where was the guarantee she wouldn't stomp on his heart again? Aileen stared at Mrs. McPherson. You're going to do what? We're going to do a fundraiser in the town square for flood victims, dear. After saying grace, the older lady took a sip of her coffee. Like you, for example. I'm fine. Her head snapped up. Apart from a tree on the roof and floodwater in your house. Nye bit into her cream-filled brioche. I know about your insurance situation. Christina leaned over to whisper in her ear. Aileen hiked her chin higher. She shouldn't have divulged that information to Roman this morning. Roman will help with the roof. And he already took care of the water in my house. Huh? He already did? Christina seemed to hide a smile as she wiped chocolate from Chelsea's face. That's my brother. Then we'll need your help, Aileen. Mrs. McPherson didn't skip a beat. I already talked to Nye, Paula from the pancake shop, and some other ladies in town. I'm sure if Melanie was here rather than in Portland, she'd be happy to join in, too. Nye's lips turned down. Yes. Praying for her and Alia. Small towns were that sort of place. Probably everyone knew about her money issues, just like everyone knew about Melanie's ill daughter. A frown creased the older lady's already wrinkled face. We may need to do a fundraiser for her, too. Help with those medical bills. But that may need to wait. For this one, we'll need to move fast, because people need help now. We have a great community here. We're going to have different booths at the fundraiser. Like a hamburger booth, hot dog booth. Kissing booth. Greg winked. Christina elbowed him. You'd better not volunteer for that one. You're the only woman I ever want to kiss the rest of my life. He planted a kiss on his wife's cheek, and a smile blossomed on her face. A longing stirred inside Aileen, and her gaze flicked to Roman. Their gazes met and held before he returned his attention to the customer, all smiles. The young female client beamed back at him. Brooding, Aileen studied her coffee. If she didn't hear everywhere Roman was a confirmed bachelor, he might be as good as engaged soon by the amount of flirting he was doing today. She really needed to get behind that counter. Of course, that was so Roman could start on the roof repairs. And not because she was jealous.
Ha!
She took a sip of her flavorful coffee and stayed glued to the chair. She couldn't leave without hearing what kind of help Mrs. McPherson needed. The older lady was always kind to her, and Aileen wouldn't repay such kindness with rudeness. Mrs. McPherson was in no hurry to explain as she took a bite of her cherry turnover. Good idea about a kissing booth, but Greg is safe. We'll only ask bachelors for that one. She eyed Roman, who manned the counter as skillfully as if he'd done it most of his life. The older lady had a point, and women seemed to be buying more than usual. I think I have someone in mind for it. This was the second time in one day Aileen nearly spilled her coffee. Surely, Mrs. McPherson wouldn't suggest Roman for the kissing booth, would she? Not that Aileen had any voice in the matter. Christina followed Mrs. McPherson's gaze and shook her head a little. What can I do to help? I'm not a great baker like our Aileen, but I can make decent Tex-Mex food.
Yay!
Christina to the rescue, changing the subject like that. Chelsea lifted her toy. Taco. Good idea, sweetie. I can do a taco booth. Let's make it beef tacos. Christina smiled and placed a kiss on the top of the little girl's head. From the love shining in her eyes, Aileen never would have guessed Christina hadn't given birth to Chelsea. What can I do? Greg hugged his beautiful girls. I could donate sports equipment or organize a fishing tournament or a kayak competition or... A picture appeared in front of Aileen. I know. Maybe have one of those tall rubber slides for the kids that you can blow up? Chelsea clapped, thankfully after putting down the cupcake.
Yay!
I'll help. Sure. You can take tickets. Greg tugged a skewed ponytail higher on his daughter's blonde head. Eileen's heart squeezed as she took a bite of her Esmore's cupcake, barely tasting its sweet, rich deliciousness. She was happy with Jonah and tremendously grateful, but to have a little girl like that. She pushed the thought out of her mind. Some things weren't meant for her. Mrs. McPherson nodded. Good idea. But as you'll be manning the slide with Chelsea, Greg, perhaps we should leave the manly water sports for warmer weather. Another fundraiser? Building of the hospital, for example. What can I do? Nye took another sip of coffee. Oh, I know. I'll help spread the word. I'll post on social media, ask local businesses if they're okay with us putting up flyers about the fundraisers, print out, and put up flyers in Ivy's on Spruce, contact the local newspaper. Christina chuckled. It all sounds great, and you know we'll help. But I think your employee, Violet, might be the most valuable in spreading the word. Nye laughed. You're right. Aileen glanced toward the counter where Roman was chatting with another beautiful customer and did her best to ignore the sting of jealousy. The sooner she returned to the counter the better. You can count on me for putting up the flyers, and I'll ask neighboring businesses. I'll give support on social media, too. What other kinds of help did you need from me? The cupcake booth, of course. Mrs. McPherson waved at the chocolate cupcake Chelsea had in her hand, then at her own plate where by now only one cherry turnover remained. Or a cherry turnover booth. Or a pumpkin spice cookie booth. Those are great for this season. Whatever you decide. I know it's a lot to ask, but I'll do it. Aileen didn't even think. For the first time since returning to Chapel Cove, she could do something good for the community, to feel part of it. Don't you need to consider it? I know you have your hands full. You don't have to say yes, if you can't. Concern shadowed Nye's dark eyes. With concern in her eyes, too, Christina shifted toward her. Nye is right. I know you've already been working yourself to the bone at Eileen's pastries. Putting up flyers and talking to business owners will be enough. Nope. I'd love to do it. Mrs. McPherson patted her hand again. Thank you, dear. I'm sure your booth will be very popular. Before I forget, and I do get forgetful lately, on Saturday we'll be doing a town cleanup and helping people who can't do it themselves. I won't open shop that day so that I can help, too. Aileen smiled. She might have aching muscles by then, but giving even more to the community lifted more guilt from her burdened shoulders. Growing up, she'd been the daughter of the town drunk, with a mom who'd made a fool of herself on more than one occasion. Roman had helped her to be accepted socially. Then Aileen had become that cruel girl who broke our wonderful Roman's heart. She wanted to be somebody else, to really belong in this place, to plant roots. High time she looked into the future not with worry but with hope and gratitude. Her heart warmed, and she welcomed the opportunity with both hands. Mrs. McPherson smiled. Great. Ask Roman if he'll help us when you have a chance, please. Oh, okay, Aileen squeaked, thinking of the kissing booth. If they didn't put him in that horrid display, she wouldn't have to work side by side with him, would she? She'd done her best to avoid him since returning to her hometown, and it had worked fine before the flood. Now she seemed to find herself in his company all the time. Her pulse spiked. Let's face it, she was eager to be in his company. Badly. But that wasn't wise. Mrs. McPherson helped herself to the second cherry turnover. Back to the fundraiser. I have people for most of the booths already. Now, finding men for the bachelor auction is a totally different thing. Oh. Bachelor auction? Aileen stared at the older woman. Really? First a kissing booth, now a bachelor auction. It was getting better and better. Not. Mrs. McPherson glanced toward the counter, and her light blue eyes became thoughtful. Then she raked her gnarled fingers through her bob, once gray but now colored a soft blonde. It's a pity the same guy can't be in the kissing booth and be auctioned off, don't you think? Chapter 9. That evening, Roman drove up to his townhouse after watching Jonah's wrestling practice at school. Roman's muscles ached from today's physical work, but his heart was content. Together with Jonah, who sat behind him, he sang to the Tejano tune on the radio at the top of his lungs. When the song ended, he lowered the volume and turned to Aileen, who was in the front passenger seat. I hope we didn't make your ears bleed. No, she chuckled. I'm glad to see you both in such a great mood. Anyway, bleeding ears are a small price to pay for all you've done for us. Thank you so much for checking things at my house. And for buying me a takeout lunch at Tia Irma's. And for patching up most of the roof already. And manning the counter. And going to Jonah's practice. And Roman lifted his hand to stop her long list as something trembled inside him. Despite their painful past, it wasn't just him singing to one of his favorite songs. Somehow, in her and Jonah's presence, his heart sang to the tune of happiness. I enjoyed doing all those things. He had, during the times he could forget that wedding invitation with some other guy's name on it, forget the years apart. He pushed the image out of his mind. You did great at practice, Jonah. If you'd like, I could give you some pointers. In the rearview mirror, the teen's face brightened. That would be awesome. Roman returned his attention to the road with a newfound feeling his life was about to change. How do you feel about me picking up takeout again on the way? My treat. I already made meatloaf and roasted potatoes this morning. We just need to reheat it at home. She stumbled. I mean, not at home, of course. At your place. Thank you for cooking dinner. His heart shifted. Just her presence, and, okay, her delicious food, made his place smell and feel more like home than it had ever been. Wishing for things that weren't meant to be didn't make sense. He needed to change the topic and fast. I don't know how I let myself be persuaded to participate in the bachelor auction. Aileen sighed. Mrs. McPherson wouldn't take no for an answer, that's how. At least, you managed to get out of the kissing booth. He shuddered. Only because Mrs. McPherson couldn't figure out how to get me in two places at the same time. Until she decided the booths would be closed by the time of the auction. So I had to flee. Literally. Jonah laughed. Kissing booth. Maybe I should volunteer for that. Jonah. Eileen's voice went into high pitch. Just kidding. I wanted to see your reaction. Though it is for a good cause, you know. Teasing notes lilted in Jonah's voice. Roman suppressed a chuckle. That kid really was something. You're too young for it. Eileen's voice went even higher. I have to agree. Roman made a turn. I'll have to start dating eventually, you know, Jonah grumbled in the back seat. Not until you're 25. Aileen spoke with such conviction Roman nearly believed her. What? Now Jonah's voice rose. He probably nearly jumped in his seat, too. Keep it up, young man, and I'll make it 30. Aileen sounded deadly serious. She's kidding, I think. Roman's lips curved up. Eileen's ex-husband must have been a fool, even if he was a brilliant surgeon. How could he have missed out on having this kid in his life? Or this beautiful woman? By the way, I think I saw a certain blonde girl with large blue eyes and pink streaks in her hair watching you wrestle, even clapping when you won. Roman stopped at the traffic light. Yes. Shannon came to see me practice. The words nearly pealed with excitement. Who is Shannon, and why is this the first time I hear about it? Contrasting her son's exuberance, the sadness and curiosity in Eileen's voice caught at Roman's heart. The girl I'm not allowed to date until I'm 25. Jonah's speech became fast. I finally managed to say hi to her today. And she actually talked to me. She asked if my mom was Aileen at Eileen's Pastries and if you could make your famous chocolate cake for her birthday. I said sure. And then I remembered what Mr. Roman told me. I saw she had a keychain with a dog and asked if she had a dog. And she said yes. And we talked about her dog. And I told her about dog and how we tried to wash him yesterday, and she laughed, and then Jonah stopped, probably to get some air into his lungs. Mom, you can make a cake for Shannon's birthday, right? Of course. Well, given enough time. Eileen's voice warmed up. I'm just sad I'm not the first one to hear about Shannon.
Uh-oh.
Roman moved forward on the green light. He didn't mean to intrude on her parental territory. Mom, you haven't dated in ages. 22 years probably were a lifetime to a teen. I needed an expert. Not that I ever claimed to be an expert. Roman coughed a little. He pulled up to the townhouse, turned off the engine, and glanced at Aileen. I hope I didn't overstep my boundaries. No, she placed her hand on the truck door handle. You didn't. That's amazing. You don't just help me. You help my son, too. Mr. Roman cleaned Speedy's tank, too. I forgot. Jonah dashed out of the vehicle. Here we go. You helped our pets, too. I owe you a debt of gratitude. She stepped outside. You don't owe me anything, Roman muttered as he hurried outside and clicked on the fob to lock the truck. Oh, I have an idea. Jonah slowed his step. Mom, how about you volunteering for the kissing booth? Life around Jonah was anything but boring. But kissing booth? Roman stifled a jealousy flare. No thank you. I'm too old for that. Aileen stepped aside for Roman to unlock the front door. You're still young and beautiful, Jonah pressed. I concur. Roman turned the key in the lock. Eileen's eyebrows shot up. You concur on me being too old for volunteering for the kissing booth? On you being young and beautiful. He stepped inside. He wished he didn't notice the graceful line of her neck when she wore her red hair up. Or the vulnerability in her blue eyes that always tugged at him. Or her shapely legs in high black boots. Or the sweet and painfully familiar flowers vanilla orange spice scent of her perfume. But he did, and he was falling for her once again. Not the young girl she'd been then, but the woman she'd become, a hard-working business owner, a caring single mother, a person who'd gone through a lot but never became bitter or jaded. Roman had enough experience to distinguish attraction in her eyes. But if he couldn't keep her then, how could he believe he could keep her now? And was it ridiculous even to want to? Hours later, after feeding the pets and walking dog, then eating a yummy dinner and helping put the dishes in the dishwasher, Roman turned the dishwasher on as Jonah retired to his room to do his homework, probably between rounds of video games. How about going to your house again, and I'll do one final check it's all okay, for you to move back into. His rib cage squeezed as he spoke. She'd stayed here for such a short period of time, but already this place would feel empty without her, Jonah, and the pets. Oh, I was about to ask you if we could move back in yet. Thanks. But first, let's have some cupcakes. She threw her shoulders back as if she'd made a decision. Then we need to talk on the way to my place. Since Aileen had discovered her love for baking, she'd seemed to believe a lot of things could be solved or sweetened with desserts. And true, his outlook on issues had often changed after tasting her scrumptious pastries. But even more things changed after tasting her sweet lips. He gave himself a mental headshake. Don't even go there, man. As much as I love your cupcakes, I don't think I can fit any. He patted his stomach, then reached for his blazer. He'd have to exercise extra in the gym to work those off. Aileen told Jonah she was leaving for some time, and soon they were on their way. What was she going to tell him? Tension built in the pit of his stomach as he navigated the quiet streets. Did she catch on that he was attracted to her again and want to tell him she liked someone else, keep things straight between them this time? His stomach clenched as he made a turn. I know this conversation is 22 years overdue. Aileen sighed in the passenger seat. But here it goes. When in Portland, my father became friends with Dr. Gary Krasinski. I'm not sure how they met because, obviously, we have different social statuses. Dr. Krasinski was 41 and already an accomplished surgeon. After some lunch meetings in different Portland restaurants, Dad invited him for a family dinner. Soon Dr. Krasinski started showing up for many family dinners and barbecues and sort of became a close family friend. She took a breath sharply and paused as if reluctant to continue. The past is in the past. We can leave it there. You don't have to tell me this if you don't want to. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel. He didn't want to hear the story of how she fell in love with this man. Okay, she said she didn't love him, but she must have felt something. Aileen wouldn't marry for the status. Or would she? Maybe not the status, but she'd always wanted the stability she'd lacked growing up. I noticed he looked strangely at me sometimes, but I didn't pay much attention to it. He was nearly twice my age and a family friend. It didn't occur to me he could be interested in me romantically. I was excited about going to study culinary arts. Even more, I couldn't wait for the break for summer to visit Chapel Cove and you, of course. I counted the days until I could see you again. I counted the days until I'd see you, too. Then Dad fell sick. He needed surgery, an expensive one we couldn't afford, and even then, the chances were. It all clicked into place. Roman nearly missed the red light and slammed on the brake. The truck halted abruptly. Sorry. I think I can guess what happened next. Dr. Krasinski was extremely supportive during that difficult time. I thought he was so kind. Then he offered to perform the surgery. Pro bono. While the result wasn't guaranteed, there was hope. My parents finally stopped bickering. We were all light with relief and hopeful. So grateful to Dr. Krasinski for his generosity. Okay, this wasn't exactly what he'd anticipated. He moved forward on the green light. You fell in love with his generosity? No, her voice became so low he struggled to hear it over the motor. Then it picked up as if gaining strength. He called me suddenly, invited me for lunch, said it was about my father. I said yes, to the invitation. It was about my father, after all. Right after the appetizer, Dr. Krasinski made me an offer. He'd only perform the surgery if I married him. Roman gnashed his teeth as he made a turn. He could find a few nice words to describe the man. I see. You felt you didn't have a choice. But you did. Why didn't you come to me? I would have done anything to help you. Precisely because of that. You would have asked everybody you knew for a loan or even stolen the money if you didn't have enough. I didn't want you to do it. Something trembled in her voice that he couldn't determine. Compassion? Maybe even love? He made a resolute gesture with his hand. I could have gathered funds. I have enough family and friends, and I could have taken out loans. He glanced at her. Suffering reflected in her lovely features, and she grew so pale her freckles became more pronounced. I grew up hearing so much bickering because debt was constantly piling up. It wouldn't have been a good start for a family. Besides, I did my research, and Dr. Krasinski was the best candidate to perform the surgery. As compassion stirred his heart, he wanted to reach out to her, but he forced himself to return his attention to the road. And your parents allowed you to marry a man you didn't love? They never knew. One of Gary's conditions was that I had to keep silent, never tell about his offer to anyone. He'd spent years hating her, and the situation was totally different from what he'd thought. But there's divorce. I know you believe in marriage for life, but you were forced into that marriage. Or, did your feelings toward him change? Another deep sigh, as if coming from within her soul, reached him. They didn't. If anything, they became worse. He treated me as nothing more than a trophy wife, to be on his arm when he needed to show me off, ignoring me the rest of the time. But I had to sign an ironclad prenup that if I ever divorced him, I'd have to pay a giant restitution. Besides, once Jonah was born, my husband used it to his advantage, saying that if I ever left him, he'd do everything to take my son away from me. Not that Gary really loved me. But he liked me as a decoration to the house, and his friends were impressed by me and dinners at our house. He held back a couple more nice words about her former husband. So how did you finally divorce? He traded me in for a new trophy wife. In Guatemala, of all places. Besides, I left him everything. I was tired of being treated like a piece of furniture. Roman pulled up to her house and parked. His head was spinning as if his world was turned upside down. I hate that this happened to you. Please don't feel sorry for me. She reached for his hand, but then jerked hers back, and he wished she hadn't. My marriage was far from horrible. Gary was mostly absent from my and Jonah's lives, but he provided well for us. I've seen much worse. Christina's ex nearly emotionally destroyed her. I've met women whose husbands verbally or physically abused them. My marriage was okay, compared to that. Okay? She deserved so much better than okay. He pushed down the heat of anger as he clicked the seatbelt open. She deserved to be loved, respected, admired, and held as somebody so precious. Not as a piece of furniture. There was no love in it. His voice came out gruffer than he'd intended. She unclicked her seatbelt and opened her door, just enough that the light came on, but then lingered in the truck. They were building bridges between them, but would she dare to step on that bridge? In all the time he'd known her, she'd always been risk-averse. I made my choice and lived with it. And then it seemed simpler to go on as it was instead of trying to take Jonah, risking a ruthless custody battle. She sighed again. I couldn't even think of the possibility of losing Jonah. And I knew his life with Gary would be miserable. Gary didn't care for Jonah, never wanted children. I wanted children so badly that. Well, I deceived him by saying I was using contraception. Still, while we were married, Gary provided for Jonah's needs. I wanted my son to have everything he deserved. Besides, it's not in my nature to make waves. You're as sweet as your cherry turnovers, but sometimes you have to step out in faith. How could he get through to her? He said a silent prayer. I did when I came back to Chapel Cove and opened my business. I'd wanted to open a pastry store for a long time, but Gary was against it. So I dedicated myself to contributing to different charities, and it gave my life some meaning. He was fine with it because it helped his status, and he often invited his friends to our mansion for dinners. My food and especially my desserts were super popular among his friends and acquaintances. Were you happy? He peered at her, eager to know the answer. No matter their past, she remained the most important woman in his life. Though he put his hand on the truck door handle, the surface smooth under his fingertips, he didn't want to leave. Her eyes took on a faraway look as if she examined her past. Her hand rested on the handle of her part-open door, as well, but she seemed as reluctant to step out of the vehicle as he was. Finally, she said, "No, I wasn't. I tried to make the best out of the situation. I just felt so guilty." Guilty? He nearly choked on the word. Dr. Krasinski should have felt guilty for forcing her into marriage. Why? Because I cheated on him. Her lower lip trembled. He flinched. What? Okay, he didn't have the right to judge her, and she obviously never loved her husband, but cheating would be the last thing he'd expect from her. I just couldn't do anything with myself. That was one of the reasons I distanced myself from the Lord. I became a liar and a cheater. She visibly swallowed. I didn't cheat physically. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about you. Couldn't forget how things were between us. I thought I'd be able to do it when the time passed. I couldn't. I heard it's called emotional cheating. Then I'm guilty of that, too, because no matter how many dates I went out on, I couldn't stop thinking about you either. He'd asked God for forgiveness. I do my best to surrender this to the Lord. Maybe you could try to do the same? She looked away. Maybe. Either way, after I divorced, I decided romance wasn't for me. I'd concentrate on raising Jonah and getting my business off the ground. No dating after marriage. He frowned. That didn't sound too promising for him. So, where do we go from here? We take it one day at a time. Or sometimes, 1 hour, even 1 minute at a time. With that, she slipped out of his truck. His thoughts in turmoil, he caught up with her, and they reached the house. Lord, should I let Aileen go? Or should I try again? Chapter 10. 3 days later, Aileen eyed her son skeptically after they finished breakfast at their place. Dressed in torn jeans and an old, worn-out t-shirt, he made sure Speedy had enough food. Mom, I'm ready to go. Where exactly are you going, young man? She resisted the urge to plant her hands on her hips. The same place you are. To help clean the town after the flood. That explained the outfit. She glanced at her overalls and put on the cap. But I really don't want you near debris. There could be toxins. Or you could cut or prick your finger on a sharp object. You worry too much. Jonah rolled his eyes. He'd been doing that entirely too much lately. If it were up to you, I'd probably never leave the house. Don't give me any ideas, she grumbled. Mom, I let you and Mr. Roman do the cleanup of our place because you needed privacy, but I'm not missing this one. I want to help. When Jonah was little, she'd worried sometimes he'd grow up as self-absorbed as his father. She shouldn't have. That's nice of you. She matched his eye roll. Plus, Shannon will be there. Jonah studied the tiled floor. She hid a smile. Is this the real reason for you being eager to help out so much? Well, maybe part of it. He grinned up at her. And it doesn't hurt that we're starting from our backyard. The sounds of cars pulling up outside her house made her head snap up. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Mrs. McPherson wanted it to be a surprise. Jonah spread his arms as if to signify he hadn't had a hand in this. A doorbell made her rush to the front door. As she glanced out the peephole, her eyes widened. She looked back. And Mr. Roman on my doorstep is another surprise, right? Right. Jonah stepped forward, smiling sheepishly. Mrs. McPherson wanted us to work in pairs. I suggested you be paired with Mr. Roman. What am I going to do with you? She shook her head as she flung the door open. What you always do, love me and feed me delicious desserts. Oh, and healthy food, too. Jonah marched outside. Hello, Mr. Roman. They shook hands. Her pulse spiking in Roman's presence, Aileen followed her son to the porch. Hi, Roman. Now the secret she'd kept for so long didn't stand between them anymore, she felt even more awkward in his presence. She was drawn to him beyond measure, but something stopped her from admitting her growing, or returning, feelings for him. Hello, Aileen. His black boots, worn-out jeans, and steel-colored sweater hugged his muscles nicely. Very nicely. Not that she should be noticing such details. He looked like he wanted to say something else, but a small crowd already gathered on her front lawn picking up debris she hadn't had a chance to take care of. The warmth of embarrassment rose as she took the can liner and a long stick designed to pick up trash from his hands. I should have done it all myself. Then she marched to open the gate to the backyard. You were busy with the store? Why don't you accept help and say thank you? Roman's voice was soft as he walked beside her. She opened the gate, then glanced back, searching for her son. He was talking to a blonde, slim, teenage girl, rather pretty. That's Shannon, Roman whispered. Great. Roman had met her before Aileen did. The girl waved and ran to them. Hello, Mr. Roman. And you must be Jonah's mom. I'm Shannon. She stuck out her hand. Her iris-colored fingernails would have made Violet proud, who loved all things purple. Great to meet you. Aileen studied the girl. I'll be happy to make the chocolate cake for your birthday like you requested. Jonah told me a lot about you. Shannon wore bleached-out jeans with a few rips and tall purple boots matching her fingernails. Pink streaks wove through her blonde braids. Eileen's heart squeezed from compassion toward her son. She'd lived among the upper crust of Portland long enough to know those jeans and boots were designer-made and expensive. Totally unsuitable for a cleanup day. Not that Aileen had anything against rich girls, but she remembered all too well how her ex-husband had treated her like property, often reminding her how poor she'd been before she married him. They had that in common with Christina. Hopefully, Jonah wouldn't encounter that issue. Eileen's gaze switched to Shannon's denim designer brand blazer and the multicolored t-shirt underneath. Shannon tipped her head, and her eggplant-hued earrings in the shape of flowers moved, too. I made the t-shirt myself. Earrings, as well. I'm into art. Jonah gazed affectionately at Shannon. She's awesome, isn't she? Yes. Aileen better answer affirmative and not upset Jonah, though she already worried about this relationship. The idea of making him wait until 25 before he started dating looked more and more appealing. But maybe she should stop expecting the worst? Jonah laughed. I meant you, Mom, but yes, Shannon is pretty awesome, too. Pretty and awesome. Thanks. Shannon beamed. He must have taken lessons from you on how to give compliments, Aileen whispered in Roman's direction. Roman shook his head. Can't take the credit. It's all Jonah. And you. I love talking to you all, but we should start working. Shannon pulled disposable purple gloves from her pocket, snapped them on, and strode forward in her brightly colored boots, as if oblivious to the mud. Though her attire wasn't exactly up to the occasion, she obviously wasn't a spoiled rich girl. Under Eileen's watchful glance, Jonah put on gloves before proceeding to pick up trash. If it was up to Aileen, she'd make him wear a mask and protective glasses, too. She was acutely aware of Roman as he worked beside her. The memories of working with him in her teens, be it repairing a fence or cooking a meatloaf, appeared in front of her. After they'd entered a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, many of such evenings ended up in hugs and kisses, and her heartbeat increased as she remembered every one of them. She picked up a dirty foam cup and placed it in the can liner. There would be no such ending today, though the longing inside her told her how much she ached for Roman to kiss her. The environment was far from romantic, but with him, it didn't matter. She needed to keep her feelings in check, but it didn't mean she should be ungrateful. Thank you for doing this. Yes, I know it's because you're my neighbor, but still. You're much more to me than that. His eyes darkened as he picked up a broken beer bottle nearly the same shade as his eyes. You know that. Well, she didn't know. Where were they standing now? Did his feelings for her return, or had she wiped them out forever when she'd married Dr. Krasinski? The fenced-in backyard was small enough for the four of them to clear the debris fast. That should make Dog happy. He was restless inside and showed his protest by chewing on a chair. Good thing he was such a fun, loving dog that she'd forgiven him in a heartbeat. And extra good thing he hadn't tried that stunt at Roman's townhouse. Roman snatched off one of the gloves and fished his phone from the back pocket of his jeans. I have the address of the next house, or rather, yard, we're supposed to clean. He rattled off the address. Aileen searched her memory. Oh, it's close nearby. We can go there on foot. By some miracle, her sedan had managed to survive the flood. Their automotive shop had cleaned and vacuumed it well, and the car was back in her driveway. Her cousin had picked up his truck after having to replace the battery. Sounds great. The rest of their company nodded. The caretaker in her woke up. Would you like to drink something before we go, though? A snack or some pastries? Oh, that would be great. Shannon clapped with her gloved hands. But maybe better after we're done? Okay. Jonah looked at Shannon with affection again. Aileen swallowed hard. Her son seemed to be falling for this girl already, and she could only pray Shannon wouldn't crush Jonah's fragile heart like Aileen had crushed Roman's. Pray? Yes, she'd started praying again, though her relationship with the Lord was far from the way it had once been. She still couldn't fully believe God had forgiven her, still couldn't surrender her worries to the Lord. Her gaze shifted to Roman. What about all the loans she'd taken out? If they ever ended up together, would Roman eventually feel as bitter toward her as her father had toward her mother for saddling him with an enormous debt? Besides, she'd have to make peace with her past and be certain about Roman's feelings for her before having a chance at a future with him. While Roman was nothing like Dr. Krasinski, she'd lived with a man who didn't love her for 22 years and knew firsthand how painful that was. She wouldn't do it a second time. Neither could she hurt Roman by having a relationship and walking away from him again. A week later, Roman clenched his teeth as he stared at the pastry booth across from the taco booth where he was helping his sister. Brightly colored booths and stands filled the paved public square in the town center. The fundraiser was in full swing, and despite the cool weather, the sun had still managed to shine for most of the day, and everyone was having a good time. It was difficult to believe that, less than 2 weeks ago, the town had flooded. His mood, however, was far from wonderful as he stared at another man flirting with Aileen and her smiling back at him. Of course, Roman didn't know every man in town, but this one looked like a tourist. Judging by the expensive suit and the diamond ring on his pinky finger, a rich and handsome tourist. Huh? You're going to break that plate with tacos? Christina whispered to him.
Grr.
He'd be no help to his twin if he behaved like that. Roman flashed a smile and handed beef tacos to a mother of 3 whose roof he'd once repaired. Here we go. Enjoy. How are your boys doing? The woman beamed at him and for a few seconds talked about her son's antics before walking away. Christina winked. Looks like Eileen's booth is much busier than mine. Why don't you go there and help her instead? He had the best sister in the world. Should he? He hesitated. I might make it less busy. I thought mostly women had a sweet tooth. But look at all those male customers. Who'd think that men loved pastries this much? Christina served a taco plate to a teenage girl, then turned to him. Maybe they are just sweet on our Aileen. Great. You're not helping, he grumbled. Well, neither am I here. Now Eileen's no dating policy after marriage didn't sound so bad. Unless one of the handsome men could persuade her to make an exception. Christina gave him a friendly nudge. Just go. Since Eileen's betrayal turned out not to be exactly betrayal, there could be a second chance for them. Or was it false hope? The last week after the town cleanup, she hadn't seemed interested in rekindling their romance, citing being busy with the store and fundraiser preparation. Go. This time, Christina's nudge wasn't so friendly. I've never seen you this hesitant. For a petite woman, she could pack a punch. He resisted the urge to rub the place where his twin nudged him and marched to the pastry booth. Just in time, because another customer stood there, a man in dressy slacks, leather shoes, and with a brand name watch. Another tourist? Roman stepped behind the counter, waving for Aileen to sit and get some rest. I can help you, sir. What would you like? The man sized him up, then turned toward the taco booth and leered at Christina. I think I'm rather in the mood for beef tacos. His gaze flicked to the wedding band on Christina's hand. On second thoughts, I'll take an apple turnover. Great choice. Roman served him the pastry. Delicious aromas of freshly baked desserts teased his nostrils. Thankfully, he'd enjoyed a healthy helping of Christina's tacos, after paying for them, of course, and wasn't hungry. Soon the man was gone, and a group of teen girls rushed to the counter. Things started moving fast. Roman and Aileen worked in tandem, understanding each other without words, like when Aileen had worked for her relative at the pastry store. Only now, things were different between them. Aileen was all smiles, she probably had to be because of the customers, but he knew her well enough to sense the tension. Was it because of him? Because she didn't know how to behave around him anymore? He wanted to ask her out, but something was stopping him. Maybe her no dating after marriage rule. Or maybe something way deeper. She was obviously nervous and putting up a guard, but why? 3 families with small children lined up, then a group of young women. When Roman and Aileen got a few moments of respite, she eyed the remaining pastry and cookie trays. I hope I brought enough. Would you like me to drive to the store and bring more? He'd helped her load pastries into the car in the morning, so he knew where everything was. I'll see. I might take you up on that later. She waved to Mrs. McPherson who was approaching them. I'm here on official business. To thank you for helping out. A smile pushed up her wrinkles, and her pale blue eyes glowed brighter. Again, a new shine shimmered in her eyes. After becoming a widow at 55, Mrs. McPherson hadn't dated. But maybe town rumors were right, and there was a new man in her life, though it was strange that even Violet hadn't managed to ferret out who it was. The flowers Mrs. McPherson had reportedly received weren't ordered at the local floral shop, and nobody knew what the cards said. Violet's theory was the man was out of town. Mrs. McPherson seemed years younger. Roman hoped, whoever the man was, he'd make her happy. She pointed at one of the trays. "Okay, that macaroon, and I'll get one of your delicious cherry turnovers." Aileen chuckled. "Coming right up. And I'm glad to be here. You did an amazing job organizing everything." She handed the woman a cherry turnover and a pink macaroon. "Don't forget about the bachelor auction tonight." The older lady wiggled her finger at him. He groaned. "Don't remind me. Could I just write a check? And miss all the fun?" "Of course not." Mrs. McPherson's gaze became pensive. "Maybe I should pick you up and drive you to the city hall this evening after you change into your auction clothes. In case you decide to flee." "I'm not going to flee." He squared his shoulders. "I gave you my word." The little imp grinned. "I'm so looking forward to this. And according to Violet, a lot of other women in town are too." Her steps unusually light, she walked away, and somehow Roman didn't think just the prospect of seeing him at the auction did that. He was dying to find out who'd finally won Mrs. McPherson's affection. Well, he and the rest of the town, as the rumors were already multiplying. He turned to Aileen. The breeze set a strand of her blindingly red hair free, and he had a nearly irresistible urge to tuck it behind her ear. His memory did him a disservice, reminding him how soft her hair once felt under his fingertips, how sweet her lips tasted under his, sweeter than any of her pastries, and how fast his pulse quickened in her presence. It beat in double time now, just as it had then. Eileen's eyes widened as he stepped closer. "May I have a dozen chocolate cupcakes?" A female voice interrupted his runaway thoughts. "Of course." Aileen recovered faster than he did as she hurried to help the customer, though a light blush on her neck hinted maybe she thought of the same thing he did. Their first kiss. Many kisses afterward. The happy customer trotted off with Eileen's sweets, and he stepped to her again. "I waited 22 years for you." "Really?" She raised an eyebrow. Oh, she meant his dating. "Okay, not exactly waited. But now that you're back and I know what really happened, I don't want to wait any longer. Have dinner with me at Tia Irma's." She'd liked that place when they'd been teenagers. He held his breath. Was this too soon? They hadn't worked through their hurts yet, had they? She blinked. "What if it doesn't work out? I don't want to hurt you again. And if it goes somewhere serious, I don't want you to end up with a huge debt because of me. Besides, a lot of people in this town dislike me for leaving you the first time. I don't want to make it worse. Will you ever stop worrying? Let God take care of things for you and follow his guidance?" Nearly since the time Roman had been a teenager, he'd been sure God had meant Aileen for him. Then he thought he might have been wrong because she'd married Dr. Krasinski. Now the feeling returned. "Yes, I worry a lot. But I had to help put food on the table and keep things from falling apart since a young age. You're not going to give us a chance, are you?" He cringed at the tone of his voice. A little more, and he'd have called her a coward. A great start. Not. After a few torturous moments, she said, "I have something else in mind." Huh? What was that, exactly? He didn't have an opportunity to ask because more customers lined up. This was the first time he nearly wished she weren't such an outstanding baker. "When will I find out what you have in mind?" She gave him a long look before returning her attention to the customer. "Soon. Very soon." Chapter 11. In the evening, Aileen squeezed into the crowded hall for the auction. Her tired muscles ached, and fatigue settled in. She'd manned the pastry booth plus gotten through the busy week at the store. But the pastry booth had turned out a great success, so she couldn't complain. Closing the booth had taken some time, though, and while the auction didn't start yet, the place was already filled with women eager to bid on Chapel Cove's most eligible bachelors. "Over here. I saved you a seat." Christina waved from the third row. Apparently, she'd managed to close her booth earlier than Aileen had hers. A few whispers reached her as she made it to the vacant seat near her friend. Not everybody in her hometown understood their friendship, and some probably even judged Christina for betraying her brother. Well, even in close-knit and caring communities like theirs, not everyone was welcoming and kind. Or could it be Aileen had just misinterpreted people's glances and whispers, always expecting the worst? "Thank you." She claimed the seat, then gave her friend a quick hug and shook hands with her husband. Chelsea was probably with her grandparents. Strangely enough, of all the people in town, Christina had become her best friend and biggest supporter after giving her the cold shoulder initially. Aileen didn't blame her for the cold shoulder. Sure, Christina had bought from her store, how could someone with her taste for chocolate not? But she'd shown none of her former friendliness. As Roman's twin, Christina had probably seen how much Eileen's betrayal affected him. But one day several months ago, Eileen's car wouldn't start in a grocery store parking lot. Christina had been nearby with the little adorable girl, Chelsea, putting groceries in her own car. She'd helped Aileen with jumper cables, and the sedan started. Eileen's lips curved up at what had happened next. To express her gratitude, Aileen had taken a plate with chocolate-filled brioches to Christina, and they'd started talking. Then Aileen had broken down and told her what really made her marry a different man 22 years ago, making Christina promise she wouldn't tell her brother. Since then, a bond had formed, though fragile at first. "But what are you doing at the bachelor auction?" Aileen asked as she leaned back in her seat. Obviously, her friend already had the man of her dreams by her side. Christina's shoulder pressed against hers as she leaned in and whispered, "To bid on my brother, of course." "Excuse me?" Eileen's brows shot up. "Well, to help you bid on him. I'll contribute, and you'll bid." According to the grapevine, aka Violet, bids are supposed to be high. Violet told Nye that was going to be especially the case for bachelor number 7. Aileen swallowed hard, hoping her suspicion was wrong. Who's bachelor number 7? Even with Christina's help, she couldn't bid too high, no matter how much she wanted to. Not that she wanted to. She just came to look at the auction. If she won, she wouldn't make Roman do anything. She just wanted to save him from the humiliation of being at the beck and call of some woman he might not even like. He'd better not like. Deflated, she glanced around. The richest women in town were here. Violet's spreading the news worked well. Maybe too well. Stop this. It was all for a good cause, and Aileen worked up some joy for such a great turnout. Don't be so worried. Nye and Mateo are contributing, too. Christina winked. Breathing became a little easier. Probably the air conditioning kicked up. I appreciate your generosity, but why? Well, Nye is a big softy at heart, and Mateo. He said he wanted his cuz to finally be happy. Christina smiled as she intertwined her fingers with her husband's. Warm gratitude loosened the cold knots inside Aileen. But you know our history. Exactly. I'm one of the few people who know the truth. Christina's eyes saddened. I told Roman, Aileen breathed out. Her friend managed to squeal in a low voice and gave her another hug. Well, it's about time. A female behind them hushed at them because the auction already started. As each bachelor was auctioned, Eileen's stomach tied itself in tighter knots. And not only because bids were indeed very high. It was all for a good cause, after all. But would she dare to bid on Roman? It would mean publicly acknowledging she was still interested in him. Judging by what people thought of her, it might not fly well. It might even affect her business. Her pastry store was popular now, but what if some customers decided to boycott it, thinking she was out to hurt one of the town's favorite people for the second time? Far-fetched? Yes. But during the week, as she'd worked closely with Mrs. McPherson for the fundraiser and admitted the real reason she'd married a different man, Mrs. McPherson said she was sorry she'd advised Roman against falling for her again. If even kind Mrs. McPherson, who'd known Aileen well since she'd been a teen, felt that way, what could be said for the rest of town? Aileen took a deep breath. She didn't like taking risks, avoided confrontations as much as she could. Except for opening her business, she played it safe. As safe as she could. Putting her business on the line, putting her heart on the line was a huge risk. Christina elbowed her. It's about to start. Well, just look at my hermano. Oh yes, Aileen looked all right. Stared, in fact. So did every woman here. Unlike other auctioned bachelors before him who'd been dressed in tuxedos, he opted for a black t-shirt, black jeans, and cowboy boots, an outfit accentuated by a tool belt. The t-shirt stretched over his muscular torso, chiseled by years of manual labor. He shifted from one foot to the other, as if uncomfortable, but he oozed masculinity. Who would think a man dressed so simply and wearing a tool belt could be this attractive? Wow, a few women in her row whispered, and Aileen agreed. Christina leaned to her again. Why are you not bidding? Oh, I see. You want low bids to get out of the way. You're waiting until only a few bidders are left. No, I was just salivating, Aileen admitted sheepishly. That man can fix my plumbing any time. The phrase came somewhere from the right, and Eileen's head snapped in that direction. Huh? Apparently, a respectable gray-haired lady in a light blue suit, matching hat and gloves, of about 60 years old, said it. Aileen didn't even want to think what kind of plumbing the lady meant. Her neighbor of about the same age nodded enthusiastically. You've got that right. The rest of the women seemed to agree because bidding went high fast. Well, what was she to do? Her heart thundered in her ears. 1,000, somebody screamed 2 rows ahead of them. What? 1,000 already for a day spent with Roman? Not that he wasn't worth it. Because he totally was. Now or never. She raised her hand. 1,200. Heads turned in her direction. Did she say something wrong? Sure enough, whispers started, probably none of them good. Aileen shrank back. Christina gave her an encouraging look. Feel free to go up to 20,000. What? Aileen nearly jumped in her seat. First of all, my brother is priceless, and I see a few women here I wouldn't want to sink their teeth into him. Second, it's for the flood victims. We're all happy to donate. Christina leaned into her husband, who nodded. When the bidding went up to 15,000, already a record in the history of Chapel Cove, Aileen glanced at Christina. Are you sure? Positive. Offer 20. Really, go for it. Eileen's heart nearly stopped as she raised her hand. 20. Roman's jaw dropped. All heads turned to her. For a few moments, there was silence until murmurs started again. Are you sure? Mrs. McPherson's eyes went wide. Positive. Aileen echoed Christina's words. Of course, if her friend overestimated the amount they could come up with, there was no way Aileen could get even a fraction of this sum. Her stomach turned. What was she thinking? Christina reached into her purse and handed her the check. Here we go. Aileen stared at it, hardly able to believe it. I know it's not enough to repay it, but I owe you a lifetime of cupcakes. Her friend laughed. Chelsea will be happy to hear it. She agreed with Christina that her brother was priceless. And the expression on Roman's face when he looked at her was priceless, too. The issue was she didn't want Roman just for a day. She wanted him for life. Chapter 12. Even after Aileen had explained to Roman yesterday that several people had pitched in to bid on him, he still couldn't believe how high the bid ended up. Mrs. McPherson said he'd set the record for years to come, if not for a century. The fundraiser overall turned out to be so successful the lady was already thinking about making it an annual event for different charities, hopefully, without the flood preceding it. Sunday afternoon, he tried the 5th outfit in a row. This was ridiculous. He never cared what he wore and usually put on the nearest clean t-shirt and jeans, or sometimes shorts if the weather was warm. Now that didn't seem enough. Standing before the mirror, dressed in a white polo shirt and sand-colored slacks, he stared at his reflection. Okay, he needed a woman's perspective. He picked up his phone from the nightstand and speed-dialed his twin. Hermanita, do you have a minute? Or more like 10. Sure. What's going on? I need you to come over to help me choose an outfit for my date.
Ugh.
I mean, lunch with Aileen. Anybody else would probably scoff at him for this, but he knew his sister. I'll drive to your place right now. I needed to bring you something anyway. See you soon. She disconnected. Well, he didn't expect anything less from Christina, though he did have a slight pang for intruding on her time with her family. Minutes later, the bell rang, and he opened the door to a smiling Christina with a dozen red roses, their brilliant hue offsetting the classy tones of her cream-colored dress and matching jacket. A pearl earring gleamed from one ear, the other ear still naked. She was probably dressing for church when he'd called. He waved her in, and so she stepped inside. What are the roses for? He stared at the bouquet before it sank in. The florist shop was closed for the weekend, and there wouldn't be enough time to receive flowers if he ordered them online. And he'd badly wanted to give Aileen flowers. Well, I was hoping Aileen would win the bid at the bachelor auction. I also figured it would be too late for you to get roses for your date, lunch with her. Judging by your long history, you need all the help you can get. She winked. He wouldn't argue with that. Gracias. He retrieved a large vase from the shelf, hurried to the kitchen, filled the vase with water, and returned to the living room. Smiling, Christina arranged the crimson-red roses in the water for now. Okay, I only came to your rescue because I had the same what to wear for a date emergency call for Nye. And? He raised an eyebrow as he turned to her. Oh.
Yeah.
And because I love you. But really, stop stressing out. Aileen couldn't care less about the way you dress. Remember, she saw you in clothes stained by paint, torn, old, and… Okay, I get your point. Still, what do you think? I'm picking her and Jonah up to go to church. Then Jonah asked to be dropped off at a friend's place. Aileen and I will have lunch at Tia Irma's. Then I hope to take her to the beach and a few other surprises. She paused. What you have on is fine. He groaned. I need to change. His twin quirked an eyebrow. I said this was fine. You paused. I paused. You paused. Okay. She took the nearest chair. It's just you usually wear dressy black slacks and a white shirt when you go to church. But I didn't want Aileen to think I'm trying too hard to impress her. Christina rolled her eyes. You are trying too hard to impress her. Just be yourself. Be the person she fell in love with. And walked out on later. He rushed back to the closet and came back dressed in black slacks and a white shirt, ironed and starched. His sibling gave him a thumbs up. That's what I'm talking about. He leaned against the wall. Usually, he was a confident man, was never nervous before any of his dates. But today his heart was doing somersaults in his chest. It's just this all is too important to me to mess it up. I want to bring Aileen closer to the Lord again. And, sometime later, I want to stand in that very same church, waiting for her at the altar. Wow. Christina's eyes widened. You sure seem certain about this. I am. I love her. I never stopped loving her, even if I did my best to persuade myself otherwise for 22 years. Well, his sister got up. I need to rush back because Greg is braiding Chelsea's hair to go to church, and… Sometimes he needs some help with that. But I'll say 2 things before I go. The gaze of her dark eyes became thoughtful. 2 things? He walked her to the door. First, you need to tell her how you feel. While you know her better than I do, I have a feeling Aileen still worries about too many things. She needs to be confident about your love. Second, Aileen has some apprehensions about your relationship. Like her huge debt, the fact she's already left you once, and so on. It might take you some time to persuade her you're meant to be. He opened the door for Christina. Then I'm the man for the job. Her heart skipping a beat, Aileen settled into a pew. She hadn't been in a church in years, and mixed emotions whirled inside her. Probably the biggest of those emotions was joy, though she had little prickles of doubt and worry. What would God think of her now? She wasn't the naive and innocent girl she'd once been. Roman, who flanked her on the right side, smiled at her. God will accept you with open arms. I'm so glad you agreed to come to church today. Wow. It's beautiful here. And so, solemn. I've never worshipped in a church. Jonah, who was sitting to her left side, looked around. Oh, and I see familiar faces. Shannon is over there with her parents. He waved at the girl. No mistaking that blonde pink-streaked hair. While Aileen didn't want that to be his motivation to come to church, she didn't say anything. Jonah had told her Roman had talked to him about God. She stifled a sting. She should have talked to Jonah about God, read him the Bible, brought him to church so many years ago. Roman seemed to read her thoughts again. Don't start feeling guilty now. Just talk to God. She lifted her eyes up to the ceiling. Lord, please forgive me. Please guide me. Is this true love or nostalgia for the best times of my life? Will I bring Roman happiness or only hurt again? Does he still love me, or am I kidding myself? I don't want a casual relationship. And I have Jonah to think about now. I know I worry about so many things, but I don't know how to stop. Please show me the right path. The fog of confusion in her head didn't dissipate, but she felt lighter, as if she could float through it. Mrs. McPherson waved from a few pews ahead. Then they got up to let Christina, her husband, and Chelsea into the pew. Chelsea looked adorable in a pink dress with a bow, and a matching bow decorated her braid. They gave each other greetings and hugs, and somehow Christina looked at her differently when she slipped inside the pew. Huh? What was that about? Aileen didn't have time to consider it as the service started. As she listened to the sermon, she had a strong feeling her life was about to change for the better. Could she grow closer to the Lord again? Could she help her son do the same? Jonah seemed to listen attentively, his eyes wide. This was the same church Roman and she had wanted to be married in. Maybe there was hope that dreams, once broken, could come true. She still didn't have clarity. Lord, what should I do? That afternoon, Aileen took a deep breath of salty air, listening to seagulls' greetings. She'd won that bid at the bachelor auction, so she'd decided to enjoy this day with Roman. Her heart squeezed. She didn't want the day to end. While she missed spending the rest of Sunday with her son, having a romantic lunch at Tia Irma's was wonderful. She stole a glance at Roman, walking beside her on the boardwalk. He traded his dressy black slacks and starched white shirt for blue jeans, a steel-colored sweater, and a navy jacket. His hair, neatly combed this morning, was now ruffled slightly by the wind. Just like in her teen years, he made her breath catch in her throat. She couldn't look away, as if needing to commit his image to memory. Not that she'd ever forget him. And she'd meet him again after tonight, of course. Chapel Cove was a small town. But never again like this, when possibilities floated fresh and new in the air. Or would she? He took her hand, and she didn't pull it away. Warmth spread through her at his touch, and her pulse spiked. This place held so many memories. They'd gone fishing here many times, and then she'd cooked the fish later at Mrs. McPherson's. They'd run around here when they were teens, and when he'd catch her, he'd cover her face in kisses. Her skin heated at the memory, and anticipation tingled through her. She wanted him to kiss her. Desperately. Badly. And keep kissing her again and again. He drew her to him and for a few amazing moments stared in her eyes. She lost herself in his dark orbs. The world around them disappeared, and she wouldn't think about everything pulling them apart. Then he released her slowly. I don't want to push you too far. She was about to say he wasn't pushing her, on the contrary, but she held the words back. She'd never been the one to initiate a kiss, and she wouldn't do it now. Despite the long list of women he'd dated, she could trust Roman wouldn't hurt her. But could she trust herself to never hurt him again? Worry chilled her heating blood. Maybe she was kidding herself here, and he didn't have strong feelings for her any longer. This was just reliving good times of their youth and their happiness. Everything she'd ruined by marrying a different man. He traced her jawline with his fingertips. Have you any idea how much I missed you all these years? His gentle touch tensed her every muscle. Where was this going? Not as much as I missed you. A few moments like this, and she'd hand him her heart on a silver platter again. He leaned into her, then seemed to force himself to pull away. He glanced toward the lighthouse. Care to climb the stairs? The view there is spectacular. She already had a spectacular view right in front of her, but she wouldn't tell him so. Sure. Let's do it. As they started climbing stairs, the lighthouse seemed to have way more stairs than she'd remembered. Or maybe she was slightly out of shape. She'd need to stop snacking on her own pastries. But the wonderful thing was, even if she'd gained a few extra pounds and a few wrinkles were lurking somewhere, she saw the same admiration in Roman's eyes as when they'd been teens. With her heart beating fast for several reasons, she grew more breathless the further they climbed. Concern flashed in his eyes as he looked down at her. We can go back if you'd like. No, she huffed and puffed a little. It's fine. Are you sure? He took her hand. Oh yes. Somebody needed to take up jogging in the morning. Maybe on this very beach. Right. She'd have to get up at 3 in the morning for that. The rest of the stairs he mostly pulled her up. If the narrow passage had more space, he'd probably have carried her. Just the thought made her heart flip-flop. Once they made it to the top, she looked around. Wow. It's even more amazing than I remember. Probably because the last time they'd visited the lighthouse she'd been so head over heels she'd stared mostly at him and not the ocean. A few fluffy clouds drifted overhead. Azure waters spread in front of her as far as the eye could see, and the ships interrupting it looked so small from this height. God creates such amazing beauty, Roman said quietly. Yes. She'd never get tired of this view. Chapel Cove was built in such a beautiful place. But what made it even more beautiful was the caring, God-loving community. In the tiny space at the top of the stairs, she had to stand very close to him, but she wasn't complaining. Let's stay here for a while, okay? Of course. For some time, they gazed at the ocean and talked about their friends, relatives, and so many things that had happened during all the years they hadn't seen each other. Talking to him was always so easy. While she'd been shy as a teen and never grew out of it, except when she had to talk to the customers, he'd been the heart and soul of many gatherings. With Roman, she'd always been at ease. Then the conversation switched to her son. I was afraid at first for Jonah to wrestle. He told me. It took him some time to persuade you he'd be fine. I just remembered watching you doing it. Every time I thought you might get hurt, my heart would sink. That's why you left one of my practices? I thought you didn't care enough to stay. I cared too much for you to stay. It surprised and scared me when Jonah wanted to wrestle, too. He's kind and caring, and he loves carpentry and the same classes you did in school. He's so sociable. He makes friends easily, unlike me. He's so much like you in character. She kept quiet for a while, then blurted out, it's like, he's more your son than his real father's. Something unreadable flashed in Roman's eyes. I'd love so much for Jonah to be my son. I have a feeling he thinks the same way. He can't stop talking about you. Thank you for teaching him carpentry and inviting him fishing next week. A deep sigh left her lungs. I made such a mess out of things, didn't I? A muscle moved in his jaw. You made a choice you thought was the best under the circumstances. I understand your reasons now, but I wish you'd told me. Together we could have found a better solution. So there was still a wall of hurt between them. Her heart dropped. I didn't want to put a burden on you. Either way, I have to pay for my mistakes. Can you ever forgive me? Would he? And would God forgive her? She'd done her best to be a good wife, but she hadn't honored her husband in her mind and her soul because her heart belonged to Roman. It still did. And it always would. Chapter 13. Her breath caught in her throat as Aileen waited for Roman's reply. He smiled at her, but sadness tinted the smile. I already have. The question is not whether I can forgive you but whether you can forgive yourself. A young couple was climbing upstairs, so she took the steps down to give them space when they reached the top. Roman and Aileen climbed downstairs, and again the number of stairs seemed way more than when she'd been a teen. She'd loved coming to the lighthouse then, staring out to sea and dreaming of their future together. This was home, and happiness seemed so close to her she could nearly touch it, like she could reach out and touch Roman's forearm. Why ruin all those memories by trying to have a relationship again and possibly failing again, too? But as he hugged her, she knew why. They walked along the shore, so close she didn't know how she'd be able to leave him at the end of the evening. A cool breeze caressed her skin, but warmed by his nearness it didn't chill her. Seagulls greeted them again with noisy squawks. Another couple, regular customers in their early 20s, waved at them. First, Aileen thought to pull away from Roman but then decided against it and waved back. I was so afraid to open Aileen's pastries. If not for Dad and Jonah encouraging, pushing me, I don't think I would ever have done it. And then, when I heard the whispers behind my back, saw the unfriendly glances. Whispers? Unfriendly glances? Roman stopped her. People love your store. I hear everywhere how great your desserts are and how grateful everybody is that you took over. Maybe they were talking about something or somebody else, not you. As for unfriendly glances, they could be upset about something that happened to them that day. Huh? Her eyes widened. Maybe I projected my own feelings on other people. I didn't look at it that way. Wow. She'd paid more attention to the rumors behind her back, probably many of them non-existent, than to the welcome and support many people provided. Including frequenting her fledgling pastry shop and telling her how glad they were she'd taken over and how delicious her desserts were. Probably guilt at leaving Roman and then not having the courage to explain why had colored many of her perceptions. Could she surrender it to the Lord, like Roman had said? While she'd considered faith lighting the path in front of her like a lighthouse, Roman's support was often the lantern showing her good things which she'd seen as bad. He hadn't just fixed things around the house, he'd helped her outlook on life. Besides home improvement, he'd improved her and her life. It wasn't even that she was falling for Roman again, with a more mature love for the man he'd become than the puppy love she'd had for one of the most popular boys in school, who'd incredibly chosen her, a shy, awkward girl and the daughter of the town drunk. Her heart made a strange movement as she breathed in the salty air. No, it wasn't that she was falling for him again. It was that she'd never stopped loving him. Lord, what should I do? During their stroll along the boardwalk, Roman had to shove his hands into his pockets to stop himself from reaching out to Aileen, bringing her close again, and kissing her senseless. He never wanted to let her go. His pulse skyrocketed while the breeze played with her reddish hair and a soft smile touched her lips as she looked up at him from time to time. He'd always thought she was the prettiest girl in school, which had seemed to shock her when he told her so at 15. But now she was even more beautiful. The blue sweater and teal-green jacket she wore today brightened her blue eyes even more. There were remnants of hurt in his heart, yes, but it seemed much smaller than the guilt weighing on her fragile shoulders. He wanted to hug those shoulders and try to figure out how to make things better together. To fix this, like they'd done so many times before. But by the looks of it, she didn't want that togetherness. Instead, she insisted on punishing herself for mistakes that might not have been mistakes at all. He said a silent prayer for her and shoved his hands deeper. Back at his vehicle, in the small parking lot midway along the boardwalk, she turned to him, eyes warm and glowing, yet holding a hint of bewilderment. As if she wasn't quite sure how to respond to him now. Thank you for a lovely afternoon. It's not over yet. He grinned. The rest of their day was all planned out. There's still an hour or so before sunset. Would you like to visit the orchard? Jeannie told me it escaped the worst of the floods. I'd love to. The wind threw her hair around her face. Great. This time, he couldn't stop himself. He reached out and brushed her bright hair away from her lovely face. His fingertips only grazed her smooth skin, but it sent an impulse that seemed to reach his heart. He stepped back, and something dimmed in her eyes. A man needed to have oodles of willpower around Aileen, and he didn't think he had that much. As he held the truck door open for her to climb in, he gave thanks to the Lord for an amazing day. The sunshine on the water sparkled like a myriad of diamonds, and so did Aileen's eyes. Every moment in her company was precious. He might as well say it. But not yet. Maybe, when they were at the orchard. After starting the truck, he steered it onto Wharf Road and across the bridge. The old apple orchard lay just a mile or so upriver along a road that hugged the bank. The usually calm and clear water, now swollen, brown with washed-away soil and littered with tree branches and logs from the forest upriver, rushed by with ferocious speed. A few minutes later, he parked outside Jeannie's little farm shop where she sold her apple products, then jumped out and hurried around to open the truck door for Aileen. She accepted the hand he offered to help her from the truck and didn't pull away. With his free hand, he lifted the orange picnic blanket from behind her seat and didn't let her hand go as they strolled side by side into the orchard. The fresh scent of grass mixed with the slightly sweet scent of fruit in the late afternoon air. He breathed deeply while above them a few small red jewels of Washington red delicious apples missed by the pickers quivered on otherwise near-naked branches, evidence the apple season was over. They never had a date in this place, but it still held interesting memories. Letting his hand go, Aileen reached up and picked an apple, then passed it to him, eyes alight with laughter. Remember how you stole apples from this orchard for me when we were 14? You didn't have money to buy me the apples I wanted for apple fritters, so you came to get them here instead without telling me. He weighed the apple in his hand. Soft now, and wrinkled. Well past its best. But precious to him, loaded with his memories of their past, and his hopes for their future. Sounds silly now, but at the time, it seemed like a good idea. Until I got caught, of course. George was angry at first, but when I explained, he let me take a few apples for you. Still, you shouldn't have done it, especially for me. She waggled a finger in a mock scolding. Only for you. And, you shouldn't have asked your parents to drive you to the orchard to help me pick all those baskets of apples on the weekend, when you found out what George asked me to do as a penance. I wanted to help. I cared about you. I still do. Me, too. For a few moments, neither one of them said a word, letting the warm feeling linger in the air. I'm glad I could get you the apples, and picking fruit alongside you was no punishment. I enjoyed it a lot. I wanted to give you so many things, and back then, I couldn't. I'm sorry for that. Lips downturned, Aileen shook her head. You don't need to be sorry. I do. I never needed you treating me to meals or recipe ingredients or giving me presents. I just needed your company. You, being nearby. Same here. Though don't get me wrong, I did love all the desserts you made. He gazed into her eyes. I love a lot of things in our past. But I don't want to live in the past. Let's think about our future. Her shoulders stiffened. She spun on her heel on the soft grass, and then strode toward the nearby river. I hope the little sandy beach that used to be here hasn't washed away. Remember how we swam in the river that weekend to cool off? Picking apples was hot work. How could he forget? He needed to cool off from the sight of her in a swimsuit far more than from apple picking. As he followed her, he took a deep breath. She might not want to discuss their future, but he did. I believe God has given us a second chance. I'm grateful for it and willing to take it. Are you? She stayed silent. He risked a sideways glance at her, but she stared straight ahead. Though he longed for an answer, something warned him not to push her. Heaving a sigh, Aileen turned her head toward him as she walked. It's not that simple. We can't live in the past, no, but the past still affects us. You need to deal with your issues of hurt, and I have to deal with my issues of guilt and aversion to risk first. With all my worries. His heart plummeted. But at least, she hadn't said no outright. Thank you for giving me hope. Her shoulders slumped and she shook her head. Well, that does it. What do you mean? That wasn't exactly the response he'd expected. You're way too nice about the entire situation. I would feel less guilty if you were angry, if you yelled at me, or gave me the silent treatment. Her eyes became misty and her pace slowed. After dating many women, he should have been used to women's logic, but he still managed to find himself surprised sometimes. The best he could manage was really? No, her lips twisted. But it would have been more understandable. You're killing me with kindness. How could she not see how worth his kindness she was? You're a wonderful person. A great mother and daughter. A smart businesswoman and an outstanding dessert chef. Give yourself some credit. You deserve to be treated with kindness and respect. You think much better of me than I think myself. Her voice dipped as she paced nearer the river bank. I worry I'll let you down like I have already. I worry I'll never measure up. I heard about all the women you dated, and, wow. You'll be disappointed. Had being treated like a piece of furniture by her ex-husband affected Aileen's self-esteem? She'd always been a bit insecure and on the pessimistic side, but this was taking it too far. He thought she'd grown in confidence, not the other way around. Hopefully, this was a temporary relapse. The only way you'll disappoint me is if you walk away. I guess I'll have to repeat how incredible you are every day, several times every day, so you believe it yourself. You're amazing. And you're really killing me with kindness. I don't deserve this. She edged away from him, though he wasn't standing too close. He didn't know exactly what happened next. But suddenly, her arms windmilled, and she let out a shriek. Before he could catch her, she slipped into the water and disappeared. God, no. His pulse raced as he ripped off his sweater and jacket, and then kicked off his shoes. With the water running so fast, if a log hit her, if her soaked sweater and jacket dragged her under. He didn't want to think about it. Without hesitation, he jumped in. The chilly water snatched his breath. Unlike Aileen, he was a strong swimmer, but never before had he swum with his heart pounding as wildly in his throat as it did now. Where was she? He needed to find her, and fast. Lord, please help me find her. Chapter 14. Terror for the woman he loved surged through Roman's veins as the fast-flowing river carried him toward the sea. Fending off logs and other debris, he swam faster than he'd ever done in an attempt to catch up with Aileen. With all the mud clouding the water, he'd never see her if she couldn't get to the surface. Please Lord, don't let her be hit by a log. Help me find her. I can't bear to lose her. Thankfully, he spotted her red hair streaming out in the water. Her head, shoulders, and arms followed as she flailed and spluttered. Yes. The breath whooshed out of him. Thank you. In a few adrenaline-fueled strokes he reached her and wrapped an arm around her, supporting her head above the water. Don't struggle. I've got you. Instantly, her flailing arms stilled. Kicking his legs hard and swimming with his other arm, he guided her diagonally across the current, toward the bank. And provided he could make it there and it hadn't been washed by the floodwaters, the small orchard jetty. Pushing every fiber of his muscles to the limit, he made it, though the arm he hooked around the rough wood post strained to hold them there. He tried to stand, but with the extra water flooding the river, his feet didn't hit anything solid. At least, that also meant the distance up onto the jetty was far less than usual. Somehow, he needed to get Aileen up there before the raging current tore them away. Reach up and grab the top of the decking with both hands. Hoarse and rough from exertion, his voice barely registered above the roar of the water. Panting and trembling, she did as he asked, her fingers white from the strain of holding on. Good. She'd heard him. I'll do what I can to lift you, but you need to help me. When I say 3, pull up and kick your legs as hard as you can. Once you get your chest on the jetty, you'll be able to wriggle all the way out. She nodded, and he could feel her muscles tensing, ready to try. 1, 2, 3. Pulling out the last bit of energy he could summon, he pushed himself up in the water by kicking his legs, and lifted Aileen as far as he could with one arm. Yes. She did it. As soon as she'd wriggled out of the water and flopped on the jetty, he followed her, hauling himself out with both arms. Thank you, Lord. Exhausted, he slumped on the wood decking beside her, dragging deep breaths into his burning lungs. He rolled on his side to check on her. She shivered uncontrollably, her teeth chattered, and her normally pale skin was ashen. Cold or shock? Probably both. He crawled toward her. We need to get you warm. Do you think you can walk yet? A shudder shook her. So, that would be a no. And he'd need to recover some more before he could try carrying her. Only one thing to do. Pulling her into his arms, he held her close and covered her with his body to block the wind as much as he could. He was equally chilled, but maybe sharing what little body heat he had would help. After a few minutes, the shudders lessened. Her eyes widened and she gazed up at him. Then she covered his face in kisses. Despite his exhaustion, an unexpected wave of delight surged through him. You saved my life. Thank you. I was terrified, but I knew you'd be there to help me. Always. For the rest of his life, if she'd let him. Aileen slipped her arms around Roman's back and held him tighter. A nervous giggle escaped her. She wasn't exactly thinking straight, she'd admit. But right now it felt worth nearly drowning to be held in such a delicious embrace. Maybe she really had died in the river and was dreaming this. After a while, she realized her hands clutched his bare skin. All he wore were his jeans, soaking wet. He must be freezing. Next thing to register, some of the wetness under her hands wasn't water, but oddly sticky. Yet it wasn't gritty like mud either. What could that be? Then awareness whacked her. Blood. A log or a tree branch must have hit him. He'd hurt himself to rescue her. The wooziness lifted as fresh adrenaline cleared her mind. Roman, can you get up? You're injured. If we can make it to Jeannie's house, she'll help us. I'd call her, but I don't know her number. Me neither. My phone is back where I jumped in the water. He rolled off her, and grimaced as his back contacted the weathered wooden decking. Pain and exhaustion shadowed his dark eyes. It's probably just grazes and bruises. I hope that's all it is. The guilt she needed to surrender to the Lord tightened its jaws on her heart again. The last thing she wanted was for Roman to suffer because of her. Especially when she'd already caused him so much suffering. She loved Roman, and yet all she seemed to do was hurt him. He sat up, then hauled himself to stand, using the jetty railing as support. Without waiting for him to offer to help her, she did the same, and wobbled to her feet. His gaze on her sharpened. Can you manage? I'll carry you if you can't walk. I can manage. She gritted the words out as she walked toward dry land, still clinging to the railing. Okay, so she wasn't totally sure she'd stay upright once she had to let the railing go. Her legs had turned to jello. But Roman had already done more than enough for her today, and she wouldn't risk causing him more injury. Besides, turning up on Jeannie's doorstep in this condition would be embarrassing enough without being carried there. Hopefully Jeannie was home by herself. If she had people there. Aileen's cheeks flamed up just thinking about it. She might not be the shy, insecure girl she'd once been, but she still didn't want to be a public spectacle. Especially since her mother's drunken outbursts when she told everybody who'd listen, or try not to listen, how she'd nearly become a famous actress, talking between burps and slugging down more drinks. Protesting when her husband tried to take her away. Or when her mother had gotten so drunk at a party that she'd fallen into the swimming pool and then walked around in wet, clinging clothes like nothing had happened. Aileen hadn't been at that party. But the entire school talked about it the next morning, and she'd wanted to shrink into herself. Her gut tightened, even so many years later. Enough embarrassment to last a lifetime. At least, take my arm. As always, Roman's concern touched her. Except from her father and Mrs. McPherson, she'd seen so little of it while growing up. Let me see your back, first. If he was badly injured, she'd be checking if her cell phone survived its swim in her jacket pocket, and calling 911. Slowly, he turned. Blood covered his back. Her hand rose to cover her mouth and stifle her instinctive gasp. Steeling herself, she peered closer. Phew. It looked worse than it was, because she'd unintentionally spread the blood around. I think you have a large graze. But I can't see any deep cuts. Good. Let's go. He offered his bent arm for her to cling to, but she went one better and wrapped an arm around his waist. Careful not to press on the graze and cause him more pain, of course. He slipped an arm around her shoulders. Leaning on each other's support, pressed against each other side by side, they slowly walked toward the house. Thank you, Lord. Thank you that Roman rescued me. Thank you that he's not more seriously injured. Please help him heal fast. And please, help me to do the right thing next time he talks about our future. Whatever the right thing is. The prayer bubbled up, without conscious thought. A wonderful feeling spread through her. Being able to pray again felt amazing. But something was still missing in her relationship with the Lord. Hopefully, as her ability to pray returned, whatever that missing piece was would also return. Before they even made it halfway to Jeannie's big old wood-frame Victorian, she hurried to meet them, clutching a blanket to her chest. What happened? Concern sharpened her voice. I fell in the river. Roman rescued me. That covered it all. Let's get you warmed up. The pretty, blonde, 30-something unfolded the cream-colored blanket, clearly intending to wrap it around them. Roman lifted the hand that wasn't twined around Aileen. I'm bleeding. You'll ruin your blanket. Blankets wash. Hypothermia doesn't. Jeannie draped it around them anyway. As she let the blanket go, they grabbed a corner each and pulled it closer around them. Aileen sighed as the welcome warmth enveloped her. No wonder Jeannie had clutched the blanket so close to her chest. To warm it. So typically Jeannie to think of something like that. Now, come straight to the house. Each of you, into a long, hot shower to warm up and wash the river dirt off you. I can lend Aileen a change of clothes. As Jeannie looked Roman up and down, her lips twisted to one side. I don't have anything to fit you. But you could wear Uncle George's old bathrobe while I launder and dry your jeans? No need. They resumed plodding toward the house. I always carry a change of clothes in my truck. The truck keys are in my jacket, left behind in the orchard. Along with my sweater and shoes. I'll go fetch them for you, and get your clean jeans from the truck. All fixed. Not much more than an hour later, showered, shampooed, wearing clean dry clothes, and warmed from within by Jeannie's ginger tea, they clambered into Roman's truck. Eileen's entire body ached like she'd done the workout to end all workouts. No doubt Roman felt the same, or even worse. He settled cautiously into his seat. Though Jeannie had examined, cleansed, and applied an adhesive dressing to his wound, it must hurt. As would the tetanus shot she'd advised him to get first thing tomorrow. As Roman started the engine, he turned to Aileen and grinned. We survived. Not just the river, Jeannie's hospitality, too. She's a wonderful person, but she is kinda bossy. But in a good way. Truth be told, she admired Jeannie's confidence. And envied it, too. Roman drove back into the main part of town, but as they neared the turning for her house, Roman steered the truck straight on, along the road leading to the tiny clifftop chapel. Huh? He parked the truck as close as he could to the chapel, turned to her, and grinned. I hope you didn't want to go home just yet. It's later than I intended, so we've missed most of the sunset color. And I'm guessing neither of us feel up to walking to the chapel. But the view from here is still okay. More than okay. It was glorious. An orange glow still lingered along the western horizon, where the sky met the sea. Light from the almost full moon overhead danced on the white-capped waves. Pinprick stars already dotted the sky. But even better than the view outside was the view inside the truck. She turned to gaze at Roman, instead, giving him an uncertain smile. His smile in return held equal uncertainty, as he reached for her hand and engulfed it in a warm, gentle clasp. We still need to finish our interrupted conversation. The one about our future. Her future felt so uncertain. She'd taken out huge loans to open her business, just like her mother had racked up a large credit card debt for her plastic surgeries, a debt that had become worse from medical bills. Then 5 years ago, Mom left for another man, managing to leave Dad with all the debt. Aileen didn't want to do that to Roman. But she couldn't imagine walking away from him again either. Let's just enjoy this time together, okay? She pushed the words past the lump in her throat. His gaze lingered on her face. Okay, he said at last. She suppressed a sigh. Resisting her attraction to him was getting more and more difficult. His dark eyes drew her in like magnets. Maybe bidding on him on the bachelor auction wasn't a great idea. Or being alone with him now. Not that he'd do anything against her will, of course. He leaned toward her, a silent question in his eyes. Her heartbeat became a rapid staccato. She'd never initiated a kiss, no matter how much she'd wanted to. Ever since the first boy she'd liked had made fun of her, she'd shied back, afraid of ridicule. Being the daughter of a drunk, she'd been afraid to attract any kind of attention. But this was different. This was the man who'd treated her with kindness always, even after she hadn't been kind to him. The man who'd had her heart for so long she didn't know how she'd lived without him all these years. If she only had this one day with him, how could she miss the opportunity to have his lips on hers one more time? To feel butterflies in her tummy and be carried away into the wonderful world where she could be held tenderly, kissed passionately, and maybe even loved sweetly? She shifted toward him. His eyebrows arched, and she gave him a barely perceptible nod. Aileen, his voice became husky. Somehow, she managed to work up the courage. Hold me. Kiss me. Just, be beside me. He didn't need to be asked twice. His fingertips raised her chin, sending delicious currents of anticipation through her. Then he dipped his head and claimed her lips. There was familiarity in that kiss, like coming home. But as he deepened his kiss, her heart sang in delight from the precious feeling of being in his arms, so close to him. Oh, how much she needed it. How much she dreamed of this incredible moment in the rare times when she'd allowed herself to dream of it, not even hoping it would become a reality again. She felt as light as a feather, carried away into the beautiful country called love. Her heart beat as if it wanted to leave her body, and another wave of delicious sensations rippled through her. Oh, the wonderful feeling of being held. As she slipped her hands around his neck and deepened the kiss herself, she didn't want it to end. She never wanted it to end. Yes, this was familiar, but at the same time, a new feeling blossomed inside her chest. She loved this man. She'd love him until her last breath. Her phone ringing made it through her mental fog, and she took a few moments to come to her senses. Reluctantly, she pulled back. Sorry. It might be Jonah. She snatched her phone from the pocket of her borrowed jacket. Still in the pleasant aftermath of the best kiss of her life, finally feeling something was right and certain in her life, she smiled at the name Shannon. Since her son started talking to Shannon, that phone number and her parents' numbers seemed important information Aileen needed to have. But why was Shannon calling her? Premonition squeezed Eileen's rib cage as she swiped the screen to answer. Ms. McKenzie, come quick, please. They're going to kill Jonah. The girl's frantic, terrified words sent horror ripping deep into Eileen's soul. Chapter 15. Who's going to kill him? Where are you? Aileen glanced at Roman and groped for his hand. Without needing to be asked, he started his truck and reversed out of the parking area. Eileen's heart beat wildly as she pressed the phone to her ear. Clark and his friends. The linebacker of the football team. He asked me out before, but I said no. Now, he's not happy I'm with Jonah. Shannon sobbed into the phone. We're at Levi's house. Levi stayed in another room so Jonah and I could talk. She probably realized the way it sounded because she added, we didn't do anything bad. Honest. Levi's house, she repeated, adding the address so Roman knew where to go. Tell me what's happening now. Clark and his buddies showed up, and Levi opened the door for them. They're arguing now, but I know Clark. He beat up the other guy I went out with. That guy doesn't even talk to me now. It's all my fault. No, it's mine. She was a horrible mother. Yes, she was a horrible, horrible mother. She'd been enjoying her date with Roman while her son was about to be beaten up by older boys. She'd talk to him later about lying to her about spending the day with Levi, when he intended to be with Shannon. Roman took off, peeling rubber. Eileen's head spun. The important thing now was to help her son. Hold on, Shannon. Thankfully, it wasn't far to Levi's. As the lump grew bigger in her throat, a prayer appeared in her mind. Lord, please help my son. Please keep him safe. Roman navigated the streets fast. We'll be there soon. He sent an encouraging glance in her direction. The pressure in her chest eased a little. Shannon, we'll on our way. Please try to remain calm. And please make sure you let your parents know. They are going to kill us all. Aileen swallowed hard. Clark and his friends? They'd already reached Levi's neighborhood. Lord, please help us get there in time. No, our parents, Shannon whispered. Or maybe they won't even care. I tried to interfere with Clark and his buddies, honest, but it only made things worse. Everybody is going to call me a snitch for letting you know, but I don't care. You did the right thing by calling us. Aileen peered intently out the window. That's the house. She pointed to a red brick two-story building to the right. We're here, she said into the phone. Hold on there and open the door for us. I'll have to disconnect now. Okay. The girl's voice perked up. Aileen disconnected the call and slipped the phone into her purse. As soon as the truck stopped at the curb, she jumped out, not bothering to see if Roman followed. A tight band squeezed her rib cage as she sprinted toward the house. If she hadn't decided to give herself this one day with her first love, fine, her forever love, her son might not be in this situation. She'd have to think it over later. Jonah's well-being was her priority now. She didn't even know what she'd do once she got inside the house. Stand between Jonah and the bully? That would only embarrass her son and not help him in the least. Her thoughts in turmoil, her mind only then registered Roman's steps beside her. I'll go in first. His gruff voice didn't allow any argument. A tight band around her lungs let go a bit. In Portland, she'd had to deal with issues alone, because her ex couldn't care less. Gary had seemed to have as little interest in his son's life as her mother in hers. That was doubly difficult for a woman like her who liked a safety net, who'd needed support so badly. She'd felt like she'd been suffocating sometimes. Now, God sent her Roman. Roman's presence near her seemed to fill her lungs with fresh air. Yes, she'd come home. Roman opened the door and charged inside. A different sort of twinge pinched her heart. As much as she wanted her son to be all right, she couldn't help thinking Roman striking a bully could end up very badly for Roman. Cheers sounded from the living room, and anger surged through her. Those kids cheered on a younger boy being beaten up. Roman's eyes narrowed as he charged into the circle of teenagers. He made it through first, and she stepped through the opening as boys led her in. Her eyebrows shot up. There were only two boys in the middle of the circle who were wrestling. A bigger and older boy in designer clothes and her Jonah in simple t-shirt and jeans. Incredibly, Jonah managed to pin the bully to the floor and held his arm behind his back. The older boy wiggled and groaned. Let me go. Not until you apologize for what you said to Shannon. Jonah's voice was surprisingly calm, though his muscles strained and his breath came in quick puffs. Let me go, the boy grunted. Apologize. Jonah seemed to tighten the hold. Shannon started chanting, Jonah. Jonah. Jonah, and more than a few boys joined her. Roman gave Aileen a quick glance and slightly inclined his head to the back of the group. He moved further away from the crowd, and she followed him. "I apologize, Shannon," the bully breathed out. Jonah let him go, and the guy rose to his feet without looking at anybody. Then he shot out of the house, nearly bumping into the wall in his haste. As soon as Jonah got up, two teenagers stepped to him and shook his hand. "You have my respect," the taller from them said before heading out.
Yeah.
"Man. This won't happen again." The rest of them followed. Shannon rushed to him and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving an imprint of orange lipstick. "You were amazing." Air left Eileen's lungs. She talked to Jonah later that physical force wasn't everything and there were diplomatic ways to resolve issues. "Probably." Jonah's neck pinked. "It's nothing. My new dad taught me this move." "Well, Mr. Roman is not my dad yet. But my mom is dating him." His eyes widened as he turned their way and finally seemed to notice them. "Oh, Mom." "Hi." "Hi, Mr. Roman." He shifted from one foot to the other. Levi had to go, somewhere. And, Shannon happened to be nearby, and Shannon hung her head, her pink and blonde hair splaying over a papaya-colored sweater dress that skimmed matching boots. She tucked locks of it behind her ears, exposing handmade earrings in the shape and color of oranges. "I called them. So your parents know everything. I hope you don't think I'm a snitch. I was scared to death for you." Aileen opened her mouth to correct the girl's slip. Roman wasn't Jonah's parent. Then she glanced at Roman and kept her mouth shut. In many ways, just in a matter of days, Roman was more of a parent to Jonah than his own father in all his life. Shannon did the right thing. "Jonah, you shouldn't have kept secrets from your mother." Roman stepped forward. "Young man, I'll have to talk to you about lying to adults, and especially to your mother." She used the sternest voice she could come up with. "About taking responsibility for your actions." A deep sigh left Jonah's lungs as he scuffled his shoes, smudging the hardwood floor. "I'm sorry I lied to you. I shouldn't have." Then he flashed a grin.
Yeah.
"But did you see what I did? They'll stop bullying Shannon now, too." Okay, this wasn't going well. This parenting thing was tough, but at the same time, she felt like mountains fell off her shoulders. She didn't have to do this alone. God had always helped her. And now God gave her Roman. Of course, if she allowed Roman back into her life. A woman with disheveled hair colored blonde only on one side rushed inside the house. "Shannon. Darling. What's happening?" Shannon snatched Jonah's hand and stepped in front of her mother. "Mom, I told you about the guy in school I liked? Please meet Jonah. You should have seen how he stood up for me." The woman's lips, covered by bright pink lipstick, pursed. "Shannon, you're too young for all this." "I agree. I'm Aileen, Jonah's mother. And this is Roman." She searched for the right word. "My mom's first love and the guy she's dating now," Jonah helped. Aileen suppressed a groan while Roman chuckled. "We already met. A pleasure to meet you, Aileen. And yes, one can say Roman and I met. We dated once." She shrugged. "But in this town, what woman hasn't dated Roman?" Aileen swallowed hard. She could live without that information. Shannon's eyes darted around as if she tried to find a way to change the topic. "Mom, your hair looks weird. Or maybe you should change the hairdresser." "No. When you called, I left before my hair was done." The girl's darting eyes flew to her mother's, and her mouth slid open. She slowly licked her lips, then stepped forward. "So, you care that much for me?" Her mother stared at her, her designer suit buttoned on the wrong button. "Of course, I do. You're my daughter. And don't I always buy you everything you ask for? It's just, you're always at a hairdresser's or doing your nails or lunching with your friends or busy with some charity work," Shannon whispered. Guilt flashed in the woman's eyes as she hugged her daughter. I'm sorry. You acted so grown-up and independent, I figured you didn't need me anymore. She turned to Jonah. I can't exactly say I'm happy to meet Shannon's boyfriend. I still think she's too young. But I guess I need to accept the inevitable. Shannon high-fived Jonah. Thanks, Mom. Though Jonah isn't my boyfriend. He's. Jonah cleared his throat. I'd love for you to become my girlfriend. This time Aileen didn't manage to suppress a groan. Did all kids grow up this fast these days, or was it her particular kid? Shannon let out a shriek. Yes. Then she hugged her mother and whispered loud enough for everybody to hear. Thank you for mentioning the boyfriend. Jonah might have never asked me otherwise. The woman looked around helplessly since, clearly, that wasn't her intention, then hugged her daughter back. You're welcome. I guess. I'm taking you home, and then I'm returning to the hairdresser. Shannon eased out of her embrace. You're still beautiful, even with only half of your hair colored. So are you, Shannon. Sincere admiration rang in Jonah's voice. Shannon beamed at her now boyfriend as she flipped her long blonde hair back.
Aww.
Thank you. Well, look at that. That boy already knows how to give compliments. He must be getting that from you, Roman. I mean. You know what I mean. The woman led her daughter away. Just like Shannon gets her beauty from her mother, Jonah called after them. The woman shook her head as if in disbelief. Just proves my point. She threw the words over her shoulder. Levi finally showed up from whatever room he'd been hiding in. I'm, sorry. Levi's parents burst inside. He'd probably called them. Aileen and Roman explained the situation, Aileen letting Roman do most of the talking. She'd always tried to avoid confrontation, so she was only glad when he took over. With Roman's sociable persona, the conversation turned amicable fast. With the looks the woman threw Roman's way, he might have dated her sometime, too, though thankfully her husband didn't seem to know it. About a quarter of an hour later, Roman, Aileen, and Jonah were on the way to Aileen's and Jonah's place. Aileen turned in the front passenger seat and wiggled a finger at her son, who was buckled up in the back seat. No more sneaky meetings with Shannon, young man. Remember that. Oh great. So you'll drive me to dates with her? Jonah gave her an innocent look as he looked up from his phone. How did her son get that from her words? Aileen resisted the urge to roll her eyes. That eye roll must be contagious. I can drive you to a restaurant on Wednesday. Roman glanced back and winked at the boy. We can have a man-to-man conversation, too. And I could give you more pointers about wrestling. That's so cool. Jonah nearly jumped in his seat. Then he seemed to catch himself and said in a more casual way. Cool, man. Thanks. Thank you. She sent a grateful glance Roman's way while her heart swelled. The next moment, her phone rang, and she fished it out of her purse. Ms. McKenzie, this is Lionel Garza. The man's voice sounded vaguely familiar, but she had difficulty placing it. Thank you for taking the time to interview for a vacancy with our company. I know it was some time ago, but you impressed the panel, and we kept your resume on file. I'd like to offer you a job if you're still interested. We're opening another Portland store. Something shifted inside her as she stared out the window at the passing homes she'd seen so many times. Before leaving for Chapel Cove, she'd applied for a dessert chef job with a large national company intending to open franchises in Oregon, starting in Portland. She'd heard they'd only hired the best, so, with no real experience or accolades to her name, she didn't hope to get it, really, and had forgotten about it. Can I think about it? Of course. But we'd like an answer in 2 weeks. He named a salary beyond her wildest expectations. We'd love to have you on board. Thank you so much. She disconnected and tried to collect her thoughts. This was it. This was the safety net she'd wanted so badly. Opening her pastry store was a huge risk, a risk she'd probably never have taken without her father's and Jonah's prodding. Having large loans and not knowing how her store would do next month, much less next year, whether she'd be able to provide for Jonah, weighed heavily on her. The recent flood proved how vulnerable she was. It was as if she was repeating her mother's mistakes, walking at the edge of ruin, only for a different reason. She didn't want Jonah to go through what she had. She wanted to help her father who'd worked hard his entire life and deserved a good retirement. If she sold Eileen's pastries and took the Portland job, she'd be able to pay off the loans. She'd be safe, at least in the financial sense. Jonah would be safe, too, and have the future she wanted to give him so badly, the opportunity to go to the college of his choice. He already talked about becoming an architect, building houses, like Mr. Roman, only on a different level. She swallowed hard. It all made sense. She'd be a fool to pass on an offer that surely wouldn't happen again. Comparatively, staying in Chapel Cove felt like skiing from a mountaintop. Her girlfriends had prodded her once, and she'd wanted to look good in front of Roman. She'd fallen on the slope and broken her leg. Except for the time she'd returned to her hometown, any time she'd taken the risk, be it talking to her mother about alcoholism, skiing on the slopes, or approaching someone she'd liked never paid off. It only made things worse. Taking this great opportunity should be such a simple decision. But how could she leave Roman a second time? Not that she'd promised him anything, unlike that time in high school. Still, that kiss, the bid at the bachelor's auction, her body language, even the expression surely in her eyes when she'd looked at him were promise enough. When she glanced at his handsome profile, her heart ached at the thought of separating from him again, and the decision wasn't simple at all. Chapter 16. 3 days later, Aileen wasn't anywhere closer to a decision. She'd avoided Roman as much as she could and ditched his calls because, when she looked into his eyes, she knew exactly what her heart wanted. But just like before, when she'd needed to think about the well-being of someone else besides herself, now she needed to think about Jonah's future. True to his word, Roman had picked up Jonah and driven him to Tia Irma's for an after-school date with Shannon, while Aileen worked in her store. He'd given her son more pointers about wrestling the evening before when they'd taken Dog to the park together. She'd avoided speaking to Roman, but she couldn't impose the same on her son, who adored Roman like the father he should have had. Maybe she shouldn't have come back and stirred up all these feelings between them again. A knife turned in her heart as she placed a smile on her face and served Mrs. McPherson her favorite cherry turnovers. Here we go. Enjoy, please. The last thing she wanted was to hurt Roman again. But she was about to do exactly that, whether she stayed to give them a chance and eventually saddled him with her huge loans or left for Portland. Christina rushed inside the store. What's going on? The older lady looked from Christina to Aileen and then back to Christina. As much as I want to hear all about it, I'll give you two some privacy. I'd like a dozen chocolate cupcakes. Whatever I don't eat, I'll take home for Chelsea. She's with Greg's in-laws right now, but she'll be delighted to see them when she's back. Care to join me for a cup of coffee? Christina plunked her purse on the chair. We need to talk. Uh-oh. An alarm rang in Eileen's head. I'd love to, but I can't. I'll get your cupcakes and coffee. On the house. Aileen packed cupcakes carefully in a box and handed it to Christina, then made her coffee and handed it to her as well. If you have enough time to wait, I'll join you when I have a chance. Right now I need to serve customers. As if to confirm her words, a blonde woman in late 30s or early 40s, dressed in gray overalls, entered the store. Aileen knew the woman only by her first name, Liberty, and that she was the new mechanic in town. According Chapel Cove's grapevine, aka Violet, Liberty was here on a vacation of sorts and stayed because there was an opening at the automotive shop. But even Violet didn't seem to know more, which, of course, was highly unusual. Either way, Aileen wasn't into gossip. While Christina returned to the table with cupcakes and coffee, Aileen smiled at the customer, her smile feeling far less strained than before. Probably because she was eager to talk to Christina. How may I help you? Her heart squeezed. Her friends in Portland weren't exactly friends, more acquaintances who forgot all about her once she'd left. If she moved back, she'd miss her friendship with Christina. And Jonah would miss Roman and Shannon. But she had to think about their security. Liberty glanced at the box on the table. Those chocolate cupcakes look good to me. I'll take 2 to go. She paid and left with the small box. Aileen brought a plate and utensils to Christina and looked at the door. So far, nobody. She claimed a seat opposite her friend. Christina said grace. Then she indulged in cupcakes.
Mmm.
They seem to become more delicious every time I try them. This is awesome, but I also get strange cravings now. Last night, I wanted watermelon with cheese. Strange cravings? Could her friend be expecting? A question was about to escape her tongue, but Aileen forced it back. If Christina wanted to tell her, she would. Christina took a sip of her coffee, then pinned Aileen with a stare. What's going on? Why have you avoided my brother since Sunday? Huh? Did Roman tell you? Aileen drew circles on the table with her finger. My brother isn't the type to complain. Well, either is Jonah, but he called me. Your son is worried about you too. He said things were moving along so well, and then came to a halt. It's understandable. A sad smile touched Eileen's lips. Roman had been great with him. Jonah needs a father figure in his life. Her friend bit into the second cupcake. He also needs and wants you to be happy. I thought you worked out your differences with Roman. What's happening now? Aileen let a deep breath inflate her chest. Didn't help with the weight there. Okay, here it goes. She told her friend about the opportunity of a lifetime in Portland. Christina's lips thinned. So you want to play it safe and return to Portland, work a regular job instead of running your own business? Was that what she was doing? Playing it safe? I'd be able to give Jonah a much better life this way. I'm sure Jonah would have a different opinion. Or my brother. Do either one of them know? Frowning, Christina took another sip of coffee. Aileen shook her head. I haven't decided whether I'll be taking the offer, so I didn't tell them yet. Maybe you should. Her friend stuffed a part of the third chocolate cupcake in her mouth. Don't judge. I'm eating for 2 now. Maybe even for 3. Aileen gawked at her friend. She couldn't wait any longer. Are you? Chocolate-covered lips spread in a wide grin. Yup. I'm pregnant. Twins run in my family, and I'd so love to give Greg 2 boys. Eileen's heart expanded as she rushed to her friend and hugged her in earnest. Congratulations. Christina hugged her back before easing out of her embrace. Thank you. Greg and Chelsea are ecstatic. Chelsea couldn't stop clapping and jumping up and down. Frankly, my husband either. I'm so happy for you. Moisture sprang to Eileen's eyes. She was thrilled for her friend. She really was. But a desperate longing entered her. She'd love to marry Roman and give him a child. Of course, knowing Roman, he wouldn't hesitate to adopt Jonah and treat him as his own son. But to feel a child again under her heart, to see the joy on Roman's face when she gave him the news. She pushed the thoughts aside. Pregnancy at her age could be risky, though judging by the glow on Christina's face, she was too busy being happy to think about that. 3 loud car fob beeps outside announced that more customers had arrived, so Aileen rose to her tired feet. As much as she loved her job, spending a day running a store, rarely sitting down, often skipping meals was wearing on her. If it was already so difficult to do this in her 40s, what about in her 50s or 60s? She'd looked into the retirement system with the company she'd applied for. They had excellent retirement. Being self-employed meant taking care of her retirement herself, and she wasn't in her 20s anymore, thinking retirement would be a lifetime away. Something else in favor of moving to Portland. An image of Roman flashed in her memory. Or not. And she loved her little store with its pastry scents and its customers. Grew to love her small town. Well, she was just as torn as before. Christina glanced at the clock with little cupcakes marking the hours she'd put on the wall. When do you close? Aileen followed her gaze. Officially, in 15 minutes. But I usually stay while customers are inside. Judging by the group entering the store, that would take a while, and her tired muscles protested as she rushed back to the counter. Good thing Roman was going to pick up Jonah from Tia Irma's. Regular hours would be another thing in favor of taking that dessert chef job. She'd been promised them at the interview. She'd be able to spend more time with Jonah. Otherwise, she'd blink, and he'd be leaving for college already. Christina snatched her purse. I'm going to help you. I want you to close in time today. But you really need to hire someone else. Before Aileen had a chance to protest, her friend marched in the restroom's direction. I'll go wash my hands and pull my hair up. Apparently, caring was in the Vela family DNA. Eileen's insides warmed as she served her customers. And yes, she did need to hire staff, more than just the high school girl who worked flexible hours at the counter sometimes. But she couldn't afford it. Not yet. Would she ever? As much as she loved her job, the uncertainty was killing her. More points in Portland's favor? Lord, please guide me. Please show me what I need to do. The prayer appeared seemingly on its own. Still, something was stopping her from having the relationship with the Lord she'd once had. It seemed so easy for Christina and Roman to be close to the Lord, despite their sad upbringing. Why then was it so difficult for her, Aileen? Her friend returned, her dark shoulder-length hair pinned in a bun at the nape of her neck, and donned on an apron. Working in tandem, they made the line to the counter move twice as fast. As soon as the last customer was out the door, Christina ran to the door and turned the sign from open to closed. Aileen rang up the cash register as fast as she could while her friend did a quick cleanup. She needed to be home soon because Jonah was about to return. She fished her cell phone from her pocket and called Jonah. He answered on the second beep as if he expected her call. Mom, could Shannon and I go to the amusement park? Her parents already said yes, Anne. Aileen sank into a chair. She didn't want her son to be out there late, and she was too exhausted to chaperone. She'd hate to hear the disappointment in his voice, but what needed to be done needed to be done. Oh, I've got that covered. Christina seemed to know what the call was about. Greg and I will chaperone and double date at the same time. She stroked her still flat belly. Double date? Aileen mouthed. He wants to give me as many fun dates as possible before the little one, or little ones, come along. Gotta love that man. True to her words, love shone in her eyes. Thank you, Christina. Okay, Jonah, you can go to the amusement park, Aileen said into the phone. Great. Jonah screamed, then disconnected. You've got an important conversation here. Christina gestured to Roman, who just walked through the door. Eileen's heart skipped a beat as she eyed Christina. Her friend set her up. You did this all on purpose. Yes, and you can thank me later. Her friend winked and sauntered out of the pastry store, her box of chocolate cupcakes in hand. Eileen's pulse spiked as she stared into Roman's dark eyes. She needed to tell him about the job offer. Well, maybe later. She made an effort to scoot past his muscled frame. I need to pick up Jonah and Shannon from Tia Irma's. She wasn't making excuses. She really needed to think about her son. And not about how much she'd love to find familiar and so needed comfort in Roman's arms. He shook his head, standing rooted to the floor. I already picked them up and brought them here, and Christina will take them to the amusement park. We've got that covered. What are you, going for the Most Helpful Siblings of the Year award? Aileen muttered. Well, she was out of excuses. She could claim tiredness, and that much was true, but she could still talk to him. She sank into the chair she'd recently vacated and gestured for Roman to take a seat. Would you like something to drink? Also a pastry or a cupcake, maybe? He took the chair opposite her. As much as I love your desserts, I want to concentrate on you right now. His gaze caught and held hers. Oh, how much she wanted to keep looking into his eyes and believe there could really be a future for them. I received a great job offer in Portland, she blurted and then proceeded to tell him the details. His eyes widened when she finished. What are you going to do? Her shoulders slumped forward. I don't know yet. Did you pray for guidance? I did. I mean, I tried, but I still don't know which way to go. Maybe God didn't answer her prayers any longer. She distanced herself from him and almost everyone else she loved, for too long. I hope you'll know soon. Pain flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared so fast she wouldn't have noticed it if she hadn't looked so closely. Pain sliced her insides, too. I'm so sorry. He reached for her hand, his touch gentle. Stop apologizing. You need to live your life. Wherever that life is going to be. This is what you wanted, isn't it? A job with a good, guaranteed income. I can't leave you again, she whispered as tears burned the backs of her eyes. Maybe I could move to Portland later. Hope stirred inside her, but she stifled it. I don't think you'll be happy there. I know you well enough to say that. Chapel Cove is your home. It's where your friends, family, and, let's face it, clients are. As much as I want us to have a future, I can't do it at the cost of your happiness. Could she risk it all and hope it would work out for the second time? His fingers tightened around hers, sending delicious tingles along her skin. Can I ask you to do something for me? Whether you decide to leave or not, please stop avoiding me. It's killing me when I can't see you. You know that the last thing I want to do is to hurt you again. Though it was exactly what she was doing, and it was reopening the old wound. She pushed the words past the hard lump in her throat. I hope you know that. A sad smile touched his lips as he laced his fingers through hers. I know. I wanted the best for you when I was a teen. I still want the best for you. I let the resentment go even before you told me your reason for marrying another man. Well, most of the resentment. Sometimes I think you're too nice for your own good. She let his caring touch reach her soul. Now, when I hope you can let the rest of resentment go, maybe you can finally find happiness with someone else. As for her, there'd always be only one person in the world for her. Be it in Chapel Cove, Portland, or Antarctica, she'd never love anybody like she loved Roman. There's no one else. For 2 decades, I tried so hard to find a woman I could fall in love with. I admit, I dated a lot of women here. But I have to see the simple truth. You held my heart in the palm of your hand when we were teens, and you still have it. That'll never change. In other times, such words would make her heart sing. Now a tear slid down her cheek. Don't cry. He swiped his fingers along her face. I'd never want to make you cry. Her phone ringing saved her from responding. She fished it out of her pocket and glanced at the screen. Christina? Was it something with Jonah or Shannon? Eileen's heart sank as she hurried to swipe her phone to answer. Christina, are Jonah and Shannon okay? Well, her friend stretched the word, and Eileen's heart sank further. We've got an interesting situation here. Shannon got jealous when Jonah was talking to another girl, and, Greg is handling it at the moment. But I thought I should let you know. Aileen shot to her feet. We'll be right there. She disconnected and turned to Roman. I'll have to drive to the amusement park. There seems to another teenage drama going on. We'll go together. Roman marched to the door. Chapter 17. On the way to the amusement park, Aileen surprised herself by placing her hand on Roman's. Maybe the reason the job in Portland looked so attractive wasn't just about the great guaranteed income, stable hours, and more opportunities for Jonah. If she stayed in Chapel Cove, she'd have to deal with things painful to deal with. She'd have to forgive herself and stop feeling responsible for everything that had gone wrong in other people's lives. When she'd been growing up, her mother had blamed her for all that had gone wrong in her life. Aileen had tried so hard to please her, but all her efforts only earned her more yells and reproaches. Then she'd blamed herself for hurting Roman. During her marriage, her husband had blamed her for everything that had gone wrong with Jonah or in the household until she'd finally started blaming herself, too. After all, those had been her responsibilities. Her worries. Now, look at the things happening to Jonah. She was a bad mother. Roman glanced at her as he turned a corner. I know that look. Whatever we might find in the amusement park, it's not your fault. Really, stop worrying. Do your best to hand that sense of hyper-responsibility to the Lord. I shouldn't have let him date this young. It was irresponsible of me. She sighed. He pulled up to the parking lot. Then he would have sneaked out. You might even lose his trust. You're a great mother. Stop torturing yourself for things you should have done. I talk to Jonah a lot. He's a happy, well-adjusted kid, despite neglect from one of his parents. You've done great. Thank you. Her chest expanded. Roman always knew how to make her feel better, be it in the times when her mother had blamed her for a broken cup or when she'd ruined a cake, or now, in the difficult journey of parenthood. She'd missed his caring attitude, his wise words so badly in all the years apart. Leave it all to God. Don't try to be responsible for so many things. He sent her a compassionate gaze as he parked and turned off the engine. She didn't have time to ponder his words as she jumped out of the vehicle. Now, how was she supposed to find Christina with her husband and Jonah with Shannon? We're here. Her friend waved at her from near the Ferris wheel. Aileen rushed there, Roman right beside her. You're my best friend. How could you? You know Jonah is my boyfriend now. Shannon chastised a teenage girl with shiny, shoulder-length chestnut brown hair. This time, Shannon wore salad-colored boots matching her lipstick, fingernails, blazer, and leaf-shaped earrings. When that girl chose the color for the evening, she dedicated herself to it. The dark-haired girl who apparently had made Shannon jealous shrugged. Don't be such a drama queen. He was asking me what you liked. He wanted to buy you a present and for it to be a surprise. That's true. Jonah stepped forward. Oh. Shannon deflated.
Oh.
She blinked, then ran to Jonah and hugged him. I'm sorry I caused this commotion. It's cool. Jonah placed his arm around her shoulder. I don't know why you'd even be jealous. You're the prettiest girl in school. He paused. Well, no. No? The salad-colored drama queen stiffened. Not the prettiest girl in school? You're the prettiest girl in the world. He sounded totally sincere. I hate that the surprise was ruined, though. Oh, don't worry. I can tell you what to get me. Shannon fluttered her eyelashes. I'll make sure to act surprised when you give it to me. Okay. Jonah visibly swallowed, probably calculating how much the gift was going to cost him and whether he'd be able to afford it. I'd like your mom's snow cupcakes. The ones with chopped macadamia nuts inside and covered with rich white chocolate and coconut. Then she leaned toward him. But what I really, truly want is your company. Just you, with me. That's all. Eileen's heart warmed. There was more to this girl than a drama queen like she'd started to worry. Of course. A smile lit up Jonah's face as he hugged Shannon again. I'm so happy when I'm with you. Haven't you noticed? And true, Aileen had never seen him happier than in that moment. Shannon stilled in Jonah's embrace, her salad-green lips stretched into a happy smile, as well. Then she eased out of it and hugged her friend. Sorry about that. I hope we can still be BFFs. Oh yes. The girl smiled. I'm glad it all got resolved. Roman wrapped his arm around Eileen's shoulders, and she couldn't resist leaning into him. Though next time, please get the situation straight before getting upset. I promise. Shannon nodded, sending her leaf-shaped earrings dancing in her ears. Could we go on one more ride before going home, please? Aileen glanced up at Roman. She seemed to have gotten a second wind, and her limbs didn't feel like they weighed a ton anymore. How about we take a ride on the Ferris wheel, then drive Shannon home? So Greg and Christina can have a proper date. Sure. His eyes warmed. Thanks. I think I'm in the mood for beef jerky. Or something sweet. Haven't decided yet. Christina led Greg away.
Yay!
Shannon clapped, then turned to Jonah. You have such cool parents. Jonah beamed. Then it dawned on him. Mr. Roman is not. You know what, you're right. I do. Then he leaned to his girl and whispered, they just need a little push. Those earrings danced again. Or a big one. Without waiting for Aileen to correct him, Jonah snatched Shannon's hand, and they rushed away to the Ferris wheel. Eileen's heart made a strange movement in her chest just from Roman's close proximity. She should pull away, but she couldn't do it. The wind picked up, and a cold breeze touched her skin. While the weather stayed surprisingly warm for the beginning of November, in the evenings, the temperatures dropped, and the light sweater she'd worn in the store wasn't enough. She'd been so concerned, she'd left without putting a jacket on. Roman shrugged out of his jacket and placed it on her shoulders. She welcomed the warm fabric that still carried the scent of his spicy cologne. He took her hand like her son had done with Shannon, like Roman had done many times when they'd been teens, and they strode to the Ferris wheel, as well. It had taken him some time to talk her into going on the amusement park rides the first time. Being up in the air, even strapped down to a cabin, hadn't seemed safe enough. But once she'd tried it, the feeling was exhilarating. She kept an eye on Jonah and Shannon, whose cabin had already taken off while they'd been strapped down. Her heartbeat increased, and she didn't know whether it was from the excitement of the ride or from sharing it with Roman again, or most likely from both. It's going to be all right, he whispered to her like he'd done when he'd taken her on the Ferris wheel for the first time. I know. She smiled at him. She kept smiling when the cabin took off, and excitement built in her chest with the incredible feeling of being in the air. I'm with you. And that was it. She always felt safe with him. She always found home in his arms. Not just because, like Christina, who was short in stature, Aileen had been picked on in school, and it had taken Roman's interference in both cases to stop the bullying. It was where she belonged. But should her heart lead her or her mind? She had Jonah now to think about, and not only her selfish desire to have a second chance with the love of her life. What if my store won't make it, she said loud enough for Roman to hear. Many businesses fail within 3 years of opening. Won't make it? His voice sounded incredulous. Don't you realize how popular Eileen's pastries is? You have lines to the counter nearly all the time. I heard you have orders for your cakes months ahead. He was right, but self-doubt niggled at her still. Her mother and many acquaintances in Portland had told her she'd never succeed. Gary had always stopped her from opening a pastry store in Portland, confident she'd fail immediately. I'm grateful for the way people have supported me. He grinned and leaned to her. Yes, and they love your desserts. You have a true gift from God. I knew your sweets would be a huge success. You believe in me that much? I always have. An unidentifiable flash flared in his eyes. In fact, I'd invest all I own into developing your business. That's how much I believe in you. Wide-eyed, she stared at him as his words touched deep inside her. Yes, he believed in her when they'd been in school. His encouragement was one of the reasons she'd finally dared to open her store, besides her father's and Jonah's nudging, even if she might not have realized it at the time. Her lips kicked up slightly. What if I decided I wanted to be a famous actress, like my mom? Would you support me then? Of course. And I'd be going to all your premieres now. Her heart squeezed. God had given her precious gifts indeed, but she didn't think of baking desserts. Roman and Jonah were the best gifts she could ever ask for. As she looked out to the river, the dark water reflecting the brightly colored lights of the amusement park, her thoughts drifted away. The clock was ticking, and she needed to make the decision whether to take the job in Portland or not. Roman still hadn't told her how he felt about her. Yes, obviously the attraction was there. And he helped her so much. But was he helping her because he loved her again or because of his caring nature, of learning at a young age that fixing things was the way to survive? He did say she still had his heart. The voice was clear in her head. What more could she ask for? But it could mean he cared about her, not that he still loved her. He'd held her close and he'd kissed her passionately, but he hadn't said 3 important words that had once been imprinted on her very soul. Could she take a leap of faith and risk losing a comfortable life for love? But on the other hand, how could she not? Roman's phone rang as he drove home from the amusement park, still thinking about Aileen. Christina. Hey, Hermanita. He answered on the hands-free phone. Did you tell her you love her? No pleasantries from his sister this time. His gut tightened as he made a turn. No. She has the job of a lifetime waiting for her in Portland. I wouldn't want to hold her up. Whatever her dream is, I want her to follow it. Silence resounded for some time before Christina came back on the line. I was afraid this might happen. That she'd hurt you for a second time. You don't need to look out for me. I'll handle this on my own. He clenched his teeth. The prospect of losing Aileen for a second time was tearing him apart, but his twin didn't need to know it. I'll pray for you. For both of you. You need God's help, and you know it. Christina's voice didn't leave room for argument. His twin might be becoming bossy, but he was glad she was getting her confidence back after nearly becoming a doormat thanks to her manipulative ex-husband. Had Dr. Krasinski and Mr. Langley taken lessons from each other on how to mistreat their wives? You're right. Thank you for praying. He stopped at the traffic light and breathed deeply. The truck still held the scent of Aileen's perfume, that aroma that blended together the outdoors, blossoms and orchards, with the delicious smells of her kitchen. It raised sweet memories of holding her close. I did sort of tell her. I said she still had my heart in the palm of her hand. That should have been enough, right? You'd think so. Doubt tightened his sister's voice. But with some women, you really have to spell it out. And then repeat it again and again because somehow they might miss the message the first time. Oh, okay. Roman moved forward at the green light. He hoped Christina didn't mean herself, though she'd had to break up with Greg right after he told her he loved her. I'll let you go. I'm sure Greg can't wait for you to get off the phone. Christina laughed. I have a very patient husband. She paused as if she saw something. Okay, maybe not that patient. Good night. Good night. Thanks for everything. He pulled up to his house, turned off the engine, and fished out his phone from his jeans back pocket. He started typing a text to Aileen. Of course, it was much better to tell her in person, but he might lose his resolve by the time he saw her again. I love. His fingers lingered over the screen. If she really wanted that job in Portland, his words might force her to make a wrong decision. He deleted them and prayed instead. 2 days later, Aileen still felt in limbo. A Thanksgiving dinner shared with Roman yesterday so his sister could enjoy her first Thanksgiving as a family with Greg and Chelsea hadn't helped. Her thoughts bounced back and forward like a tennis ball. Love or security? And what if the way to show Roman she truly loved him was to refuse to saddle him with her debts? She glanced at Christina, who'd insisted on helping her behind the counter. As a self-employed interior designer, Christina could choose her own hours to work or not to work. With Greg's sports equipment store doing extremely well, she seemed to be exercising the latter option more often now. Freed up from so much counter duty, Aileen dedicated more time to baking and allowed herself to get up later than 4 o'clock. Despite all the food preparation yesterday, at last she didn't feel as if she'd fall on her face from tiredness. I still insist on paying you, Aileen said as she brought out a fresh batch of chocolate chip cookies, the delicious aroma spreading around. Oh, how she loved the scent of freshly baked cookies. Nonsense. Christina waved her off and handed nigh a dozen pumpkin rolls with cream cheese filling, Aileen's nod to the fall season. But you do need to hire some help because I'm not going to last here forever. She patted her stomach. The little one will take all my attention. Or little ones. Nye grinned while she paid. I agree with Christina. At first, I thought the employees at Ivy's on Spruce weren't efficient and only hired out of my aunt's kindness. But I was wrong. Her best friend feigned shock. What, you say your aunt isn't really kind? Oh, you. Nye playfully swatted her hand before picking up the box of pumpkin rolls. She's very kind. I meant, the staff at the bookstore turned out much more helpful than I realized. I don't know how I would have managed the store without them when Aunt Ivy was ill. She turned to Aileen. Let's get together at the pancake shop when we get a chance. Thank you. Aileen sent them a grateful glance. She was beyond thankful that Christina, Nye, and their other friends, Reese and Julia, had accepted her into their circle, though she'd had to miss most meetups because of working late. But if you have to work, we can meet here instead. Christina seemed to read her thoughts. We all love your pastries. And one of us can man the counter while the others talk. Thanks. But it's not fair to you. I'll come up with something. See you later, Nye. Aileen rushed to the adjacent kitchen to check on the batch of cherry turnovers. Maybe she'd have to take up Jonah on his offer to work at her store. She'd even obtained a work permit once he turned 14 2 months ago, but she wanted him to study and have fun instead. She remembered all too well how it had weighed on her to start working young. However, now he was more insistent because he needed pocket funds for dates. Besides, Shannon wanted to learn to bake, so he wanted to learn, too. Of course, he could work only a limited number of hours and only when school was out, but it would still give her a nice respite. And Shannon was already nearly begging her to apply for a work permit for her, as well. In just 2 days of Christina manning the counter, Aileen seemed to have happier customers because she wasn't running out of items before the end of the day, and had added more variety to the menu, including finally baking treats for people who had diabetes or couldn't eat food with gluten. Her profits had increased as a result. She'd even moved up the line of all the cakes she'd been hired to bake, which meant she could take more orders. And if things kept going this well, she could afford a part-time employee. All in all, hiring help didn't seem like a selfish or risky decision any longer. It seemed a smart decision. Lord, please guide me here. She was back at the counter when her phone rang. She fished it out of her pocket. Dad. Great. He'd be wonderful to bounce ideas off. Besides Roman, he'd been her biggest supporter. On late evenings this week, when Jonah was already in bed, she told her father on the phone how the things were progressing with Roman and the job offer. With Christina helping out, Aileen could take a quick break to talk to him. She swiped the screen to answer and stepped into the kitchen. Hello, Dad. I have something I need to tell you, and I think I should do it in person. His voice sounded serious. And I have news.
Oh no.
No. Did he have a relapse? She leaned against the wall because her legs felt like cooked noodles and didn't want to hold her up any longer. Okay, she squeaked. I can find time to drive to Portland. No need. I'll be in Chapel Cove in the evening. Care to have a cup of tea with me at Eileen's Pastries? I tell you, life is not the same without your cherry turnovers. Of course. I look forward to seeing you. She stared at the phone after he hung up before sliding it into her slacks back pocket. The rest of the day passed in a mental fog. Christina asked her more than a few times what was wrong, and Aileen answered she didn't know. By the evening, she had a headache, and everything inside her trembled. One thing was clear, if her father needed her to take care of him, she'd have to take that job offer and move to Portland. Her gut tightened, both from worry about her father and from the prospect of never seeing Roman again. She prayed more than she'd ever prayed in her life, except when her father had been sick the first time. By the time Christina left, after turning the sign from open to closed, and her father entered, Aileen was one big bundle of nerves. Hey, Dad. She gave him a tight hug as tears prickled behind her eyes. He hugged her back, then let her go and studied her. You look awful. Well, thanks, Dad. She gestured for him to sit and hurried to bring 2 plates of cherry turnovers, then 2 cups of hot tea. Not that she'd be able to eat, but her father would insist on her having one for herself. Okay, that sounded wrong. He took a seat. You'll always be my beautiful, precious daughter. What I meant is you look like you're worried about something. Is it anything I can help you with? You can help me by telling me what's going on. Why you needed to talk to me. Tense, she eyed him as she sank into a chair. Chapter 18. Aileen stared at her father. On a closer look, he looked better than he had in years. His hair was as white as ever, but a new sparkle lit his eyes. And his shoulders, often stooped before, were now straightened out. He was dressed in a nice ironed blue suit while his clothes had been wrinkled before unless she ironed them. Her father said grace before taking a bite of the turnover. He was praying now. Well, first of all, I met up again with someone I used to know here, and I might be moving back to Chapel Cove to get to know that person better. He winked, that youthful sparkle flashing in his blue eyes. Air whooshed out of her lungs. So you're not sick again? He blinked at her. No. Unless you call love sickness, and I don't think so. Good thing she was sitting already, or she might have fallen down. How did you meet? During one of your visits here to see Jonah and me? Yes. And then we continued our relationship online. He took another bite of cherry turnover. This is as good as I remember it. Even better without your mother berating me for getting extra pounds. So yes, online. Technology isn't only for you, youngsters. At 40, she wouldn't exactly call herself a youngster, but she went with it. I'm thrilled for you. And I'd love to have you live closer. Just your cherry turnovers are worth moving back for. But seriously, I want to see you and Jonah more often. I want to meet that girlfriend of his and maybe talk some sense into that boy. And I want to see where this new relationship goes. By my age, one realizes how precious time is. She took a sip of hot tea as the lump in her throat she'd had all day dissolved. This is awesome. I'll help you move, of course. That's what you wanted to tell me in person? Yes. And one more thing. He studied her over the rim of his cup. I thought a lot about what you told me about you and Roman and the job offer. Before you make your decision, you should know something.
Uh-oh.
She tensed again. She didn't like that beginning. Yes? Remember the down payments I made for you on your business and your house? His eyes became pensive as he finished his dessert. Her rib cage squeezing, she hurried to bring him another. I do. You insisted on it, and that was the only way I could get both. I'm very grateful, and you know I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Or, she swallowed hard. Do you need it now? Was her dad contemplating a generous courtship and a big wedding? He deserved it, of course, he deserved it. That meant she'd have to sell her business to pay him back. As disappointment tightened her stomach, she knew again what she wanted to choose. No, he sipped his tea. I told you that you don't have to pay me back ever. Because frankly, I wasn't the one who came up with the funds. She stared at him. He'd borrowed from someone. She should have guessed it then. Now that person wants it back. Of course, she was still overjoyed her father was all right. She just didn't want to leave her hometown, and okay, Roman, again. You get it wrong for the second time. Her father drained his tea. He doesn't want his loan back. I just think it's time you know who that person was. He asked me to never tell you, but I'm afraid you might make the biggest mistake of your life if I don't. Oh, okay. Who was it? Roman. I never told you, but we kept in touch. You know I once hoped he'd be my son-in-law. Her jaw slackened. But he hated me at the time. Oh, my dear daughter. You're so great with pastries, but not too great with knowing people. He might have been resentful somewhat toward you, yes. But he never hated you. He loved you too much. For a few moments, she couldn't say a word. Then the doorbell made her jump to her feet. She should have locked the door. As Mrs. McPherson entered the store, Aileen turned to her father. "Sorry, Dad. Let me help Mrs. McPherson, and I'll be right back with you." Her father got up, a soft smile curving on his lips. "Actually, I asked Brooke to meet me here." Eileen's gaze moved from Mrs. McPherson to her father and back. "Brooke? Oh.
Oh.
We
Um.
have been seeing each other." The older lady's cheeks pinked, and she suddenly looked 10 years younger. Her turquoise suit, consisting of a light jacket and a pencil skirt, suited her well, making her blue eyes look brighter. Or was it new love that brightened her eyes? Aileen squealed and hugged her father, then Mrs. McPherson. "I'm so happy for you." "Thank you, dear." Mrs. McPherson hugged her back. "I all but gave up on romance, and look what happened." Aileen glanced at the empty plate on the table. Interesting that Mrs. McPherson's favorite dessert became her father's favorite, as well. "Don't tell me you met over my cherry turnovers." "Actually, do tell me. I want to hear all about how you two met again. But first, please sit and have any of the pastries you'd like. On the house, of course. I hope you won't get offended, but we'd love to take a couple cherry turnovers to go. I have a dinner reservation at the Fisherman's Hook." Her father slipped his arm around Mrs. McPherson's shoulder. "Huh. The fanciest seafood restaurant in town." Thankfully, now that he didn't have a wife spending everything he earned and more, or in this case, his retirement payment, he should be able to afford it. Mrs. McPherson looked up at him, and her cheeks pinked even more. A little more, and they'd match the filling in her favorite dessert. 2 cherry turnovers coming right up. Aileen hurried behind the counter. While she was wrapping the desserts and placing them in the box, her father said, "I met Brooke in the park. I was sad that I had to leave you and Jonah and drive to the empty apartment in Portland and contemplated getting a puppy. Somehow I found myself in the park, looking at dogs. My dog ran to him and slobbered all over him, so I went to apologize." The dear woman laughed. "I was so surprised to discover it was Johnny. Of course, we knew each other before, but we both were married at the time. There was no need to apologize. It was one of the best welcomes I received. Well, if not to count your kisses." His neck reddened. Aileen cleared her throat. Her father continued, "Then I said I thought about getting a dog, and she told me about her favorite breeds and shared her cherry turnovers with me. She said they were from the most wonderful baker this town ever had." Mrs. McPherson chuckled. "Apparently, the way to a man's heart can really be through his stomach, though I couldn't claim making these. Anyway, we started talking and only realized how much time had passed when it got dark. I just felt that connection. But once you went back to Portland, I thought that would be it. I couldn't let a treasure like you go." A glow softened her father's eyes when he looked at the woman beside him. "Oh, stop it." Mrs. McPherson swatted at his hand playfully. Aileen handed them the dessert. "I hope your evening is wonderful." "I'm sure it will be." Mrs. McPherson's lips lifted up. Once they left, Aileen closed the store, her thoughts running wild. After climbing inside her car, she sent a text to Jonah and received a reply that he was still learning carpentry from Mr. Roman. She clicked the seatbelt and drove off. Roman's generosity, especially while she'd expected him to be angry with her, overwhelmed her. She owed him so much in many senses, and it both filled her with gratitude and weighed on her. Despite never wanting to saddle him with her debt, she'd done it already, without knowing it. But he'd been willing to help her, the woman who'd hurt him, no questions asked, not waiting for anything in return. How could a woman not love a man like that? No wonder she'd fallen for him a long time ago. She made a turn to the right. Love truly was in the air in Chapel Cove this year, with many couples dating, getting engaged, and getting married. Not only women in their 40s, like Christina, Nye, and Reese, OK, and herself, were getting a second chance, but older couples, too. The town's best gossip, Violet, was dating Nye's father-in-law, and an engagement seemed to be on the horizon. Dr. Johnson and Nye's Aunt Ivy might finally admit their feelings for each other. And now her father and Mrs. McPherson. Aileen drove up to Roman's townhouse to pick up Jonah and turned off the engine. After clicking her seatbelt open, she rushed out of her vehicle and to the townhouse. Her heart was beating faster at the prospect of seeing Roman again. As she ran up the porch, the voices of Roman and Jonah and then her son's laughter made her pause. They sounded happy. Was it possible this was the answer to her prayers, even the ones she hadn't voiced yet? Could she, too, have a new beginning at 40? A week after Thanksgiving, as Roman finished hanging lights on the roof of Eileen's house, his thoughts drifted while his hands worked the hammer. Anticipation squeezed his heart. Would she like the surprise he had waiting for her when she returned from her store? Or would this be too much too soon for her? Spending the weekend with Aileen and Jonah had been wonderful. They'd worshipped God together in church, gone for a delicious lunch at Tia Irma's, then spent the afternoon at the beach despite the cold, double dating with Jonah and Shannon. He and Jonah had surprised Aileen by cooking dinner 5 days ago, steaks, potatoes, and a garden salad, and she'd been smiling the entire evening. She'd looked at him differently then, too, with more of a quiet appreciation, surprise, and affection. He'd stopped at her store every day since, grateful to his sister for helping Aileen out. He loved seeing less tiredness in her features. Jonah seemed happy to start helping out in the store in what little time he had between school, wrestling, and dating Shannon. But Aileen still didn't tell him what she'd decided about the Portland job. Maybe she couldn't forgive herself for marrying another man. Or maybe she didn't believe he'd forgiven her completely. Or maybe, true to her nature, she worried too much that things might not work out between them. Either way, he couldn't lose her a second time. And that was the reason he was working on this surprise. Even if Aileen wasn't ready for a leap of faith, he was. He had to do this. His phone beeped, signaling an incoming text. Normally, he preferred not to talk on the phone or text while being on the roof, but he made an exception this time. He'd been expecting a call. He checked his phone and smiled. While Christina with her friends were inside Eileen's house bringing in food and setting up the table, Jonah was in on the surprise and had let Christina in. It obviously was easier for her to text than to leave the house and yell to him. He opened the text and grinned again. He had the best sister in the world. Shame on you for making a pregnant woman work. Just kidding. Fajitas, rice, beans, and even homemade flour tortillas are set up on the table. Reese and Nye put up the decorations already. It's all ready for you to wow, Aileen, hermano. He squelched a few stings of guilt over making her work. While his cooking skills were decent, they didn't compare to Christina's. At least, he should be done here soon. After texting her his thanks, he returned to hammering nails into the roof. Doubt wormed inside him, and the hammer stilled in the air for a moment. What if all this was too much for Aileen? But he knew what was in his heart. He'd even moved to Portland to be with her, though that would make his life much more difficult, job-wise, friends-wise, and so on. He'd much rather stay in Chapel Cove, but not if it meant losing Aileen again. Deep in thought, he moved to a different spot. Somehow, his foot slipped, and he lost his footing. No. His arms flailed as he tried to regain his balance, and his heart thundered in his ears. Chapter 19. Aileen was showing Jonah how to work the cash register as Mrs. McPherson paid for cherry turnovers. Aileen had finally succumbed to his begging to let him work after school and on Saturday, when premonition made her heart dip. As if something had happened to Roman. Everything froze inside her. This was ridiculous, really, but then she tried to imagine her life without him again, and couldn't. It was too painful. Mom, are you okay? Jonah's voice filtered through her mental fog. Yes. She found her voice, but it sounded so weak she barely recognized it herself. Mrs. McPherson, clutching her cherry turnovers, stepped forward. Girl, you look like you're about to faint. I just thought of something. The words tumbled out. How my life would be again without Roman, and I just can't. I love him too much. I want to marry him. I want to spend the rest of my life with him. Violet entered the store, wearing an eggplant-hued dress and matching shoes. Oh, this is interesting. Looks like I came in just in time. In other times, Aileen would have cringed. The entire town would know her secret. But now she didn't care. Mrs. McPherson patted her hand. Then maybe you should tell him. Aileen froze again. Put herself on the spot? What if he feels differently? Violet sighed. I think everybody in Chapel Cove, with the possible exception of children under 5 and dogs and cats, knows that Roman Vela loves you. Go find your man and tell him, girl. No one will die if you close early today. Jonah leaned forward. I think it's a little soon for that. Aileen looked around. Yes, you're right. It's premature. What was I thinking? I meant it's about 40 minutes early. It's not dark yet. But oh well, good enough. Huh? She gawked at her son. What do you mean? 2 customers entered the store, saving Jonah from answering. Violet ordered a slice of strawberry cheesecake and coffee and joined Mrs. McPherson at the table. While Aileen served pumpkin muffins to the young couple, her mind drifted. All her life, she worried about things, even the things, no, especially the things, that hadn't happened yet and might never happen. But joy filled her over how much Mrs. McPherson and Violet enjoyed her pastries and how beautiful and welcoming her store was. Roman said he wanted to see her in the evening, and her heart beat erratically just at the thought of seeing him again, being near him, and maybe, just maybe repeating the kiss. Her cheeks heated up, and she pushed the thoughts away. Jonah worked the cash register with confidence, and by the way he talked about Shannon nonstop any chance he got, things were going great there, too. Are you happy in Chapel Cove, Jonah? She leaned to him as she handed a plate with a slice of peach cobbler to another customer. His face lit up. I love it here. I am very happy. And I want you to be happy, too. And that was why I did what I did today. While his answer made her heart swell, suspicion crawled inside it. What did you do? Oh, nothing. He gestured at the door. Look, we have another customer. Boy, this place is busy. Lord, what should I do? As Aileen looked around, she knew her answer. This was the place where she wanted to be. This was who she wanted to be. This was what God meant for her. And her doubts evaporated like water on the stove. And just like in her teens, she knew exactly the man she wanted to spend her life with. Even after 40, she still hoped to have many years they could enjoy together. Maybe people were right, and life really began at 40. And if God was leading her, she needed to trust God on this. To trust God on everything. She couldn't follow her own doubts and insecurities any longer. I'm going to drive to Roman's place and ask him to marry me. Who said that? Aileen looked around. Did she just say that? Jonah's jaw dropped. Mom, you're going to do what? Violet leaped to her feet surprisingly fast for her age. I'm driving there, too. I'm not missing this. Mrs. McPherson rose a bit slower and did a fist pump. Go get your man. Seemed she and Violet thought the same. But the store. Mrs. McPherson marched to the door and turned the sign to closed. It's near enough to closing time, anyway. If you counted over an hour as near enough. Jonah locked the entrance door and helped to run up the register while Mrs. McPherson and Violet did a quick cleanup. Then they left the store, and she locked the door. Thank you for helping me. She turned to Mrs. McPherson and Violet. I think we'll make a good team with your son here. Mrs. McPherson waved her off. And no need to thank me. We might be a family soon. Your father and I are not going to wait 22 years before giving each other a chance. She placed veiny hands on her hips. We don't have that kind of time. Aileen didn't have the opportunity to think about having Mrs. McPherson as a stepmom as they all hurried to the parking lot. One correction, though, Jonah said. I just texted Mr. Roman, and he's still at our place. Aileen stopped, then resumed her pace. Why? I saw a few shingles missing on the roof and asked him to check it. Jonah's voice rang just a little high, like the other times he hadn't told her the entire truth. But why would he be lying? Shouldn't you have asked me first? She clicked on the fob to unlock her car. Oops. He spread his hands, then climbed inside her sedan. Her heart beat fast as she turned the key in the ignition and drove off. She glanced in the rear-view mirror. Mrs. McPherson's forest green sedan and Violet's purple car followed. She suppressed a grimace. She wanted to have this important conversation without witnesses. But she might lose her resolve later, so she needed to do this. Oh great. It's getting darker now. Relief coated Jonah's voice. Her son continued talking in riddles. She blinked as she looked at him. Why would that be great? His nose was in his phone. What? Huh? What would be great? He was probably texting somebody on his phone and talking out loud. She sighed. She reached her place much faster than she usually did. Strangely, she didn't feel the usual tiredness, adrenaline pumping blood fast inside her. Her mind barely registered Mrs. McPherson and Violet parking on the curb. Her neighbors were on their swings on the front porch. Her resolve nearly dissipated. Should she just say hi to Roman and go inside the house? Aileen squared her shoulders and marched to the house. Roman, I need to talk to you. Over here. He replied from the other side of the roof. I'm almost done. Well, maybe it was better to say this without looking at him. She took a deep breath. I love you. And, will you marry me? Everything inside her stilled. What was she doing? Well, she was going to say this, but now she could barely believe she said the actual words. What? Roman's words were followed by some noise. A tumble? She asked you to marry her. A chorus of voices said under Violet's obvious guidance. When did all her neighbors get here? Panic that Roman might have fallen off the roof shot through her, so she didn't even care she'd made a public spectacle out of herself when in previous times she'd be petrified. Heart in her throat, she rushed around the house. Dear Heavenly Father, please keep Roman safe. Please help Roman to not be hurt. I ask this in the holy name of your beloved Son, Jesus, Amen, she gabbled out loud as she ran. Amen, Christina echoed somewhere near her. When Aileen glanced at her, Christina shrugged, sprinting alongside her. I was, nearby and heard your proposal. And then I heard something, I hope not somebody, tumbling off the roof. Lord, please, please, please help Roman be okay. Please. I love him so much. I will always, always love him. Aileen nearly screamed as she rounded the corner. Roman, hanging in the safety equipment, cleared his throat. The feeling is mutual. I love you so much. I just never imagined saying it hanging upside down. Her heart overwhelmed, she rushed to him and did her best to help him to unstrap and get to the ground. Then she covered his face in kisses. You're alive. You're alive. You're okay. Please tell me you're okay? I like this reaction. He grinned. Maybe I should fall off the roof more often. She swatted at him as she took in his dear face. Don't even say such things. You didn't get hurt, did you? No, he hugged her gently. I'm grateful to the Lord for that. I've never fallen off a roof before, and today, I nearly did it twice. The first time, I managed to stay upright. The second time, I was so shocked you proposed that I slipped and tumbled down. Thankfully, it all ended well. I could have had brain trauma. She winced as she eased out of his embrace to look into his eyes. I don't even want to imagine that. He gazed down at her. This is not the way I imagined our evening would start, but hearing you ask me to marry you was priceless. I agree. Violet, Jonah, Nye, Reese, and Mrs. McPherson said in unison. Huh? When had Reese and Nye joined the small crowd on the lawn? She swallowed. You still didn't answer. What? What if he didn't want to marry her any longer? What if she'd ruined all her chances with him? First, I wanted to show you this. He clicked something in his pocket. The lights on the roof lit up, spelling in huge letters, "I love you." Then the same words illuminated her fence, simultaneously lighting up something inside her soul. Oh, Roman. You shouldn't have. She threw her arms around his neck. Euphoria filled every cell in her body. Well, you already heard that I love you, too. I love you so much. My sister said I should spell it out that I love you, and I decided she was right. Of course, I was right. But that's not all. Let's go inside. Christina gestured to the entrance. Aileen forced herself to ease out of his embrace. What was waiting for her inside? As she entered the house, she gasped. The wall to her right was covered in their pictures, also spelling "I love you" in large block letters. Follow the arrows, he whispered to her, his breath caressing her cheek. So she did. The first arrow led to the coffee table with a small saucer holding a chocolate cupcake. This was the first dessert you ever gave me. I've never tasted anything better in my entire life. He leaned closer. Except for your lips several years later. Warmth rose inside her. You still remember? Of course. He gestured to the second arrow. From a scratched side oak table, she picked up a single rose and breathed in its aroma. The rose had an exquisite color, close to marmalade with light streaks, and her heart made a strange movement in her chest. The first flower you gave me. Well, one exactly like that. It took me a while to find the rose that matched your hair as much as I wanted it to. And at that time, a single rose had been all he could afford, but she hadn't minded in the least. Following more arrows, she moved further, feeling lighter and even happier than before. All the care he took to do this. Spotting a basket with apples on the floor, she smiled. Apples that you stole for me so I could make apple fritters. The rose's sweet perfume mingled with an enticing aroma coming from the dining room where the table waited, set up for two. I can't take credit for the food. Christina made it. He showed her to the table. But I want you to see a few more things first. Her brows shot up. There were more. Was it? Was it what she hoped for? The next arrow led to a smiling Nye. Nye handed her a beautifully carved jewelry box with Eileen's initials on it. Thank you. Aileen accepted the box and looked up at Roman, her heart expanding even more with gratitude and love. You carved a similar box for me when we were 16. Open it. His voice was husky. Was he nervous? She opened the box and stared at the paper heart with his name, stifling just a tiny sting of disappointment. It wasn't a ring. You had my heart then. And you still have it now. Emotion darkened his eyes. Ditto. Happy tears sprang to her eyes. Mom, don't cry. And you didn't even see it all. Jonah stepped to her. There's more? She looked around. Reese walked to her, holding Dog on a leash. He was wearing a red coat with embroidered white letters, "Marry Me." Roman took her hand and led her to the kitchen. Beside a few appliances she'd always wanted but couldn't afford, the same words, "Marry Me," were spelled by their numerous pictures on the wall. Her heart overflowed with happiness when he led her to the living room. Once they joined the others, Roman turned to her son. Jonah? Aren't you forgetting something? Jonah slapped himself on the forehead. Oh yes. He rushed to the tank, got Speedy out, returned, then fished a black velvet box out of his pocket and placed it on the turtle's shell. Roman dropped on one knee. Aileen McKenzie, love of my life, will you make me the happiest man alive? Will you marry me? Jonah cleared his throat. Just for your information, Dog, Speedy, and I took a vote, and we all voted yes. Christina laughed. I'm voting yes, too. Nye, Reese, Mrs. McPherson, Violet, and Eileen's neighbors joined in. All these people crowding her small house, witnessing this treasured moment, and she didn't care. All that mattered was that this was really happening at last. If I have to move to Portland so you can have your dream job, I'm willing to do that. So much love and kindness shone in his eyes that Aileen nearly swooned. I declined the job offer today, she interrupted him. You're my dream. Aileen's pastries that would have never happened without your generosity is my dream. Jonah finally having a great father is my dream. I'm staying in Chapel Cove. It's where I should be. I thought a lot on the way here. Since I found myself responsible for my family's well-being at a young age, I let my worries affect my life. I know now that there are no guarantees in life, but we need to surrender our worries to the Lord. Then I'll have the opportunity to be happy again. Christina coughed a little. That sounds awesome, but I think you forgot something. Like answering my brother's question. Oh, Roman. Of course, I'll marry you. I can't wait to marry you. When he got up and embraced her and people clapped around them, she knew she'd finally found her way home. For the next amazing moments, he held her close. In his arms, this was where she belonged. Where she was deliriously happy. Then he lifted her and whirled her around as more applause and congratulations erupted around them. This was what happened when she finally forgave herself for her own mistakes and for those of others, when she let God guide her instead of feeling responsible for everything around her, instead of worrying about things that didn't even happen. When she took a leap of faith. She couldn't wish for better. Epilogue. 1.5 months later. I can't believe I'm getting married in 2 weeks. Aileen took a sip of her latte at her store, after saying grace, of course, as she shared an afternoon tea party, or coffee party in this case, with her friends. All except Julia, home with her new adopted baby. She sent a grateful glance at Jonah, who together with Shannon was working the counter, as they did now most Saturdays. He'd been way more help than she'd expected and had even helped her bake her signature chocolate cake. Making several of those cakes a day had made a lot of people happy. Christina helped herself to her favorite chocolate cupcakes. She wasn't showing yet, but she was already wearing a loose white maternity-styled sweater over her long silver gray flowing skirt and black boots. Are you sure about the winter wedding? She gestured to the dusting of snow outside the window. Not much chance for an outside wedding in weather like that. Can you believe it's a new year already? Aileen didn't let such details affect her happy mood as she stared at the engagement ring with a large diamond sparkling on her finger. According to Roman, Jonah and Shannon had assisted in choosing the ring. But what really mattered was that she was finally Roman's fiancée. I'd rather have a spring wedding, but I can't wait that long. Neither can Roman. Nye chuckled over coffee. Imagine that. Frankly, I'd have married him on the nearest date we could get at church. But Dad suggested a double wedding since he's about to marry Mrs. McPherson, soon to become Mrs. McKenzie. And while Mrs. McPherson seemed eager to get married again at first, she then had cold feet. Reese nodded as she sipped her coffee. It took a while, and probably half the town, to persuade her to agree. Aileen smiled as she bit into her cherry turnover. It was worth it. I'm so thrilled to see my father happy finally. And then Roman has this idea that I have to have the wedding of my dreams. Christina laughed, then made the second cupcake disappear. Some men. They feel they need to make the dreams of the woman they love come true. What are you going to do with them? And yes, I recognize my brother. Considering you've waited 22 years already, that totally makes sense. Nye nibbled her cream-filled brioche, then braved a large bite and released a sigh. 2 weeks still feels so far away, but it was the closest date when we could book both the church and Tia Irma's. Pleasant memories filled Aileen as she breathed in the steam drifting from her flavorful latte. That restaurant was where we had our first real date, so we wanted the reception to be there, too. Thank you so much for agreeing to be my bridesmaids, or matrons, and helping me with the preparations. Otherwise, she'd worry herself to death if she had to do it all alone.
Uh-oh.
She'd done her best to surrender her worries to the Lord, but she still kept trying to take them back. Our pleasure, the women said. I'm thrilled to be your matron of honor. Christina started her third cupcake. Though by the time I walk down the aisle with you, I'm hoping I might be showing a little. She patted the slight curve of her belly, and a soft glow appeared in her eyes. Did I hear you might be opening another pastry store? Nye drained her coffee, and Jonah immediately brought her a new cup. And how come I heard it from Violet and not from you? Because it's just an idea still. But not a second store. The town's still too small to support that. A bigger one with more seating. I'm not sure I should do it, but there's a larger building for rent, and Roman and Jonah are so encouraging. Aileen fidgeted with her napkin. Nye thumped her cup with coffee down fast and pushed up her thick glasses. I can help you with a business plan, profitability projections, and such. But honestly, if you feel God's leading, you should totally go for it. I second that, Christina and Reese said in unison. Thank you. Aileen smiled. Of course, I'd never be able to afford to do it if Roman didn't track down my ex. Apparently, Gary's second marriage didn't last long, and he's back in Portland. Reese flipped back her strawberry blonde hair. How did Roman persuade your ex to pay you back all the child support he owes plus give you some of the marital assets? Aileen shrugged. He consulted with good lawyers, and apparently, the prenup wasn't as ironclad as I thought. And Gary does owe me child support, so there were no ifs or buts about that. Roman said he had a man-to-man conversation with Gary. She stumbled. Not that Roman did it to get rich. He's already doing more than well on his own. Christina rolled her eyes, then helped herself to a fourth cupcake. We know Roman well enough not to think that. Come on. But I'm glad. Gary changed somewhat, now that he's retired, divorced for the second time, and alone. Aileen drew a circle on the table. He set up a substantial college fund for Jonah and wants to get to know him. I also reconciled with my mother and helped her get in rehab. I hope she'll be able to change her life for the better. Praise God for that. Christina cupped her hand over Aileen's. And I can't wait for you to become my sister. Aileen grinned. Same here. I feel I can't be happier than I am right now. There's no other place I'd rather be than with you ladies. Nye glanced out the window at the sound of the motor. I think I'll beg to differ. As Roman entered the store with a huge bouquet of roses and a wonderful aroma spread through the store, Aileen's heart expanded. Surely, 5, 10, 20 years from now she'd have the same feeling in her chest. Aileen rose and stepped to him. I'm sorry to interrupt, ladies, but I couldn't wait to see my gorgeous fiancé. He hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. Every cell in her body filled with joy as he held her. She couldn't wait to marry this man and spend the rest of her life with him. Nye was right. There was a place where Aileen would rather be, and that was in Roman's arms. She said a prayer of gratitude. I love you so much, Roman whispered to her. An incredible feeling filled her like the chocolate filling in her brioches. I love you, too. Forever, ever, and ever. The end. Thank you for reading. Thank you for reading Hold Me. If you write even several words on Amazon, BookBub, and/or Goodreads, it'll mean a lot to me. You can make a difference. I'm grateful to every person who reads my books, and every review matters to me. Authors depend so much on reviews and recommendations, and it's a great joy for us when our books find new homes. It's not easy to start over at 40, and often sad things that happen to us pull us down. Hold Me, as well as Love Me, are close to my heart, and not only because my age is near the heroines and I found myself making difficult choices much later in life than I wanted. I'll be making some difficult decisions now, as well. I hope you enjoyed this story and will like Melanie's story in Book 6 in the series, Marry Me by Autumn MacArthur. If you'd like to know when new books in this series are released, please follow this page. We've had so much fun working on this series and we'll be happy if you enjoy these books. I do love hearing from readers, and if you email me at alexaverde7@gmail.com or visit me on Goodreads, Facebook, BookBub, or Twitter, you'll make my heart sing. And if you'd like to know about my upcoming releases, please follow me on Amazon. Of course, I'd be thrilled if you looked at my other books, and I pray and hope they'll bring you joy and encouragement. For giveaways, news, free ebooks, and recipes, please sign up for my newsletter. Subscribers have access to exclusive subscriber-only contests, subscriber-free ebooks, and book news while they are subscribed. Emails won't arrive more than weekly, your email address will never be passed on to anyone else, and you can unsubscribe at any time. Also, you'll get the download link for a free sweet Christian romance ebook, Season of Mercy, as soon as you confirm your email address as a thank you gift. Thank you very much for sharing your time with me and my books, and I hope we'll meet again. God bless you. With love. Alexa Verde. Acknowledgements. Many thanks to God for helping me write this book and sending two amazing authors for me to work with, Autumn MacArthur and Marian Yuckerman. Thank you to my amazing and very patient editor, Deirdre Lockhart. I also want to thank my wonderful readers who helped in different ways to make Hold Me what it is now. Heartfelt thanks to Debbie, Trudy, Paula, and Marilyn for beta reading this book. Thank you to Dorothy for naming the turtle. Many thanks to Renata, Cindy, Amanda, Susan B. and Susan S., Andrea, and Ruth for helping me with desserts. And thanks to Daphne and Trudy for helping with choosing the breed and Susan B. for helping name the dog. And my gratitude to all of you, my readers, for reading my books and encouraging and supporting me. God bless you. Thank you for listening to Hold Me, a Chapel Cove romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2019 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2023 by Alexa Verde.